Please give a warm welcome to your host, co-host of our newest event, Web Summit Vancouver, Casey Lau.
Good morning. Thank you for being here. Give yourselves a round of applause for being here at 10 a.m. First talk of the day. Welcome back to day 3 and our final day of Web Summit Qatar 2025. My name is Casey Lau. I co-host all the Web Summits around the world and looking forward to seeing you all at our South American event in Rio in April and our North American event in Vancouver, my hometown, this May. So how's the conference been for all of you so far? Good? Exhausted? Energized? Inspired? I hope so. This is our second year in Qatar, and the numbers are in, and they are simply amazing. 25,747 attendees, 1,520 startups, of which 47% were women-founded. There are 723 investors here, 381 speakers, and if you were here on day one Fresh Prince of Bel-Air. Just amazing, huge numbers for Web Summit Qatar 2025. A massive upswing from last year's inaugural event, and to echo Patty Cosgrave's opening night speech, a fantastic achievement showcasing the global confidence in Web Summit Qatar. So what a week we've had already with the likes of Jay Shetty, Alexander Wang, and Malcolm Gladwell, all gracing this very stage. We've had a brilliant week, and we're not done yet as it comes to all together here in day 3. Today, we have some of the world's leading podcasters, neuroscientists, venture capitalists, Olympians, magicians, yes, I did say magicians, and of course, entrepreneurs. But topping all of that today, and only today, we have one of the highlights of the week as I personally host our Pitch 2025 finals to see which of the 3 startups that made it through last night takes home the big prize this year. All right, let's get into it, our third and final day with our first talk. Are you ready? Yeah, thank you. Thank you, front row. All right, gene editing is not a new technology, but recent breakthroughs and regulatory shifts may push the field into new heights. One of the bigger players in this space is called Mammoth Biosciences, a biotechnology company harnessing its proprietary next-generation CRISPR gene editing platform to create potential curative therapies. They recently made the news with their breakthrough results for their first efficient, ultra-compact, extrahepatic gene editor. Okay, so to break all that down and what to expect from CRISPR and how this tech may be the key to curing disease, please welcome Mammoth Biosciences co-founder and CEO, Trevor Martin.
Thank you. All right, thanks for that introduction. And it's good to be here, especially with the crew that didn't stay out too late at Night Summit. Good to see you all. And today I'm really excited to chat with you all about something we're very passionate about at Mammoth. And that's how do we move from treating the symptoms of disease to curing the fundamental root cause of disease. And especially for genetic diseases, and there's thousands of these diseases, things like sickle cell disease, Down syndrome, familial Alzheimer's, cancer. These affect billions of people around the world. And these are diseases where we really understand that the root cause is in our DNA. And at Mammoth, we're really excited to commercialize this technology that we call CRISPR to actually change that DNA and actually change the code of life so that we can fundamentally cure these diseases rather than treating the symptoms of them. And before getting to that, I think it's useful to take a step back and ask what this technology CRISPR is. So the way I think about CRISPR is as kind of biology's search and replace engine. So if you think of your genome, so your DNA that's in every single one of your cells, you can think of it as this giant Word document that has 2 billion letters in it. And in some ways, it's a very simple Word document. It only has 4 letters, A, T, C, and G. And in other ways, it's incredibly complex in terms of everything's interacting, all the different paragraphs and words and sentences are coming together in very interesting ways. But fundamentally, what CRISPR allows you to do is A, search anywhere in that document and find any specific, what we call sequence, or any specific set of letters, and then actually change it to anything you want. So if you think about it as this Word document, maybe a disease is caused by the misspelling of a word, or maybe there's a whole paragraph missing from a chapter in your genome. And basically what we can do with CRISPR is we can fix that. We can insert a paragraph. We can spell check a word, or we can even delete a sentence. And that's a very powerful concept for genetic disease. And where CRISPR comes from is a very interesting story as well, because this is actually something that originally evolved in nature. So similar to how we all have immune systems, so we get a virus and our body fights it off, actually microorganisms like bacteria have to fight off things like viruses as well. And one of the immune systems that they built is this technology called CRISPR. And the way it works is that when a virus invades a bacteria, these CRISPR systems are kind of constantly monitoring the cell and saying, hey, have I seen anything that looks like a virus? If so, then I need to bind to it and chop it up. And what we've done is we've basically ripped that technology out of these microorganisms and said, hey, this is actually a really great technology where instead of keeping it in microbes and microbes using it to kind of chop up viruses that are invading them, we can actually co-opt all that machinery and use it as a technology that we can insert into human cells and use that to say, hey, I want you to chop a very specific section of the DNA so I can make a very specific change. And that's what's illustrated on this slide here, where you have this thing that looks kind of like a hairpin on the top, and that's called a guide RNA. And the guide RNA is the only thing you have to change when you're making CRISPR go from targeting Alzheimer's disease to targeting sickle cell disease. And that's a very powerful concept, because in biology, as some of y'all might be familiar with, it's kind of usually this slog. And when you're building a drug, you don't really gain any efficiency in building your second drug, your third drug, your fourth drug. But the beauty of CRISPR is that across all these thousands of genetic diseases, the core technology, the core CRISPR system actually stays the same. And you're just kind of switching out that search function. So you can think of it as you're always using the Google search engine, but you're just typing in a different search string into it. And that means that actually the first therapy to build with a CRISPR technology is the hardest, and then the second one's easier, the third one's easier, the fourth one's easier. And that's a sea change in terms of how we think about biology, which is classically this case where every single disease you kind of have to start from square one, and it's a huge fight just to get it across the finish line. So that's a little bit of the history of CRISPR, and where we are today is a very exciting moment, actually. So there's actually an approved therapy on the market in the United States and other countries using CRISPR to treat sickle cell disease. So this is very much kind of science fiction that's rapidly becoming science reality. And the big challenge now is how do we go beyond what we think of as kind of the easy cells in the body to edit? And our body has lots of different cells, lots of different tissues. And as it turns out, one of the big barriers right now in the field is that we're really good at editing the blood in the liver for various technical reasons. For blood, the reason why we're really good at it is because we can actually take the cells out of the body, right? You might be familiar with things like dialysis. So we can actually take the blood out of the body, do whatever we want to it, and then put it back in. And it turns out it's really, really hard to edit your brain or your muscles or your heart or all these other tissues. And that maybe makes intuitive sense to you in terms of the accessibility of these different areas. But that's what we're really focused on at Mammoth, is how do we move beyond the low-hanging fruits like blood and liver and go after the tissues that really have the diseases we think about when we think about genetic disease, like Alzheimer's, for example, right, in the brain, or muscular dystrophies in the muscle. So that's what we're really excited about at Mammoth, is how do we really deliver on this promise of genetic medicine to edit any cell in the body in any way that we want and actually cure these thousands of genetic diseases. And we're able to do this because we're very fortunate to have a really great founding team and supporters. So the company was spun out of the University of California at Berkeley a little over 6 years ago. And the co-founding team includes Jennifer Doudna, who won the Nobel Prize for her pioneering work with this CRISPR technology, in addition to a really great team of both scientists and kind of biotech veterans. And we're very fortunate to have long-term investors and really great partners as well, like Vertex and Bayer and Regeneron, because building the next great biotech company is a long journey. These are things that, in general, in the deep tech space, take a lot of time and money. But obviously, the mission is worth it, to live in a world without genetic disease. And what we started with at Mammoth was this idea that there's actually all sorts of CRISPR technologies out there. Because CRISPR comes from microbes, the technology is present in pretty much every bacteria. You could swipe the chair to your side, and you'd have a bunch of bacteria that have all sorts of CRISPR systems in them. And what we did is we said, OK, let's build up one of the world's largest databases of what we call metagenomic information. So we basically take samples from the chair, we take samples from a river in Brazil, we take samples from a volcano in Hawaii, just all sorts of diverse ecosystems, just trying to get as much diversity as possible. And then we just kind of sequence everything that's in those samples. And what we can do is we can build up this database of billions and billions of proteins, and then we can mine through that using machine learning and AI, as well as really high throughput robotic systems we have in a whole floor of our building, just with tons of experiments being run night and day. And we can find and characterize new versions of this CRISPR technology that have the right properties for overcoming the challenges, like how do we get out of the blood and the liver and go to brain and muscle. And the biggest challenge in the space was the size. So if we think about CRISPR, it's all small relative to us. Like if you could hold, a billion CRISPR systems in your hand. But if you zoom down to the size of the cell, the original CRISPR system that first came on the scene, this thing called Cas9 that you might have heard of, it's actually really, really big for a protein. And it turns out that's a big problem. And that might make intuitive sense as well. It's really hard to deliver something if it's very, very large. And so one of the first areas we looked in that kind of giant metagenomic database and doing that engineering that we were doing is, can we find and characterize really, really, really tiny versions of CRISPR that are much easier and more effective to deliver? And what's exciting is that we were able to find and characterize these. So over here on the bottom of the slide, you can see Cas9, which is one of the original systems, and a couple other earlier systems. And they're very, very large. So if we use the measurement scale for proteins, which is amino acids, they're like 1,400 amino acids. And in contrast, some of our what we call ultra-compact systems, things like Cas14 or Cas we have these very intuitive and very easy to pronounce names for everything in biology, can be as small as like 400 amino acids, so less than a third of the size. And when we first did this, there was a ton of skepticism, which is great for our patents, I have to say, where people are like, these are not going to function, they're runt systems, they don't do anything. And frankly, they took a lot of work to get going, and it's only because we had a really great scientific team and a different view on kind of using machine learning and high throughput robotics to actually automate very, very high scale experimentation that we were able to pull this off. But what's exciting is that we have been able to characterize these systems. And more specifically, why this matters is that there's kind of two ways that you can deliver CRISPR or these kind of genetic medicine technologies to cells. One you might have heard of before from the vaccines, LNP. This is actually what was used for the mRNA vaccines. And the other one is this thing called AAV. So LNP, as it turns out, is really good at getting to the liver. That's why we can kind of get there. And we're really excited about LNP for liver targets, but it turns out it's very, very hard to use it to get to the brain or the muscle or these other tissues. People have been trying for a long time, and there's been some progress, but it remains a huge challenge. Whereas this other technology, AAV, actually seems to be quite effective at going to many of these tissues, like muscle, for example. But the big challenge it has is, if you think of the AAV as kind of a truck, like a flatbed truck, it has a very strict size limit. And the original Cas9s don't fit at all. So they don't fit in the truck. They're kind of sticking out the back. And that means it just doesn't work. And so one of the great things we can do with these ultra-compact systems is, you think of it as like a smart car that can very easily kind of navigate through these different areas, and it very easily fits into this AAV. So it's a really exciting position where AAV for decades now has been used to get into tissues like muscle and other areas, but now for the first time we can actually use it to deliver CRISPR. And I think one of the challenges of the genetic medicine space has been that there's many diseases where for 50 years now, for half a century, we've understood exactly what causes the disease in the DNA. I'll give you an example, Huntington's disease. For over 40 years now, we've known exactly what is causing it at the DNA level. Yet still today, people die from that disease. I think that's the condemnation of the space. And I think the space will truly have arrived, and CRISPR will truly have delivered really on its promise when the last patient dies of that disease. And this is something where it's really hard to get where it needs to go. This is a disease that's in the brain. But now, by having these ultra-compact systems that can leverage these delivery technologies like AAV, for the first time, you really have a clear path to getting to many of these diseases. And that's very, very exciting. So the other thing we've been working a lot on at Mammoth is doing any type of edit. So going back to that Word document example, you don't always just want to delete sentences. And that's kind of what Cas9 and just CRISPR systems do natively. They chop out DNA. But there's many times where maybe you actually want to kind of turn up the volume knob on a gene, or maybe there's a whole gene missing and you really need to insert it. So this is something where we took the view that rather than kind of focusing on any one of these methods, you have to focus on all of them. Because from a patient perspective, the patient doesn't care which technology you're using, gene writing, epigenetic editing, base editing, et cetera. What they care about is, are you able to cure my disease? And for each disease, there's going to be a different technique. So we don't think there's like one ring to rule them all, and one kind of specific type of CRISPR-based gene editing is going to be the best. We think there's going to be different niches for different technologies, and that meant that we kind of had to take on this mantle of developing a bunch of them. And excitingly, we've been able to do that as well, and combine them with these ultra-compact systems so we can actually deliver them to any cell in the body and do any type of edit. So what this all means in terms of the pipeline of what we're working on is that we're working across liver, CNS, and neuromuscular. And we're really excited to actually be moving forward our lead program called MB111, which is for this high triglyceride disease called familial chylomicronemia syndrome, closer and closer to the clinic. And then we also have programs across these really, really high unmet need areas, both internally and with partners that we'll definitely be sharing more about over the coming years as well. And then the kind of overall strategy is that moving beyond ex vivo in the blood and really moving beyond liver as well, seeing kind of muscle as the next area that we can really tackle. And there's a ton of unmet need there. There's millions of patients that suffer from debilitating muscle diseases where if we could change their DNA, they could be cured of these diseases. And then CNS, obviously things like Alzheimer's, Huntington's, Parkinson's, many, many diseases that unfortunately many of us have friends and family that suffer from. And then I think looking forward into the future, one of the things that really excites me is also how do we move beyond rare disease? So these diseases we're talking about are ones where there's a single gene that actually causes it, and it's very clear what's going on. But thinking 10 years and beyond into the future, I think what's really exciting about being able to modify the code of life, to modify DNA, is you don't have to limit yourself to rare disease. What if we could actually edit millions of people who don't have a specific disease, but reduce their risk of a heart attack by 30%, save millions of lives? What if we could actually kind of move beyond curing specific diseases and move into prevention of disease, move into quality of life? And I think that's a very exciting position to be in, where actually very quickly, and these are things where, especially in deep tech, things move very slowly, and then it's kind of all at once. And the message I want to kind of leave you with is that actually over the next 5 or 10 years, you're going to be shocked at how many diseases start to be cured. And this is something that's been promised for a long time, but with the first approved therapy now for sickle cell using CRISPR in the United States, I think that's the first of a dam that's about to truly break. And that's a very exciting world to live in. So we'll start addressing rare disease, and then I think the question for society becomes, how far do we want to go on common disease? How far do we want to go beyond curing specific diseases and really addressing things like risk for disease, things like quality of life? And that's an exciting question to be able to ask ourselves, so I leave that as an exercise to the listener. And it's really great to be here, and happy to chat with anyone after if there's interest. And thank you for coming to Web Summit this early in the morning and listening to my talk.
All right. China tech has been making a lot of news these days Within a week, with all the TikTok stuff last month, then came Red Note, then it was all DeepSeek in our social feeds. The world discovered that DeepSeek's R1 performance was comparable to leading models like ChatGPT, but at a fraction of the cost. DeepSeek's mobile chatbot became the most downloaded app on Apple's US App Store as well. When non-tech people ask me about DeepSeek, I remind them of the plot for 2010's Iron Man 2. Do you remember that movie? Tony Stark tells Congress that the rest of the world is 20 years behind his Iron Man technology, only to see a Russian scientist attack him in Monaco with the very same tech days later. Do you remember that? Mickey Rourke's character says, when people see God bleed, there'll be sharks in the water. Or in this case, wiping out of $600 billion of NVIDIA's market value. It's now been a month on from DeepSeek's market-moving release, and it's time to look at the impact of the game-changing Chinese LLM. So we recruited a couple of experts to walk us through this AI arms race and whether or not the Chinese have caught up and even surpassed the United States as AI leaders. One thing for sure, the world has seen Silicon Valley bleed. To discuss if this is Sputnik or a SpaceX moment, in conversation with PC Mag's Rob Pegararo, please welcome the co-founder of Recogni, Gil Backus, and CEO of 12 Labs, Jay Lee.
Good morning. We are not here to cure cancer. I'm sorry about that. We are here to discuss some interesting developments in AI. DeepSeek. I chose the title comparing them not to Sputnik but to SpaceX because they're not doing anything that's no one's done before, but they are doing it much cheaper and more efficiently. And that's interesting. Of course, in the US, DeepSeek is also getting a lot of attention because of fun things you can do. Pro tip, ask DeepSeek, did anything interesting happen historically in 1989? You should see it start to write an essay that begins with the fall of the Berlin Wall, and then erase the whole thing and say, let's talk about something else. But here we're going to discuss what they've done in terms of efficiency. And so let's start, what's your takeaway? What was their big, is it an innovation, or were they just smarter about engineering and forced by the constraints of their circumstances to be a little more efficient at it?
Should I start?
Gilles, you first.
Yeah. I think they engineered their way around their constraints that they had. I think there was a lot of innovation on the training side of it. However, it is 66% bigger than the previous biggest open source model that we've seen. So it is actually a very big model. And that means it has a high demand for memory in compute systems, which are a big cost driver. So on that end, I would say, I mean, it's overall definitely an innovative approach. But I think, it doesn't necessarily come at the low cost that initially it was offered at.
Jay.
Thanks for having me, Rob. Hey folks, I'm Jay, CEO of 12 Labs. My thoughts on DeepSeek is that in terms of efficiency, I think they've basically generally provided a new way of thinking and building these kind of models. In fact, the Chinese companies are forced to be a bit more efficient. So the way I think about it is some of the innovative engineering work that they've done, it's not like the US or the rest of the world researchers did not know. We knew, but the priority was different, right? So we've been getting this 10x, 100x improvements in model performance by leveraging newer chips, bigger models, better data, which got us to where we are in an incredible pace. They couldn't do that, so they started really implementing some of the findings that we've already known. But it's not to downplay what they've done isn't novel. I think there's novelty in actually executing what's known and doing it well. So I think DeepSeek is a clear example of taking the known ideas and really executing, and also maybe blowing it up a little bit, right? So that's how we view it at 12 Labs. But incredible engineering work.
So we should clarify by constraints, what I'm talking about is US sanctions on what kind of processors can be exported to China, with the idea being, well, they can't keep up with us in AI. may have been a bit of an own goal on my government's part to have done that. But let's talk about, yeah, when you have some sort of scarcity imposed upon you, whether it's artificial or political or economic, or just you're a startup and you don't have that much money, what kind of efficiency can result?
Totally. So for companies like 12 Labs, where we're a full stack AI research and product company building video foundation models for enterprises, right? So we build the type of models that allows you to understand petabytes worth of video content. And compute is a big deal for companies like ours. And we're fortunate to be working with companies like NVIDIA to get the latest chips, whereas the Chinese counterparts don't. And it's not just the U.S. caused, like our regulation caused the Chinese to adopt this new miraculous engineering work, but I think we just accelerated it a bit. But I think if you've been following the news out of China for the past couple of years, the whole owning the vertical stack of AI has always been in their national agenda, right? So I think this was inevitable, but we've just seen that happen maybe a few years earlier.
The sort of thing when everyone is working on the same area, no good idea gets confined to one place.
Totally. But I think what we can take from these guys is the incredible amount of focus, right? The entire country kind of going towards this shared vision. I think every country has different definition of AGI, but at least it seems like they have defined what they want to build in this space.
Maybe one comment I want to make about the limitations to which AI chips were allowed to be shipped to China. AI chips these days, also in the case for DeepSeek, they're basically made up of three important traits: compute, memory, and networking. And the initial limitations only focused on compute, but not on memory and networking. And so the chips, like the H20, I think it's called, that they got, it's actually not even that bad of a chip. It's actually pretty darn good still, because it still has, it even got a little bit better than the previous one that was still being allowed to be shipped unlimitedly. So I think what we could see with DeepSeek, right, where they parallelize even an inference over hundreds of chips, they're able to do that because these chips still are pretty good at networking, and it's a very big model, and again, these chips have pretty good memory. So these chips weren't even that limited, but I think now they're realizing that.
So one of the other areas where DeepSeek got a lot of attention out of the gate, when they appeared, this was a company on not on my radar screen, maybe on yours, 3 months ago, is how cheap they were offering their services. Now it seems that's gone up a bit. We were discussing backstage, what is their cost advantage, and is it actually a real cost advantage in the sense they can make money at what they're charging, or the kind of pricing you do to draw customers in a hurry?
Yeah, I think it's absolutely the latter. I've seen many analysis from really good outlets who have proven over the years that they're really good at analyzing these kind of things, like the total cost of ownership behind generating 1 million tokens or so. And I think it was roughly 20 cents per 1 million tokens that it was offered at initially. And if you now look at how other cloud providers or service providers are hosting it and at what price level, and they actually are forced to make a profit, which DeepSeek wasn't, they're offering it at more than 10 times that price. And that really then reflects the cost of running that model. So yeah, I think it was offered at a substantial loss initially to just capture market share. Fair enough, that's a tool that many companies use. They're not the only ones, certainly. Yeah.
And to add to that, I think we need to also distinguish or also understand what it takes to build this kind of models. It's not just a single training run that'll get you this amazing models. It's actually layered, right? There's multiple training runs, and even before you go into a training run, there's many experimental training runs, right? So I think we kind of get fixated on, they spent $5 million to train these models. That's like the end training run where they've kind of figured out most of the data-related challenges, engineering-related challenges, as well as model architecture-related challenges. So, if you consider the years that they've spent and the engineering team that they've amassed, I think we are drastically underestimating how much resources that they actually spent.
So let's discuss that, and then we can move on to your own company, since we're not only here to talk about this company. I don't think they're on the show floor here, are they? No. There's been a lot of attention to how they train their model. Instead of having a lot of data scraped off the web in one way or another, a lot of it is synthetic data. Are there lessons to be drawn from that?
Yeah, so I can speak about synthetic data and just data in general, right? So I think it's a speculation, but DeepSeek model is known to have used other proprietary models' output as input data.
OpenAI was complaining about that, which is kind of funny given how people complain about OpenAI scraping from the public web.
So this is a classic example of model distillation, right? So learning from really powerful models, but when it comes to actual market adoption, right? The kind of enterprise customers that 12 Labs work with care deeply about where these training data actually come from to train our models. So if your objective is to build the cutting edge model and really don't think about data privacy, governance, it's a one way to do it. And I don't think they certainly care deeply about where their data comes from, as long as they can produce really, really good models, which is cool to see. But I think a lot of other AI startups or frontier labs that's providing these models, they have to think deeply about data acquisition. Second, I think what we've learned from DeepSeek is that synthetic data can be very, very effective when it comes to training these large models. But you have to be very careful and also plan from the beginning of the training stage, right? Because there are a couple models like the Quinn models or DeepSeek that's coming out of China seems to be very robust when it comes to adding more synthetic data. But there are type of models like Llama type of models are very brittle when it comes to leveraging synthetic data. It breaks model performance. So there's definitely that learning of planning early when integrating synthetic data into your model training.
Jill?
About training data? Yeah. So we're an inference company. I don't have too much expertise in training models. I would agree to what Jay said. Yeah, it's impressive to see recently what's been happening with synthetic data. Yeah.
So in fact, so glad you mentioned inference. Let's talk about what you all are doing to try to solve this problem. You have got an inference reasoning system. Walk us through that.
Right, so yeah, we're an AI chip company and we focus on inference, so executing models that had already been trained, but doing that at scale and more efficiently at lower cost. Yeah, we have a bunch of innovations that we've thrown together, and I think our biggest innovative driver that brings down energy consumption, which is also a really important thing on multiple levels, is that we have this thing we call Pareto. That's the name we gave to it. It's a new number system for AI. So basically the way we do math is a bit differently. Yeah, math is essentially what AI models are. They're giant formulas. And we found a way to eliminate costly multiplications from the hardware by operating in a different mathematical space. I'll leave it at that. I won't go into details, but yeah, it brings down energy consumption by a pretty big factor. Yep.
Yeah.
Jay.
So we could leverage something like Recogni for more efficient inference. So for 12 Labs, we take the model and the engineering approach in terms of efficiency, right? So 12 Labs builds cutting-edge video understanding models. What does that mean? Our models are incredibly good at finding you a specific moment out of petabytes worth of archive that you've indexed with us, or implement really powerful video chat or video RAG or video agent type of workflows. Now, video is about a couple million times bigger than just text and images, right? So for 12 Labs, I guess our superpower is being incredibly focused on video understanding. So most of our customers that come from media entertainment, sports, ads, or even defense, they really don't care about our models being able to do like crazy math problems, right? What they care about is, if I prompt something, will your model be able to find that specific scene out of millions of hours of content that we have, right? Which means there are a set of video understanding capabilities that we focus on, and we build all of our video inference to data acquisition to models from customers. So, we'll definitely be able to contribute to like this whole AGI story, but we are definitely focused on this niche market of video understanding, and our customers appreciate the focus as well as the added benefit of state-of-the-art performance as well as super low cost.
So both of your companies, it strikes me your approach is not the traditional computing tactic of throw more processing power at the problem, but also people have been suggesting that we may be seeing a little plateauing of innovation on that. There's only so much. You can't assume that you're going to get, Moore's law may not hold true. Are we reaching that point in AI processing hardware development?
So I would maybe put it in slightly different words. We as an AI infrastructure, AI inference compute company, we have to make sure that whatever new things people come up with over the next years, we can cater to that and we can run these models, right? Otherwise, definitely doing something wrong. And we still do see a trend, even with DeepSeek, that models are getting bigger and bigger. Maybe DeepSeek was a bit of a dip down in terms of how much compute per user you have to assign, but I think it's, again, going to go up overall. What we try to do is we try to innovate on a very workload agnostic level, like math, which then gives us a benefit that translates to any kind of model. And then we're, again, agnostic also to, do you want to run a big model, a very small model? Do you want to run a model over 100 chips or just 2 chips or 1 chip? So that's what we're trying to do. So I would say overall, definitely things are becoming still bigger and bigger. Yeah.
Yeah, I also think that, I think it's progressing in a parallel manner, right? So like we're building these supercompute clusters, incredibly challenging to build, but like we're figuring it out. But I think, with DeepSeek, companies are starting to think about, oh, where are the pockets? We'll definitely leverage the 10x, 100x gains from the superclusters that we build, this amazing chips that's coming out. But we will also take a look at the 2x, 3x, 5x pockets of efficiency gains on the software engineering side of things, and also improving model architecture. So I think overall, we're going to see an incredible pace of innovation throughout 2025, where we are leveraging both supercompute as well as really smart engineering all at the same time.
We did discuss electrical consumption, which is very much a local issue to me. I'm from Northern Virginia, the data center capital of the world. And our state legislature, the research office, did a study at the end of last year, which said at the current rate of data center build out, electrical consumption will double in my state by, I think, 2030 or 2035, which we're not building power plants that fast. Is this level of innovation sufficient to sort of bend that curve? So I'm not paying twice as much for the electricity for my house, which I would like to avoid doing.
So, I could talk about our tech a little bit. We are definitely bringing down power consumption compared to other state-of-the-art devices. I'll try to quantify it even by maybe a factor of 3x, 4x, right, compared to the best other stuff out there. So, maybe that would solve your state's problem to a good extent. However, on the other side, I also do see so many things that we still didn't unlock in terms of AI adoption of the human species that I think it's going to be completely compensated by the innovations. And I think people are going to come up with new applications, new models as a function of the available infrastructure and hardware, right? They will just follow it as much as they can, as fast as they can. And infrastructure will always just pick up. And I think it's going to be forced to keep a balance, of course.
Yeah, I think especially at the pace at which we are going, and also this thing called test time compute or inference compute, where now we're dealing with thinking tokens, right? So, we make these models think longer, which means more power, more compute. So we think that whole kind of trend is going to continue. And at least for companies like Recording and 12 Labs is, can we, okay, like we fully embrace that trend, but can we make it more efficient so that we can think more with less energy? But at this pace, we are going to have to seriously think about building nuclear power plants, and we've been seeing a lot of progress in, small modular reactors that's
I feel
being
like I
built.
have to say inshallah about predictions of cheaper nuclear power. We need it, but
Right.
we're not getting it yet.
So, and this takes, meticulous planning and, almost like countrywide or global alignment on how we think about power for AI.
So I think if any of you are working on nuclear power in the audience, good luck, you have your assignment. Last words, what's next for your companies?
Yeah, we're in execution mode, launching our current product generation, going into production not too far from today. And yeah, so we're mostly an engineering shop, heads down, focused on execution and get the best product out there for the people. Not forgetting about any of the important dimensions. Software is something we didn't talk about, but also really important for any AI chip company. Yeah.
All right, take us out of here.
12 Labs builds world's most powerful video understanding infrastructure. So if you're dealing with petabytes worth of video content, come find us, come talk to me. And
All right, yeah, we'll be around. Thank you for your attention. Thank you for your insights. Shukran.
I want to know, where does everybody get your news from? How many people get it from X, Twitter? You read your Twitter news? Yeah, some people. Apple News, Google News, Facebook. I get a lot of various WhatsApp groups and posting news, so I get that. And also I love Threads. I think that's a really great platform right now. But it seems like everyone has a different answer to that these days. Long gone are the days where everyone's watching the same broadcasts or reading the same publications. What's next for the media landscape? Further fragmentation or consolidation? We've enlisted some veterans of the industry to ask. So talking with Editor-in-Chief of Rest of World, Anup Kapla, about the media landscape in 2025 and beyond, please welcome the CEO of The Independent, Christian Broughton, Editor-in-Chief of Vox, Swati Sharma, and Jennifer Cunningham, Editor-in-Chief at Newsweek.
Good morning, everybody. Final day of Web Summit. Thanks for being here. I have 17 minutes and 52 seconds to have our esteemed panelists talk about the future of news media. And I was talking to all three of them earlier. We have an interesting mix here. We have Newsweek, which is almost 90 years old. The Independent, about 40 years old, and Vox, a little over 10 years old. But all of you have something in common, that throughout your existence, long or short, you've had to rethink and evolve for your audiences. And all of you have also been very optimistic about news media, about your publications. You're doing well. So maybe I can start with a question for all of you. What does it take to survive, and what does it take to thrive? Chris, we'll start with you.
I think a relentless enjoyment of change is a good thing to have in media for the past few years, and that's not going to go away. There are certain things that I think you have to drop anchor with and absolutely stay attached to for your whole duration. So for us, that's the values of what independent journalism really means. So we are dogma-free. We don't do slavish opinions. We don't stick to one side of a debate. We go out there and we report as the journalists independently see the situation. So that will be there forever and is more important than ever now with the amount of media partisanship that we see across the world. But the rest you've got to go with what your audience wants. So it becomes an obsessive mission to serve your audience. Since we got out of print in 2016 and went fully digital, and it made us more agile than we'd ever been before, we've got a bunch of things that we can get into. But it's, I think, having that constant agility to evolve and serve your audience in the way they want their trusted, truthful, truly independent news. Innovation, innovation, innovation.
Yes. Swati?
Yeah, I guess I'll point out 3 different things. So one, I totally agree that audience-first mentality is necessary, and it's always been necessary, but I think today it can't be, you can't just have an audience editor on the side thinking about who you're creating journalism for. It has to be a core part of what you're doing. And I think you get that in part by knowing exactly who you are and what you're doing and who you're serving. So for Vox, we're a multi-platform company. We have podcasts, we have video, we have text. But our central goal is that for those who are curious, confused, overwhelmed, Vox is here. We're here to take you on a journey. We're here to give you that understanding that so many people crave. And we do it in an approachable way that empowers the audience member. And that distinction matters no matter what your brand is. That's one. The second thing I'll say is, as you mentioned audience, the business model and the journalism do have to work together. For so long, editors-in-chiefs don't think about maybe what the business model is. I'm the editor-in-chief and publisher, so maybe this is my own bias, but I do really believe that connection really matters, and that matters in terms of product, it matters in terms of who the audience is, but that connection matters. And the third thing I'll say is, as you were saying, I totally agree that you have to be such a fan of change in this moment, but you also need a spine. You really have to be able to take risks, you have to experiment, you have to be able to venture in new platforms and in new areas. You have to really be willing to contend with new and out there and take a stand. So I think those are 3 things that I think are necessary to succeed today.
Jennifer, you guys have built an impressive, huge audience. How are you guys thinking about thriving and surviving?
I'm going to keep it really simple. I think it really comes down to trust, to building trust, to maintaining trust with the audience. That is really at the core. There was a survey that came out late last year that only 36% of Americans trusted the news media. They have more trust, our audience, in Congress than they do in the Fourth Estate, and that's down from 70%, over 70% 50 years ago. So as legacy media, as startup media, as digital media, we have a long way to go in terms of rebuilding trust with the audience, because you can have the best stories, you can have the most impactful journalism, but if you don't have trust with your audience first and foremost, all of that goes to the wayside, because the audience needs to trust you in order for them to read your content and engage with you.
Yeah. I want to talk about Trump and the moment in this news cycle, obviously. All of your publications cover politics. You're also focused on covering the United States. And for the foreseeable future, there is going to be tremendous news and tremendous appetite for news about the US and particularly the Trump White House, right? So to what degree do you think you have to undo what you've already built in terms of the news gathering operation, from an audience standpoint, from your output standpoint, to ensure that your journalism feels more urgent and on demand? Swati, maybe you can take.
Yeah, I think about this all the time, and I'm based in DC, so I really think about it all the time. I will say, I think right now, I totally agree with the fact that trust is a big hurdle that we have to win people back. And what I think a lot about is, okay, trust is down, and what does that really mean? So one, it's that, of course, all the reasons we know trust is down with misinformation spreading and tribalism and partisanship. But also, it's like news can feel overwhelming and depressing. And also, sometimes to read some publications, you have to read 5 articles first to even understand the first breaking news story. And Vox, I really want Vox, and I believe Vox is an antidote to a lot of that. That Vox is here to, we give solutions. We, of course, don't sugarcoat things, but we really try to make people empowered with the information we're giving them to really understand what's happening in the world. And that mission is just so relevant right now, because there is, whatever side you're on, there's the undeniable fact that there is a lot of news, there's a lot of information, there's a lot of chaos. And what we do is, in this moment when people are paying attention, and people are paying attention right now, they want information, and maybe they'll get it. Where they get it changes. You know, throughout this conference, I've heard meet the audience where they are. They're out there, maybe they're on different platforms, but that information does need to be created. And I believe that that's our role, and that's what we can do, is really create that accessible, approachable journalism and get it to people who want that clarity. And if Vox has a North Star, it is clarity. And in this moment, that's what people need.
Yeah. Christian, you guys obviously are an international media covering the US. You have built a huge audience in the US. You've covered Trump 1.0. How are you thinking about this moment?
Yeah, well, we have the independent US has had rocketing readership over the past year. Throughout 2024, we more than doubled our engagement, and our audience was 50% up. We're now just behind in terms of reach on ComScore, we're just behind the Washington Post. So it is a big part of what we do. The point I would make about trust in a time of Trump is that the specific identity of the journalist becomes really important. People want a human connection. If I trust you as a human being. That's how the rest of my life works. And then I think a very legacy way of thinking about media is that you then have news brands that you heavily trust. Now, we're fortunate we've got a brand called The Independent. It's a wonderful title to have, and it's a wonderful set of values to have right now. But I think a lot of the legacy news platforms have taken sides, both in the US and in the UK and elsewhere. And I think that's put the trust back to the specific journalist. So we're talking about talent-led media here. We're talking about whether it's sufficient to just say, well, I get my politics news from the New York Times, wherever, or whether you want that individual. Now that lends itself, that way of thinking lends itself very much to that kind of full engagement model of news that we are leaning heavily into. So as you just mentioned, it's the power of joining up your podcasting, your video series that you may have on YouTube, your newsletter that you get. So if you want, and The Independent, we feel that we're uniquely positioned to do this because it is about independent journalists, independent people's opinions is our journalism. And so if you like that individual reporter now, you can get their email, their podcast, their video series. You can really wrap your audience around that engagement around that audience.
Yeah, and Jennifer, earlier when we were talking backstage, you talked about how you guys have found a lot of success around contextualizing Trump's character, right? That's been a huge success. It's resonating with the audience. Can you talk a little bit about how you approach covering the current moment?
So, there's the saying that content is king, but I think for 2025 and beyond, especially in the context of covering the Trump administration, context is king. There has just been a glut of news around this administration. I've been in the news business for over 20 years, and even I'm every hour kind of going like this because there's just so much news. And I think it's really important that we're not spreading ourselves too thin, that we're picking our spots, but more than that, we're taking the second day story in the second hour. Trump says something, there's a reaction. We're doing a story about what it means to our readers. How is it going to affect their bottom line? How is it going to affect their family, their children, their job, their pocketbook? And I think that's sort of the key, is contextualizing, what it means to our audience very much in real time.
Since this panel is about consumers, the two things that I constantly think about these days is news fatigue and readership trust. And I run a very small newsroom, so I don't have to kind of like grapple with that on a day-to-day basis because we cover the impact of technology. But I'm curious to hear how all of you kind of like tackle that in your newsrooms. Swati, maybe you can take a step.
Yeah, we do a lot of things. So one, we launched a newsletter that I'm very proud of right after inauguration, which is called The Log Off. And every day, you get 200 to 300 word summary of the biggest, most important thing Trump did that day, and then you log off. There's like a moment of zen at the end of each newsletter, and that I can't tell you how popular it's been. The click-through rate of that newsletter is just is huge, and the reason is because that's the kind of information people want. People want to be informed, but they want it in the most approachable way possible. Another thing we do is on Today Explained, our daily news podcast. We, when we're covering something that can be tough or maybe depressing, we play uplifting music. It's things like that that really overcome that feeling of things are heavy, things are hard to understand. And those are I can go on and on about all the things that we have, but we were founded on explainers, and that is still the essence of what we do.
Yeah. Christian, obviously, you guys cover the whole world. There's a lot of news happening. There's all sorts of stuff. Like, what do you tell your editors and your reporters?
So, yeah, two trends that we're definitely riding hard this year. One is to be more human, as I explained, that whole thing of actually having the journalist center stage. The other is to leverage AI tools like we've never done before. So we've had a 1.5-year long partnership with Google Gemini, created a whole raft of newsroom tools. Now, out of that work, why are we doing that? Because actually it can be overwhelming now to audiences and also to journalists. There's a lot of news out there, and a lot of it is very important. So to get across it all, we need new tools. Now, from that new tool set, we're launching next month a new news brand. So under the umbrella of The Independent, a new news brand, which is designed to give news quickly, succinctly. And I think it's at the same point you're talking about with the log off. You want to know that you're across it and you're done. You don't want this feeling, this overwhelming feeling that you constantly have to read 2,000 word articles times 100 a day in order to stay on top of all the news that's going on in the world. So brevity, there's a lot more news. People don't have a lot more time. They have less time, but more news to get across. So I think having, whereas previously trusted, truthful, quality news implied long reads, I think there's actually a great appetite for trusted, high quality, truly independent news that just gives it to you in the amount of time that you've got available. So a kind of news digest approach.
Yeah, Christian, on AI, in the US, even now, there's a lot of debate within newsrooms on should you use AI, not use AI, should you build partnerships with AI companies or not do that? How did you get your team on board? Like, how did you get the newsroom on board, most importantly?
Yeah, well, imagine a newsroom in 10 years' time and show me what it looks like without using AI. Do we really think that's a credible option, that you're just going to kind of shut the modern world out? And it's like the newsroom, or some newsrooms were very slow to adopt to social media or whatever other disruption you want to give. Oh, it's going to be the end of all journalism. It's going to destroy everything. Well, we're still here, and I think the industry is still doing a great job. So I don't believe in that kind of doom and gloom. I do believe that you have to we wanted to evolve our own tools from our journalists, solving real problems that they truly have. And we trust our journalists to know how to use that. So if the journalists don't engage, someone else is going to create that tool set. Yeah. And we might not like what we get at the end of it. So that's why we didn't just want to kind of buy one of the options that's off the shelf. We wanted to develop it ourselves. So it's very much human in the loop. Everything's signed off by humans. And the tools have been created by our journalists, working in partnership with our developers and with Google.
Yeah. Jennifer, you told me yesterday you guys have embraced using AI in the newsroom. Can you talk a little bit about it?
Absolutely. I really feel like I'm an AI evangelist, and Newsweek was among the pioneers in creating ethical, transparent frameworks for integrating artificial intelligence into the newsroom. We're using AI for things like social media management, video content production, research, things like simple editing. We're trying to free up our reporters to do more journalism, to be on the phone, to be in the field, to be taking videos. So they're not sort of tied down to the more administrative tasks that AI can do. We really want to play into reporters' strengths and help them become masters of their craft and masters of their beats. And AI is really helping us go faster. It's helping us optimize our newsroom and really helping us to continue to deliver impactful journalism. And I know that there is a sentiment that AI may be taking people's jobs, or it's bots writing stories. Our approach to AI in the newsroom is very much human-led and AI-assisted. And Newsweek is hiring at a time when some other shops are not and are laying off people. So I think it goes to show you that AI is actually an adoption of AI in an ethical way, in a transparent way, is very much a boon to journalism and something that's going to help journalists do their work better.
Okay. Final 30 seconds. You've all expressed enormous optimism about the business, but also your publications are doing well. Do you want to share one thing that gives you hope about the news media, the publication business? Jennifer?
Yeah, I'm really hopeful for the next generation of journalists. I think we've got some tremendous journalists from across mediums coming up, and they're in my newsroom. I'm sure they're in your newsrooms, and I'm really excited to see what they do next.
Swati?
Yeah, I think people are paying attention. People want information, and I sometimes think there's fear about what is media today. TikTok's there, they're getting information elsewhere. People want information, and as long as that's happening, I think that's really good for our world.
Great answer. Christian?
Yeah, I mean, as the world gets more and more complicated, then there's always going to be a role for journalism, but I just want to highlight that I think there's a change in the industry where more news brands are now willing to work together. It's less of a feudal marketplace there. So we do a lot of publisher partnerships where, yeah, we've developed a whole load of tools. Other people can benefit from those too. So we're working increasingly with like an advisory service and actually operational service for other companies that are struggling more to cope with the demands of change in digital.
Great. Well, that's all the time we have. Thank you so much for your time.
Thank you.
Thank you for being here.
Right. Have you ever wondered what motivates people to care about a brand or show loyalty to a company? Surprising new data shows that people use the same brain circuitry to relate to brands as they do to one another. Our next talk will translate cutting-edge neuroscience into everyday examples to illuminate customer motivations, emotions, and decision-making. To unpack all of this for us, please welcome Stanford neuroscientist and best-selling author, Dr. David Eagleman.
Great to see you guys. Here's what I'm going to talk about today. I'm going to talk about how our brains make decisions, and if any of you are running companies, this will tell you a bit about how your customers are also making decisions. So let's start at the beginning here, which is that inside your head, we found the most complex device that we have found anywhere in the universe. So this consists of about 86 billion specialized cells called neurons, each of which is as complicated as the city of Doha. And each is connected to about 10,000 of its neighbors. So you've got something like 200 trillion connections in there. It's a massively complex system, but the surprise is that this machinery of you is essentially running under the hood. You don't have access to or awareness of most of what is going on there. So for example, if I lift a cup of water to my mouth, I don't know how I do it. All I know is whether I get it to my mouth or not, because what's actually happening under here is this huge lightning storm of activity, but I don't have access to that. And this is the same with everything in your life, whether you are, driving a car, or understanding a joke, or falling in love, or recognizing a friend's face. It's all happening at this level, and you don't have access to what's going on there. So the conscious mind, the part of you that flickers to life when you wake up in the morning, that's actually the smallest bit of what's happening in your brain. It's like a broom closet in the mansion of the brain. And most of what's going on there is unconscious. You don't have any idea what's happening. So think about when you have an idea and you say, oh, I just thought of something. Well, it wasn't exactly you, right? Your brain's been working on that behind the scenes for hours or days, consolidating information, trying things out. Eventually, it serves something up to your consciousness, and you say, oh, I'm a genius, but it wasn't exactly you. So, as Carl Jung, the great psychologist, said, in each of us, there is another whom we do not know. Or as Pink Floyd put it, there's someone in my head, but it's not me. So I'll just give you a quick example of this. Years ago, there was a psychology study where men were asked to look at photographs and rate the attractiveness of the woman's face from a scale from 1 to 10. And so the men just went through and rated these faces. What they didn't know is that in half the photographs, the eyes had been dilated, so they were a little bigger, the pupils. And it turns out that uniformly, the men rated the women with dilated eyes as being more attractive. Now, the interesting part is that none of the men noticed that. None of them said, oh, I see that her pupil is 2 millimeters larger than her pupil. And presumably, none of the men knew that dilated eyes is a biological sign that the woman is attracted to them. But their brains knew it. And so they were running these deeply carved evolutionary programs without any conscious awareness of what's going on. And there are hundreds and hundreds of studies that demonstrate this kind of thing, not only what you're attracted to, but the kinds of choices you make in life, the kind of career you choose. There's all these strong pulls of the unconscious brain on your choices that you might not even be aware of. So the point is there's this huge gap between the little bit of information that your conscious mind knows and what the rest of your brain is up to. Now, the part I'm going to zoom in on today is about how we make decisions without often knowing what we're doing. And the interesting part is when companies put out surveys and they ask customers, how did you choose this over that? It turns out the customer doesn't know either. And so they'll answer, but what is hidden is all the stuff that they can't access. So we don't often know why we make the choices that we do. So how many people have heard of behavioral economics or neuroeconomics? Okay, great. So for anyone who hasn't, the idea is that in classical economics, it's very easy to make decisions. So for example, you've got this, Homo economicus who's rational, maximizes gain, minimizes loss, delays gratification, is objective, unswayed by feeling, and behaves consistently. But in real life, things are more complicated than this. So if I offer you 3 drinks for 4 real or 4 drinks for 6 real, that's an easy decision for Homo economicus. But if now I brand these things, then for Homo sapiens, that becomes a tougher decision. And so when we look at Homo sapiens, we really care. We're irrational. We care about immediate gratification. We ignore consequences. We're swayed by emotion. We behave inconsistently. We're confused by risk and influenced by branding. This is how real humans actually operate. It's very different from Homo economicus. And that's what gave rise to this whole field of behavioral economics or neuroeconomics. So let's start at the beginning, which is you as an individual. You think of yourself as not dividable up into different things, but in fact, you are made up of many different drives, all of whom are wanting different things. So the way that I propose this in one of my books, Incognito, to think about the brain as like a neural parliament where you've got all these different political parties that are all voting in different ways, and whoever is winning at any given moment, that's what drives the ship of state. But the point is, you're not just one thing, you're multiple things. For example, let's say I put some warm chocolate chip cookies in front of you. Part of your brain wants to eat that. It's a good energy source. Part of your brain says, don't eat it, it'll make you fat. Part of your brain says, okay, I'll eat it, but I'll go to the gym tonight, and so on. You can argue with yourself. You can curse at yourself. You can cajole yourself. You can make contracts with yourself. Who is talking with whom here? It's all you, but it's different parts of you. And this is what makes humans so nuanced and complicated. So in my field, in neuroscience, we can put people in the brain scanner and try to understand what is happening when they're making decisions. And what we've learned over the past couple of decades is that we can pull out these different networks going on. So I'm just going to summarize lots of data to give you a quick sense of this, which is when you're trying to make a choice between two things like Coke and Pepsi, part of your brain, certain networks care about the valuation, they care about the price point. Other networks care about the predicted emotional experience. Is this going to be good or bad? Other parts of your brain care about the social context, as in, what do my friends think about this? Okay? And when you think about what's happening under the hood there, it's kind of like the Three Stooges, where all these networks are fighting it out. So what I'm going to do is tell you in 3 short chapters about these 3 networks and some of the surprises there. So I'll just start with this one about how much is something worth. It turns out this is very complicated and interesting. So let's imagine that you're in the market for some particular set of Bluetooth headphones, and you find it for 29 real, being sold right across here. And right when you're about to buy it, I call you and I say, hey, I'm 10 blocks away. I just found those headphones you're looking for, and I found them for 19 real. So how many of you are going to drive 10 blocks to buy it for 19 real instead of the 29? Okay. So now let's say you're in the market for a phone, and you find it here for 567 real, and I call you from 10 blocks away and I say, hey, I found it for 557, and I'm 10 blocks away. How many of you are going to make the drive to save that? Okay. The thing I want you to notice is it's the exact same decision here, which is 10 real worth the 10 blocks or not? But when you do these experiments, it turns out that people generally will make the drive for the cheaper thing and they won't make it for the more expensive thing, even though it's the same thing. Okay, well, why is that? Well, it turns out context matters. I'll give you another quick example of this, which is, let's say I offer you 3 apples or a CD case shaped like a cheeseburger. So who's going to take the 3 apples? Who's going to take the CD case shaped like a cheeseburger? Okay, it's kind of hard, right? Let's say I offer you a keyboard made out of chocolate or a candlestick with an integrated matchstick holder. So who's going to take the keyboard made of chocolate? Who's going to take the candle? Okay, it's kind of a hard decision, right? Why is it hard? It's because the brain has to convert these to a common currency in order to decide the valuation here. And there's no obvious way to convert these into this common currency. Because, as I said a moment ago, we don't know what we want until we see it in context. So let me just give you an example of that. Some years ago, there was a store in America that started marketing a homebred bakery, and they charged $275 for it, and it was a failure. Nobody was buying it. And so they consulted with some economists who said, okay, look, here's what you should do. Put another homebred bakery on the shelves next to it and charge more, let's say $370. And all of a sudden, it started selling. The first one started selling. Why? It's because at first people didn't know. They thought, homebred bakery, do I need it? How much should it cost? I don't know. But then you put the second one there and they think, oh, it seems like a good deal compared to the other one. You gave them context and then people started buying it. So in general, everything in our brains sits next to other things in the network, and that's how we have context for how much something is to be valued. What's interesting is that people have found that you can unanchor something if you want to give it a different valuation. So an example of that is that a cup of coffee, we're all used to, thinking about a cup of coffee being 50 cents or something. But when Howard Schultz started Starbucks, he didn't want to charge 50 cents for the coffee, so he changed the context. He made it like a European cafe with paintings on the wall and biscottis and French presses for sale. And he changed the names small, medium, and large to tall and grande and venti. And so he changed the context so that he could charge more for the coffee. I recently saw this billboard said $4 is dumb. And what's interesting about this is that Homo economicus agrees with this, but Homo sapiens just doesn't care. Okay, so there's a whole field of study about valuation and how much something is worth, and it's a really interesting area. That's one network. But I want to quickly move on to the second network, which is about the importance of emotions. Typically, people have thought about the brain as being a rational decision-making system, but it's not. A lot of our lives are lavishly painted with emotion. Just as one example, if you're in a foul-smelling room, you'll make harsher moral decisions. So our cognition is always influenced by our emotions. I'll give you, how many people have heard of the trolley dilemma? A few people, okay, great, I'll tell you. So here's the dilemma. You're the person on the side, you see a trolley racing down the track, and you see there are 5 people who are gonna get killed by the trolley. But you notice that there's a second track where only one person is tied there, and you're next to a lever, and you can choose to pull the lever, and then the trolley will go on the other track so that only one person is killed instead of 5. So who's gonna pull the lever? Okay, is anyone gonna not pull the lever? Okay, I'm not gonna ask why you're not gonna, okay, fine. But, okay, so that's the trolley dilemma. Most people will pull the lever so that only one person gets killed instead of 5 people. Now, there's a second version of this, which is that same thing, the trolley's going down the track, you're gonna get these five people are gonna get killed. But this time, you're on a footbridge over the track, and you realize there's a man standing in front of you who's overweight, and you realize that if you push him over the bridge, his weight will be sufficient to stop the trolley and save the 5 people. So who's gonna push the man over the bridge? Okay, who's not gonna push the man over the bridge? Okay. So what we see here is a preference reversal. Most people won't push the man over the bridge, but they will pull the lever. But the thing is, it's the same problem. I'm asking, will you trade 1 life for 5 lives? In the first case, most people will. And in the second case, most people will not. Why? The only difference is that in the second case, these emotional networks come online, and then that changes your decision making. And by the way, even the ancient Greeks had noticed this kind of thing, and they said, life is as though you are a charioteer, and you've got the horse of reason and the horse of passion, and they're always pulling you in different directions, and your job is to stay down the middle of the road, but you always have to deal with these competing things. Now, what's interesting, I was walking around some of these booths, when you're trying to appeal to these emotional networks, the language of this part of the brain, all this stuff here, like integrated offerings, a comprehensive solution, your brain doesn't care about that stuff at all. This region of the brain cares about, are you man enough to eat this burger, or don't hate me because I'm beautiful. It cares about the emotional experience. Okay, now I want to quickly tell you about the third one. I've told you about these first 2. The third one has to do with social context. So the brain has traditionally been studied in isolation, like, oh, here's how vision works or hearing works or whatever. But it turns out a lot of the circuitry of the brain has to do with other brains. We really care about trust and integrity and reputation of other people. We have a lot of our brain devoted to that stuff. It turns out that the same circuits that we use to understand this about other people is the same circuitry that we use to think about companies. Why? Because companies are very new. We don't have the chance to evolve new circuitry to think about companies, so we use that same sort of circuitry. I'll give you an example of this. Some years ago, Nike tied themselves to Tiger Woods. He was representing them. And then news hit that Tiger Woods was having an affair on his wife. And what happened is, I happened to be watching Twitter that morning, and what happened is the stock went down, and then it went down for the next 6 months for Nike, which had nothing to do with Tiger Woods and his, infidelity with his wife, but it's because the reputation was tied to Nike, they took the hit for that. And this is true for companies all the time. Many years ago, I asked some students, I said, hey, which of these companies would you rather work for? And they said, oh, British Petroleum. And I said, why? And they said, oh, because it's a green company. And I said, no, it's not. It's a petroleum company just like the rest. But they wanted to work there. And then in 2010, there was the Gulf oil spill. And suddenly, nobody wanted to work for them because it was persona non grata now. And by the way, the very recent example of this sort of thing is with Tesla cars. I don't know if it's the same here, but in America, Tesla cars has always been the golden child of the left wing. And then suddenly, because Elon Musk has been doing all kinds of crazy things, now the left wing doesn't want to drive Tesla, and it's a very fast shift. So all these things about personality and trust and integrity and reputation matters a lot. And because of the internet now, this stuff travels really fast. A short example is this guy had his guitar broken on a United Airlines flight, and United wouldn't help him out. And so he wrote this song on YouTube called United Breaks Guitars, and it ended up costing United Airlines $180 million. Why? It's just because this issue of reputation and trust. So in traditional economics, interactions with customers are short-term market exchanges, but really with neuroeconomics, customers have memory and opinion. And the last thing I'll say about the social aspect is that we really care what our friends like. So if I ask you, would you buy this mouse for $76? Maybe you would, maybe you wouldn't. But if I tell you, hey, 4 of your friends like this, then your brain cares about that sort of thing. Okay, so to summarize this quickly, people's brains are wired to understand companies exactly the same way that they understand people. And so altogether, when we're looking at decision making, you've got these axes and more that are all contributing to how you make decisions. And these systems are always battling it out underneath the surface. So the Greeks had the admonition to know thyself, but really nowadays with modern neuroscience, this becomes know thyself because you have many different things going on under the hood. So thank you very much for your attention. Appreciate it.
Oh, that was fast. All right. The MENA region's shift from oil dependency to high-tech entrepreneurship is reshaping its economic landscape. While challenges persist, the region's growing startup ecosystem and evolving investment climate present promising opportunities for innovation and growth. To discuss all of this and MENA's economic renaissance, with Gulf editor of Semaphore, Mohammed Sergi, please welcome founder of mumsworld.com, Mona Ateya, and founder and CEO of Aleph Capital, Huda Al-Lawadi.
All right. Well, welcome to this special panel on the last day of Web Summit. And I want to kick off with you, Muna. We were speaking backstage about the evolution of startups and financing in the region, and you've really kind of lived those stages with Mum's World and with Bait. So could you kind of walk us through what we've been through?
Sure. So the region has undergone, I would say, incredible transformation and disruption in the capital market. So when we started Bait.com, this was in 2000. This was at the time when Dubai had established Dubai Internet City. We were the first kind of digital entrepreneurs in the region. There was no capital for startups at the time. Luckily, Bait was profitable from year one, so we didn't really need any capital. Fast forward to 2011, when I launched Mum's World. So in 2011, the VC funding, for all intents and purposes, didn't really exist. There was a little bit of angel investors, what we called at the time the friends, families, and fools, the ones who opportunistically invested in businesses. And then there were the advanced, later stage private equity who really didn't care about digital, and they were investing primarily in growth companies or international companies. So this A, B, and C round was a black hole. So that was 2011 to 2012. Now what happened in kind of 2013 to 2015, that's when the region saw around $100 million a year invested in digital startups. We had the likes of Souk.com that had been around for about 10 years. They raised $75 million, which at the time was unheard of. You had Kareem that got a $10 million Series A round. So that kind of kick-started the momentum. Progressive markets like Dubai had the Smart City initiative that they were driving, so that also pushed things forward. Next comes the kind of 2015 to 2017 year, and this was kind of the push of the VC ecosystem. So what happened between 2015 and 2017 is you had the Souk exit to Amazon. Amazon acquired Souk for $560 million, and that created a big stir in the region. And you had Kareem raise $200 million at a $1 billion valuation. Now, for the region, this was the first big tech unicorn. And so you have an exit on one side, you have a unicorn announcing their raise on the other side. Everybody was now excited. Then Saudi announced their Vision 2030, and that's when you saw an influx of kind of Series A and Series B investors coming into the market with government support on one side, incubators and accelerators on the other side, and more appetite for digital risk because of the success stories. Again, you know, every couple of years we saw a transition with these type of exits. We had Tabby and Tabby come in with also their unicorn valuation, which also stirred interest. Where we are today is we are kind of tapping on record numbers of VC investments across all stages, from A all the way to growth capital. You have international VCs, the likes of Tiger, Sequoia, General Atlantic, all putting in money in the region. You have government funds also investing in the region. And you have big stories. Just a couple of weeks ago, Tabby announced a $3.3 billion valuation. So, you know, not only have we come to a stage where we're getting to the unicorn status and funding to support that, but we have startups that are looking at the decacorn stages as well. So in 10 years, we moved from $100 million in annual funding to today being around $6 billion. So that's a 60x growth in capital deployment.
So a very positive kind of evolution and trajectory. But from your side, Huda, you've seen some of these sheets coming your way.
I have to say it's very rare for me, given I've kind of aged in the investment world here, to be on a panel where we've kind of lived this together, because a lot of the VC world is new. A lot of people are new in this market. So this is lovely. I'll start with the anecdotes relating back to what Muna was saying. I moved to the UAE in 2004 because I wanted to move, and I was looking for different things. One of the job offers I had was Bait. So that was my first interaction. I ended up working for another early startup, which was Zawiya, and it ended up being acquired by Thomson Reuters. Then around the time that when I was raising her funding, she came to see us at Abraj, where we were one of the few investors. We were private equity, not venture. But she came to see us, and I was so confused by this business plan that I was looking at, which had, you know, negative after negative cash flows. And I'm like, what is this? Why are you even presenting this to me? And it was because in this region, we didn't have that experience and that VC funding. And you know, when I was saying, well, this is, you know, more of a tech startup, and they have you have a long investment period, and you know, wasn't something that fit our mandate, but that was at the time that they were raising their early funding. in 2015, we as a company at the time took the view that we need to start looking at the space, and I led a round into Kareem, which was the Series B into Kareem. This was a very interesting point because as we were finalizing the deal, we got calls from the top management of Uber encouraging us to not do the deal, which to us was okay, well, we're doing something right here, right? They worried about it. So it was interesting. And then, later on, I then moved to Savola in Saudi, where I had a very big portfolio, very old school businesses, and started looking at digital transformation. Souq, interestingly, was born out of another investment that we had at abroad, which was Maktoob.com. Yeah. So there were all these little bits and pieces happening in parallel, but in a very, very, very small way. While I was at Savola, we briefly looked at Souq as well because we were in the retail space. We did not get into the process, but it made people...
Did you pass on it?
We didn't pass on it. We didn't engage. It was too far out for us as a group to be able to do something like that.
And how has this changed now? Are these kind of old merchant families, institutional investors, more eager to deploy?
Yeah, I mean, look, today groups like on the food side, Savola and Aghdiya, STC and Ittisalat, obviously banks, everybody's acquisitive for technology as well. I do think, however, that there are challenges with that, and we look at that very closely. So, the Vision 2030 was one of the reasons that I moved to Saudi, but the portfolio I had in it a lot of fixing to do. It had a lot of private equity mindset that we needed to bring to the table. And one of the things I was looking at when I looked at our retail portfolio was like, wow, these guys are not even thinking about e-commerce. And I've had conversations at the board where, how big do you think this is even going to be? Now, the benefit is COVID changed that mindset. No one will challenge you on the urgency or need. People might challenge you on how much money you put to it, whether it makes sense at the given time, whether it's the right opportunity. But at least I think that question of, do we even need to do this and how big it can be is out of the way. And I think that's super helpful. Yeah. That challenge is gone now.
Mona, you had a COVID exit on an e-commerce platform. So was that the impetus where, there's always this question now of their valuations of unicorns and decicorns, I guess is what you call them now, but getting that exit is always difficult in this region. Sure. Was that a driver, do you think? Is that why they went in?
So our exit was right after COVID. As an e-commerce, the reason investors historically were scared of e-commerce, and you mentioned also the bottom line of an e-commerce play is quite scary looking because they're burning cash, particularly in the early days, and particularly in an ecosystem like ours where the supply chain, the infrastructure was very nascent when we started Mum's World. So the pathway to profitability in e-commerce locally, regionally, and internationally is very complex, and that's why a lot of players failed. Now, what happened during COVID is it brought to light not only the importance of e-commerce, but the changing demographic and psychographic of the consumer of today. So the retail consumer of today is looking for transparency, access to choice, access to immediate gratification, etc. And this is all the things that e-commerce was bringing to play. And if you were able to get the unit economics right, then you have a fantastic business. And for us, we had very solid unit economics from the very early days. This was something that I was particularly a stickler about because I knew that I wasn't going to be raising capital every year. And so the path to profitability for me, building Mum's World, was front and center. So during COVID, our numbers, our top line GMV went through the roof for obvious reasons because consumers weren't able to leave their homes. And while we were growing our top line, our bottom line was still healthy, which made Mum's World an incredibly attractive business from a P&L perspective, but also we were the gateway into the Middle Eastern household through a very important consumer. And so yes, the exit came through an acquisition by a traditional brick and mortar that wanted pathways into the digital world. So it worked. It was a symbiotic relationship where we wanted access into brick and mortar, they wanted access into digital, so it was the right kind of marriage for Mums World's exit.
Well, now that you've had an exit, the question to both of you, because you have a fund for yourself, what are the most exciting sectors that you want to deploy in?
So there are 8 sectors, I would say, that are being disrupted and we're seeing the most innovation. The first one, obviously, is fintech. So fintech, for the last few years, has received over 30% of the capital deployed in the region. Obvious reasons, a highly underbanked population. The government is placing a lot of emphasis on digital payments, and there's very high smartphone usage. So fintech is very, very interesting. The key players today are the Tabbies and the Tamaras of the world. We're seeing blockchain, we're seeing digital payments, we're seeing open banking. All of this is disrupting that. The second one is obviously e-commerce. It's expected by the end of this year to be $50 billion as a market. We're seeing m-commerce, Q-commerce, etc. The third one is health tech. So with Saudi's Vision 2030, big priority on health tech. We're going to see a lot of innovation around that. Today, it's estimated to be about a $4 billion kind of addressable base, but it's going to be doubling very quickly. So health tech, ed tech, and agri-tech, very, very important. Agri-tech, we're seeing things like green hydrogen, carbon capture technologies, solar projects, etc. And big priority from the government around sustainability. We see it in Saudi with NEOM. We see it with the UAE, the net zero initiatives. So a lot happening there. And then last, I'll say the 2 is, obviously AI, AI is really encompassing everything that we do. So AI, whether it's digital data AI or autonomous vehicles or automation, AI will capture everything. And the last one is supply chain. Our entire supply chain is being disrupted. The supply chain and logistics of today is very different than it was even 3 years ago. And this is going to be completely disrupted in the next few years. So any players in that play are going to be making big waves.
Okay, so basically about 70% of the economy except drilling and...
Yeah. And I think that's a function of the fact that we are in a growth economy, going to the title of the segment. I think the realities from our perspective, we're a private equity investor. We're investing in businesses that are established, they're growing businesses. They could be digital native or not, and we see opportunities across a lot of what Muna said. Specifically, within any business, these technologies can either cause disruption or opportunity. It's our job to ensure that they're in the opportunity side of things and not being disrupted. So for example, I like to give this very basic example because it's the easiest to understand, but if we're investing in a retailer and they don't have an e-commerce footprint, that's an obvious thing. We have a business today where we're looking at the supply chain and we've installed different kinds of software across that and working with a lot of actually startups to make their supply chain more efficient. So the idea is to take these opportunities, look at growing businesses, established businesses, either where they can play directly or where it can complement their operating backgrounds, their backbones, their efficiency, quality, service, and it is actually extremely important to do that today, because one thing that you see across the board in the GCC in particular is that the cost of operations is rising very, very fast. And you see a lot of businesses where the top line growth is not necessarily met by bottom line growth, and that's because there was this time when a lot of businesses here, the old school family businesses, etc., they survived on having agencies, they survived on having privilege access. Today, you have to have operational excellence because competition is open, cost of talent is higher. So I think these technologies become extremely relevant for direct and indirect investment for us as we do private equity.
So have those barriers, kind of become a bit lower for companies to come in? So you have 2 portfolio companies right now, one in pets and one in, I would say, like luxury home improvement, for lack of a better term. There are many agency and legacy companies that kind of own this space. how do you come in and compete? Because they can crush. They're the ones who bring the actual primary goods themselves and then sell them on to you, I guess, through wholesale.
Yeah, I think, look, it's all about the consumer cares about how much you were talking to them. The segment before this about brand, that's very important. The pet shop is the biggest player in the pet products and services space in the region, or in the UAE, and therefore in the region, because UAE is the biggest market. And we want to leverage that. They're the biggest in e-commerce. They have a big retail footprint. The idea is to serve the customer on an omni-channel and complement it with services. Have a holistic offering, which is a one-stop shop. I think that's a missing piece. Any retailer today is going to miss the opportunity and just lose the game to, let's say, Amazon, if they don't have an experiential and service element to what they're doing. And that's very much topical for us, because we obviously have boarding, daycare, we're getting into vet space. So that's the idea there. And that's complemented by the brand aspect and the service aspect and your closeness to the customer. Pets, like kids, are an emotional category. People do care. Moving on to the homewares, as you call it, but this is a business that's been around for 30 years, and they have their own brands. It's an asset-light business which has created its own brands that have significant contribution and significant market share across the board. We sell brands coming out of UAE into the world from that business, and you've built that. People associate doing a high-end bathroom with Sanipack. So these are the things we solve for in our investment decision. But at the same time, you go in and you say, well, what is the online journey for this customer? They may not be shoppers online for everything, but what do they need? They need specs. They need the interior designers to do some VR, AR. So you have to figure out what you need to do with digital tools for that particular customer in that particular space.
Makes sense. So we have a few minutes left, and I'd be remiss not to address having both of you on stage here is almost as rare as unicorns. Unicorns obviously don't exist, but 3% of
we exist.
Exactly. 3% of companies that are started by women get VC funding. Very few private equity firms are run by women. So, how did you break through? How did you get through this? And maybe Mona, to start with you.
Sure. So when I started, less than 0.6% of funding went to women. In fact, up until when I exited, less than 1.8% of funding went to women. And there are many reasons for that. I'd say the first reason is, and I actually experienced this firsthand, I read about it before, and then I experienced it firsthand, and it actually brought a lot of flavor to it. And that is, women are generally looked at as founders and asked preventive questions rather than promotive questions. What does that mean? That means when a VC or a PE looks at you, they're thinking about all of the risks that are associated with you as a female founder. What can possibly go wrong? And so the questions that I was answering during my presentations to raise capital was, who takes care of your children? What are you going to do when the business fails? How do you juggle being a home caretaker and the founder, etc.? So these are all preventive questions, as opposed to what men are asked, promotive questions, and that is, how big can you get? How large can your bottom line really be? How fast can you scale? And that mindset and dynamic is very real. It's real regionally and globally. So for me, one of the things that I had to do very early on is I had to build fundamental, and this is what I said earlier, unit economics that cannot be argued or debated. So when I was asked these preventive questions, like who takes care of your children, my answer would be, look at my unit economics, they're best in class, so frankly, it doesn't matter. How quick can you grow? I was growing double digit every single year, so my growth relative to what was out there in the market was much, much better. So again, I was able to push my unit economics. So I guess in short, the answer to your question is, you really need to build a business that has fundamentals that speak for themselves, and look at your business as a founder and entrepreneur, not as a woman or a man. And I think I raised 6 rounds of capital, and so it's doable.
So how do
Yeah,
you,
look,
from your
I
side?
think it's doable. There is a lot of and I think subconscious more than conscious bias out there. I think the other thing that's very important is to don't get too distracted by all of this. I'm not saying it doesn't happen, but if you keep reacting to every time somebody's been prejudicial, you're going to get so busy doing that, you're not going to be able to do your job. And one thing you really have to do is be very, very good at what you did. I mean, Muna said she focused on her unit economics. I'm focusing on building an excellent private equity organization. Nobody can challenge our systems, our processes, the quality of the work that we do. Do you have to work harder to make the same point? I would say yes. Yeah.
So work harder, but to wrap it up, would you deploy or allocate the capital to women, or at least maybe help others come up, or does it not matter? Is the unit economics the most important part?
Yeah, go ahead.
So I'm just gonna to put it out there. So for me, I ran Mom's World for 14 years. My entire C-suite were women. My head of technology was a woman. My head of Saudi was a woman. My head of logistics was a woman. Not because I went out to seek only women, but because I found exceptional women. Now, here's the thing. Today, if you look at Mom's World, the C-suite are all men.
Yeah.
So you have to have a very deliberate desire to keep your eyes open to great women out there that represent 50% of the population and 50% of the talent out there. So we really need to make a concerted effort.
And most of the decision makers on a lot of these products,
I think the least thing we can say is that at least we're not prejudiced for obvious reasons, right? And I think that already puts you in a better position because we're looking at capability, and that's it.
Well, we'll leave it at that. Thank you so much, and round of applause for them.
Thank you. Thank you.
All right.
All right. In an era where AI is reshaping global power dynamics, understanding the intersection of geopolitics and technology has never been more critical. Nations like the US, China, and Russia are heavily investing in AI research and development, viewing it as critical for economic prosperity and military dominance. AI development also raises concerns about autonomous weapons and loss of human control in war. Our next speaker, who told me he's the oldest Web Summit speaker, as he's been spoken all the way back in our original Dublin show, will explore how geopolitical forces influence the development of intelligent machines and how these machines, in turn, redefine global strategy, competition, and governance. Please welcome to the stage serial tech founder Tariq Krim.
Hello, everyone. Glad to be back at Web Summit and very glad to be here for the first time. It's always been a very interesting place to be here, the Web Summit. We're always at different moment in time, and what I'd like to do here, I'm not here to sell you anything, but I'm here to tell you that this is a great time to build. So basically, I've done a bunch of different things in my life. I've been a hacker, I've been a journalist, I've been an entrepreneur. But most of my time of fame was during the Web 2 era, an incredible era where everything was possible. That's me in the green thing, with a bunch of companies that came out of nowhere. The only reason we could do what we do was we suddenly understood the web could actually be a platform. So these are my different projects. At Vibe and Jolly Cloud, I built a computer. It was a little bit, I discovered why hardware is hard, actually, but a bit ahead of its time. So, as you know, there are two ways of making money on the internet. You either bundle things or unbundle things. But let me put that in different terms. The two models we have today are either you build over the top of someone else's platform, or you can do a full stack, meaning you can actually create the entire thing for yourself. So if you get in the context of AI, a few years ago, last year, I was in a hackathon in Lithuania, and every company that I saw was telling me, oh, we're doing this AI company. I said, are you doing a wrapper on top of OpenAI? I said, oh, yes, how do you know? That was the way of doing it. And now, there's the opportunity to actually build with the technology from the inside, with full control. We're going to talk a bit about this. At the end of the day, the world is about two things. Either you have an open technology and everyone can join, or you have a closed technology and you have to ask the other guys to allow you on their platform. I think what's interesting with open source is that a year ago, basically everyone was telling you if you don't have $1 billion, you cannot create an AI company. You should do LLM. The problem with LLM, as you know, is that the value invested decrease over time because there's always a better LLM. And the recent news have showed us that it's actually the case. And what's interesting is we're going to move from being a wrapper company to a builder company. So we're in this incredible time where basically everyone can build, and everyone can build for way cheaper than we could in the past. But before to get there, you have to understand one thing, is that the new feature, every time we go in the tech, there's web, there's mobile, there's cloud, there's AI. But there's a new feature that came in as well, that is geopolitics. We're in a weird world where technology is changing geopolitics, but the opposite is also true. To get back to that, I'd like to compress the last 30 years, just to make sure we understand where we are. So I don't know who ever here in this room was in the early days of the internet, like the 90s. Just raise your hands. I can see some people here. So when we talk about the crash of the dot-com, it's actually not true. It was the crash of the telecoms. This is WorldCom, an old telecom operator. I'm sorry, it went so up, but I couldn't fit it in the slides. And it crashed, and everything crashed. Everybody believed the value was in building telecom operators. The reality was that the value was in the software. There's a small company in 2004, Google, who released their first S1, and everybody looked at this and said, damn, it's a cash machine. Don't forget, Google hired Al Varian, that is an economist, not to build a business model, but to create an entire economy around their product. Of course, what happened after that is the people who figured it out started consolidating. It's the era of big tech, big whatever, big cloud, etc. And we understood something is software is the value creator, 0 to 1. You build the software, and all the teams here, great teams, are here to build software. But something new happened. With the cloud and mobile, you had a multiplicator. Suddenly, you could build before for millions, and literally overnight, you could build for billions. We started having companies with billions of users. It sounds crazy now because it feels like, oh yeah, of course. But at the time, it was just incredibly, incredibly impressive. And this is, of course, why all the companies involved in that multiplication became so big. But the secret weapon on this is the cloud capital. They understood something that most others didn't. The cloud capital is very simple. You have a data center somewhere in the world, sometime in multiple locations. You buy a bunch of GPUs and CPUs and stuff, and you run software. you rent to everybody. So you find yourself in the two options. Either you pay the rent, or you collect the rent. And if you want to know why we're talking about trillion-dollar valuation these days, is that imagine someone finding a way to collect the rent everywhere in the world. Anywhere there's a mobile phone or a computer, you actually, just by opening up your computer, they're printing money. So, of course, that completely changed the geopolitics of cloud capital, because you have people who are cloud positive, they export the technology, they're making money, and there are people who are importing that technology. That's the reality of the internet. Most of us are renters. We rent our apps, or software, or daily technology, or AI, etc. Sometimes you sell to someone else, but you also rent from one of the big guys. Basically, this is a glorified renter economy. You tell you build technology, but what you do is you actually rent, sell, organize. NVIDIA is the last edition, of course, in the space. They figure out a way to create their own cloud within the cloud providers. What is, when you think about it, absolutely unbelievable. So where does AI fit in this? It's literally a trillion-dollar question. Is it better? This is a really big question we have to ask ourselves, because for $1 you invest in cloud, the return on investment is absolutely marvelous. But for $1 you invest in all these big AI projects, how much money do you get back? This is a really interesting question, right? Is it better than cloud capital? Let's talk about, let's call it cognitive capital, the ability to produce intelligence. You put money, you get intelligence as a feedback. Superintelligence, as we call it, because it used to be AGI, but now everybody seems to stick to the term superintelligence, I'm going to keep that, offers something potentially better. I say potentially because when you think about it, the whole idea of cognitive capital are these three things. You have a hard problem. Potentially, if you throw GPUs at this, you may have a Nobel Prize as a service to help you figure it out. Look at what happened with AlphaFold, where we basically literally did all the work, and now scientists going backward trying to figure out, oh, what is interesting with what this AI has found. There's the myth, I put it in quote, of the trillion-dollar entrepreneur. The idea that one of us in this room, but it's so clever in using AI, would basically build a trillion-dollar valuation company using agent, humans, combination of both, figuring it out. Maybe. One of the most certain things is we're moving in the age of synthetic workforce. So either in the army, you had GIs, now you have drones. Intelligence as well, sales. I've seen many companies who said, oh, we just replace ourselves with an army of GPTs. Also support. Now with robotics, we're going to be so much thing. But this idea that you can add, especially think about it, at a time where knowledge is not evenly distributed in this world. So the beauty of synthetic workforce, on paper at least, is that you can have ready-to-go, smart, high level of smart intelligence for your problem. Obviously, to do that, there's the law of scale. You need all the data in the world, most of the GPUs. The problem is data, we're hitting a hard point to 2030. Apparently in 2030, we don't have any more new data or valuable data. We might switch to synthetic, or we already did. All the compute in the world, I mean, NVIDIA love that sentence, but they're not the only one now, because they have, as you know, competitors. All the energy supply, this is the big thing right now, because we want to build data centers, but the question is, there was a Gartner Gartner studies that said we don't have enough energy to supply in the US in 2027. Someone said the AI is a 21st century technology built on a 19th century electric grid. And it's not completely untrue, as you know. So this is the big competition. The problem is AI to work needs global commerce. It needs regulation, security standards, copyright laws, chipset manufacturing, trust and safety, all these things. You cannot throw it out there. And we have to introduce the geopolitical instability. This is the third act. You know when you compress something so much that it breaks in multiple parts? That's probably where we are at the moment, the breakup phase. So deglobalization, the splinternet, innovation divergence, that I think is one of the most exciting things in this world. So this is a chip global journey. To build a chip, it's not one country, one place. If it's an ARM, it started in the UK, it goes all around. I'm sure, this is a simplified version, but I'm sure every place in the world, including here, has some part in the building of a chip. It's not like when you hear, yes, it's all in Taiwan or it's all in this and that. No, it's a cooperation. You need components, expertise, software testing, et cetera, et cetera. So here it is. The splinternet, the idea that we live in a splintered internet, is actually real as well. Have you seen probably all the news stories about submarine cables, the rise of satellites like Starlink, et cetera. So we live in an internet that is not a unified version. And as builders, you have to figure out how to operate in such a complex world. The other thing that I found fascinating is the idea of innovation divergence. And what's interesting with DeepSeek is there's DeepSeek, the company, and there's the DeepSeek methodology. And I found the DeepSeek methodology fascinating because I remember the first day my dad brought us a personal computer. I had an Apple II. And I looked at the box, and I said, but computers are this big thing in the room. You're actually telling me we have that at home, and I can use it. And in some ways, this is exactly what's happening now with AI. It's an incredible moment, because suddenly you can suck up the intelligence from a larger model and build your own thing. The question is, right now we live in a world where you have big AIs, producers. There's a little bit more, but I simplified. Sorry about that. And everyone else is a swing state. It means they could either go to the Chinese technology, American technology. The smartest are usually doing both. That means we have a lot of opportunities, and let me get really briefly, quickly to this. First, the DeepSeek moment means that if you have open source, your own cloud, and you can do your own training, post-training, it means you adapt the AI to your own needs. You have a sovereign AI. This idea was impossible to believe just a year ago. That means that countries now can have locally grown AI. This is a new thing. You can actually build things that tailor your exact needs, your exact culture, your exact vision of the world. For startups, it actually means that you can now integrate intelligence for your own company. You can actually create a self-sustained product. For me, it means that I'm actually going back into it because I've been waiting for that for a long time. I've been waiting in a moment where actually I'm a product consumer person, so I want to build homegrown intelligence, but I want to design it. And for that, I need to have access to the product. If the only way you have is to call someone, even if my co-founder of my last company is now the head of developer relation at OpenAI, it still means that I have to do, talk to people, make sure they accept. The idea of controlling the whole stack is so important. So we are in an incredibly interesting moment because the world is complex. I'm going to be polite, just say it's really hard to grasp, harder the last years. And the paradox is that intelligence is more affordable, and we can build things. As I see that I have been a bit faster than I was expecting, I will share a little bit about what I believe is that at the moment, I'm trying to see how to put intelligence on home computers. I bought Macintosh M4 computers and playing with this. And I can believe for sure that a year, 2, 3 years from now, the intelligence we have currently on our favorite product will be here. And what can we do if we live in a complex world, but we have our best friend, our partner, AI partner, who actually understand with us, for us, on our device? Because, of course, when you start talking about very personal things, things that are related to you, your own life, your family, things you care about, you want to make sure that trust can only be achieved by having your own AI. But on the other side, you're going to have this super intelligent AI, you know, this Nobel Prize as a service, and you will be able to tap in if you need to do more complex problems. Personally, I think it's never been a more exciting time to be in AI, and I think all of us should actually start building. Thank you so much. Appreciating.
Whoa, this looks very exciting here. All the seats here. All right. Who is going to be crowned Web Summit Qatar's 2025 pitch, powered by Jasur champion? That's what we're going to find out right now. It's time for the finalists of the greatest startup competition in the world to step foot on center stage again for one final battle. Over the past 2 days, 35 of the most exciting startups at Web Summit Qatar have pitched with us. First on our pitch stage during the group rounds, and then here on center stage in our semi-finals yesterday. And now, today, only 3 remain. To give you an idea, we started with over 1,500 startups this year. Our judges cut that down to 35 for our group rounds, and then down again to 10 last night, and now we have our top 3. All right, so here's the rules. Each startup will pitch for 3 minutes, followed by a 3-minute Q&A with our judging panel, and then the winner will be announced here at 3 p.m. today. But playing a big role in deciding who the winner will be is our panel of our 4 top-level judges. Let's please welcome to the stage. Come on down. Have a seat here. Yeah, keep it going for them. Look at this. Yeah.
Hi, guys. How are you?
Good to see you.
Good to
All
see
right.
you too.
So I want to introduce our judges because I want to make sure you understand how exciting we are to have them. So to my left, Amin Matni is a member of the Jasur team, a joint stock company committed to transforming and elevating Qatar's labor market. Sitting next to him, Yalda Alcor, the co-founder and managing partner of Bracket Capital, a leading private markets investor, and she's based in London. Next to her is Rashmi Gopinath, the co-founder and managing partner at BAM Cornerpoint, an early growth enterprise tech-focused venture fund. And I saw her last in Lisbon at our Web Summit event there. And finally, last but not least, Magnus Grimeland, founder and CEO of Antler, a global early-stage VC, and he's here all the way from Singapore. Let's give him all a round of applause. Thank you so much for being with us here this afternoon. All right, these 4 judges won't be alone. Joining them will be you, the audience. You guys are going to be the 5th judge, which means you can vote for your favorite startup via the Web Summit Qatar mobile app. Okay, I don't know where that picture is there. Your votes were going to count for 20% of the total voting. Pitch Slido instructions will appear on screen, I think. Yes? No? Yes. Okay, anyways, open the app. You'll find it in there. After all the pitches have finished, you can vote by clicking on your profile in the top left corner of your screen. From there, you will see an option called Pitch Final, which is where you'll be able to submit your vote at the end of this session. The voting will remain open for only 15 minutes, so as soon as you see your favorite, get ready to vote. All right? So now I think it's time we kick this final off. Are you ready? Yeah. Lots of people are here now. It's exciting. All right. First up is Federico from Metalami, the startup using green manufactured ingredients and formulations to enhance products across key industries such as food, preservation, healthcare, to bring us all a better and more sustainable future. Come on out.
Hello everyone, I'm Federico, CEO and co-founder of Metalchemy. We're here today to discuss one of the biggest challenges we're facing as humanity, food waste. Over $1 trillion every year are being wasted on food, and up to 10% of global greenhouse gas emissions are on food waste alone. Yet, this is a massive challenge for humanity, but we don't have a solution. But that's where we come in. Here at Metalchemy, we developed a unique nanotechnology that we patented, allowing us up to double the shelf life of highly perishable food products. Cheese, meats, produce, you name it, all different kinds of food products, all protected, saving millions of dollars to both our consumers and businesses. How does it work, you might ask? Well, it's actually pretty easy. We have got a coating technology which applies on a wide variety of packaging materials, from plastics, cardboard, and bioplastics, which is completely biodegradable, killing off the harmful bacteria causing food spoilage, up to doubling the shelf life of highly perishable food products. We've got a massive market ahead of us. Overall, $1 trillion every year are being wasted on food waste, and just our active packaging material will capture $15 billion just by ourselves. And this is already in progress. We've already got 10x traction since us being an alpha startup at Web Summit and now being a beta startup, supported by leading multinational packaging companies, investing in us, being our clients, and growing our sales funnel. And that is just the start. Here at Metalchemy, we've got an ambitious roadmap ahead, scaling our production and as well as our sales to $3 million by 2028. And this is not just a dream, it's a concrete reality. Just last week, we shipped over half a ton of product to our FMCG customers for a $1 million LOI, allowing us to scale up rapidly and going commercial in Europe and expanding globally. And we have got global coverage. Our patented IP is covered in over 50 territories worldwide, allowing us to access exclusively for the next 20 years 2/3 of the global economy, with one of the best-in-class leading technology in the sector. We are the fastest, the cheapest, and the most scalable solution right now in this industry, allowing us to scale up and actually capture a large chunk of the market. And this would have been possible without the incredible help of our leading Tier 1 venture capital investors, from Founders Factory, Catapult, and the Innovate UK government fund. And a massive shout out to our incredible team with over 30 years of business and commercial experience, allowing us to scale up rapidly and capture a large chunk of the market. So join us in ending food waste today. We're raising $3.5 million as our seed funding round. Thank you so much, and welcome to Metalchemy.
Metalchemy, awesome. Sorry, I mixed up the name. All right, judges, go ahead and ask questions. We have 3 minutes.
Thank you, Federico, and such an inspiring product. Your technology likely has high R&D costs and long commercialization timelines. So how are you managing your burn rate while ensuring that you hit key technical and revenue milestones before your next funding round?
Thank you so much. That's an excellent question. So we already have developed and secured all the IP. We've got over 5 scientific papers validating our IP with Imperial College London, UCL, and University of Reading. Leading technical institutes already have validated the full technology on all the packaging. So actually, we're already beyond that and commercializing the technology at scale. So actually, we're in a growth phase for the business, not really in the R&D phase anymore. The risk has been taken out, and all the technology is patented at the company.
Great. Any other questions?
Federico, thanks again for a great presentation and congratulations on all the success so far. Be helpful to understand what does the unit economics for the business look like? How does your pricing and gross margins overall?
Yeah, that's an excellent question. So right now, we're already making sales. Our gross profit margin is 8% as of last year for 2024 sales year. And in terms of business economics, we charge around 10 to 15% extra on the classical packaging plastic. But our customers save significantly more amount of money by avoiding food waste than the actual packaging. So it's a massive benefit for them to adopt the technology at scale.
Thank you.
Nice, Federico. Big congrats. Can you tell us a little bit more about why you guys are the right people to make this $10 billion company?
Thank you so much for the question. We are the most passionate, the most sort of quick scaling and commercial company. We're not just academics, doing research for the sake of it. We're commercializing with leading partners, going to market rapidly. Our corporate partners are multi-billion-dollar corporations already giving us contracts and with a huge contract pipeline ahead of us. So the future looks really bright for Metalchemy. Can't wait for the next steps.
Great news, Federico. You did 10x from last year to this year. With those contracts you're talking about, you're going to do 10x next year?
Well, that's the aim. So we already have a pipeline for around $1 million USD for this year, and we're looking, to 10x since last year. Yeah, that's correct.
It's a great prospect.
Thank you.
Awesome. Round of applause for Metalchemy. Yeah, thank you, Federico.
Thank you very much.
All right, that's a great start. Our second finalist is joining us from Abu Dhabi. They are redefining environmental analysis with their temperature as a service platform and providing insights for safer, smarter, and more sustainable cities. Please welcome Jay with 40 Guard.
Hi, everyone. At 40 Guard, we measure temperatures 2 meters above the ground, everywhere and all the time. We do this for every 10 meters square, down to the 1 second level latency. Today, temperature at scale comes only from satellites. It's 4 kilometers square granular. It tells us the entire city is one temperature that they report, and it's very expensive if you want to process it near real time. At 40 Guard, we're 300 times more accurate, 100 times cheaper, and we bring temperature intelligence to every 10 meters square in the city. But how can we do that? Every car at the front bumper has an ambient temperature sensor. Most cars are connected to the internet. So we work with car companies like Mercedes, Toyota, Nissan, and the others to source data from those vehicles, turning them into weather stations for us. And to make sure that we bring a ground validation to that, we couple this data with weather stations, satellite level data, and other meteorological models. Those are 42 billion GPS data points collected every day. We created the world's first large temperature models. Those are foundational models that can allow us to predict the temperature every 10 meters square with 89% accuracy. And we host everything on our temperature operating system. But how is this useful for all of us? We want to bring truth to temperature. So the dashboard that we are launching, and it's available now for everyone to subscribe to, is going to democratize the use of temperature because it's your search engine for temperature. You can know what's the temperature in the front of your house or the location that you're heading. But because we also want to cool cities with the use of AI, this is a $500 subscription monthly for engineers, landscape architects, city managers, and the likes. We're not only disrupting existing markets, we're also building new ones. So 3 months ago, we became a Google startup. And through Google Maps, for instance, we want to introduce your next walking distance for a cooler route instead of a shorter one. Or let you buy a property in Doha based on microclimate conditions that can even predict the energy demand. All of those commercial use applications for temperature were never introduced to the world before, and now we are introducing them. We have a traction of $500,000 just last year. We partnered with one of the biggest enterprises in the world, such as NVIDIA, who wrote an article about us. We have a huge market and sector to explore and introduce temperature intelligence to, and we're obsessed with the problem of temperature. So we have a dedicated team of machine learning, AI, and software engineers building that. Today, we build the automated temperature intelligence, and with everyone's support here, we will be able to introduce an accelerated world with temperature that changes every decision we make to make our cities cooler. Thank you.
All right. Any questions from the judges? Magnus, let's start with you.
Can you tell us a little bit about your main customer? Like, who's going to be the ones to bring you to $100 million worth of revenue?
So we start by the user adoption. We want everyone to use this, whether they're engineers or non-engineers. We've seen most of our traction with the engineering sector. So real estate developers, landscape architects, engineering consultants, city managers like municipalities, they love the product because data can incentivize the way they do design or understanding where is it a cold or a hot spot, how is this impacting the energy demand, or how is this changing the human thermal comfort affecting our health. With the right data, they can make the right decision. And we made it affordable, so not only precise, and it's also fast, so they can inference all of this data whenever they want, all the time, and again, at a very good cost. Those are our immediate clients to solve their pain. But obviously, we're trying to explore new markets as well in different sectors and industries, agriculture, logistics, and many other things.
What's the vision for the company over the next 5, 7, 10 years?
We want to bring temperature intelligence to every decision we make. We think that the world's biggest challenge 10 years from now isn't energy, because energy is constant. It is temperature, and temperature is not. So we want temperature to be in everything, in your day-to-day application, in your decision, in the way that you build a data center, or it's in the way that we design our cities, or it's in the way we allocate a kindergarten or a hospital. We want everyone to have access to this temperature intelligence in every decision that they make without them feeling that they're using 40 Guard's product. So the vision is to work with every large enterprise out there so we can lead this market and make sure that the information that we're providing is available for everyone to use it.
Thank you.
Yeah, I had a question. So given the infrastructure-heavy nature of your business, how do you balance upfront capital expenditure with cash flow sustainability? And how do you ensure scalability without overextending your resources?
Nice. So our strategy is not to present ourselves in the market as a competition. We want to present ourselves as an incentive. So it's like NVIDIA, they're everywhere but nowhere. We want to be everywhere and nowhere. So we want to partner with the large enterprises. They have loyal customers, they have so many users. We can bring a temperature feature to whatever that they use, and this is how we can minimize the cost, allow ourselves to scale, and be, useful for a lot of users who could benefit from this information.
Thank you, Jay.
You're responsible for a lot of data. Now you know a lot of things. With that data and intelligence, what's your tone of the message of the brand?
I suffered from urban heat growing up. I think temperature is going to change our lives, not only our industry. I'm not doing this only because 40 Guard could create $1 billion or $1 trillion market. I really want this world to be a better place. So I hope everyone can use it and everyone can help us build it as well. Good luck.
Fantastic. Thank you, 40 Guard. Round of applause. Yeah. Fantastic pitch. Thanks, Jay. All right. That was great. So now, last but not least, is Biobele, who, with her startup Early Bean, is on a mission to teach kids and teens how to manage their own money with their learning-focused finance app. Let's see how they can learn to save, budget, and invest all in one place. Welcome, Early Bean.
Hi everyone, my name is Biobale, co-founder Early Bean, where we are making every kid financially smart. By 2030, over 70% of Africa's youth will be out of employment, and everyone expects that they turn to entrepreneurship. But most of them will fail without key financial skills because schools aren't teaching financial literacy, neither are parents talking about it. But we believe financial education should start early, and that's why we built Early Bean, a practical way for kids and teens to learn smart financial habits through video lessons, quizzes, games, and a mobile wallet that allows them to put what they learn to practice. With their mobile wallet, they're able to earn from tasks, chores, and recycling, save for goals, and make cashless payments at partner schools where we equally deploy an NFC-enabled contactless payment system. Since launching, we've reached 10,000 users, processed over $250,000 in transactions, and our courses have been streamed for more than 1.2 million minutes. We've partnered with more than 10 schools and won a couple of awards along the way. We started out B2C, but have now developed a B2B2C approach, deploying through schools and school vendors so as to scale and monetize. Going forward, we plan to work with school associations, kid-friendly vendors, and events so as to extend our use case. We charge 1.3% for every transaction that goes through our system. We charge schools a $30 upfront fee for the setup of our cashless payment system. And we charge parents $1.5 or $3.5 for payment cards or wristbands, respectively. And we expect to generate $1.6 million in revenue by 2029. There are over 50 million K-12 private school children in Africa and across the GCC who are spending an average of $65 per year, opening us up to a $3.3 billion market. Our goal is to target 2 million of these users within the next 5 years. Currently, the most used alternatives are physical piggy banks, cash, or traditional banks, but all of these lack educational depth. And while there are few challenger brands in the space, what makes us different is how we seamlessly combine an engaging mix of educational content, games, and practical learning for kids. Safe to say, we're the only solution that provides a complete learning experience. Across our team, we have expertise in strategy, education, tech, and finance, and have worked in the edtech, fintech, K-12 education, and core banking spaces, so we're definitely ripe to take on the market. We are currently raising a pre-seed of $500,000, which would be used to purchase more equipment to scale to more schools, strengthen our team, refine our operations, and boost our marketing. And with that, we expect to scale to about 200 schools and about 160,000 users. Thank you very much for listening. Happy to take any questions.
Awesome, very great. All right, any questions from the judges?
Tell us more when you closed your first deal, when you talked with the first principal at school. What were the friction points? And when you talk with a principal that you didn't know, because first you use your network, right, as in your home country. What was the challenge and the friction in the first principal that you didn't know to close? Because you're on B2B here.
Yeah. I'd say the first friction was, it's new technology. They're used to, cash. They're used to maybe a voucher system. So for them, it was, what is this technology that you're bringing, right? But immediately we started to do the demos and they saw how the system worked. They immediately bought into it because, each of them have examples where cash in school has been a problem. So leading to bullying, extortion, in some cases bribery, so when they saw the demo, it was a much easier sell. So initially, we started off with just conversations with the principals. And when they started to see how the system worked, it was an easier sell.
I'm a mom of 3, so thank you so much because this resonates a lot, and I agree, financial literacy is something that's severely underrated and should be in all curriculum. My question to you is, financial services often face long customer acquisition cycles and regulatory hurdles. How do you plan on overcoming those challenges?
So right now, what we do, how we started, is to actually partner with existing financial services, because obviously to expand, we need to have regulatory, like you mentioned, licenses and the likes. But to jump over that hurdle, we're currently working with actual traditional banks, leveraging their infrastructure to provide the service. So that way, the users also feel a bit of safety knowing that they're seeing a bank account that they can actually relate with. So it's not like a new brand that they don't know from scratch. So that's what we do to navigate that. But the goal is, as we grow bigger, we will acquire our own license to be our own bank.
Excellent.
Thank you.
Yeah, I'm really excited about what you're building as well. As a mom of a teen, financial literacy is top of mind. So excited for this technology to come into the North American region as well. Question for you, as you think about expansion beyond Africa and emerging markets, what is going to be that strategy for geographical expansion, and what would keep you up at night as you think about scaling the company?
So when we think about expansion, the first place we think about is the GCC region. And we say strategy, I think this is one of the strategies. Being on a stage like this within this region helps us, to get a foot in, meet people, network with people who we can collaborate to help us expand within the region. We're already, thank goodness for the stage, right? We're already in talks with people who were able to help us, come into the space. So yes, those are our strategies. Having conversations, looking for opportunities to collaborate, and yeah.
Great. Congrats, this is awesome. Tell me, what have you achieved 10 years from now? What have you done at that point in time?
What will we do in 10 years?
Where are you? What have you achieved in 10 years?
In 10 years, we want to dominate the youth banking space, right? We want every parent who has a 5-year-old, 6-year-old to think, I want to create a bank account for my child. I want to teach my child financial literacy, and we want them to think early bean. So when I think about our vision, it's to dominate the youth banking space.
Great.
Thank
you. Excellent. Round of applause. Thank you, Early Bean. Keep it going for all our finalists here today. It's amazing. I think it's going to be a very hard decision. Those are 3 really strong pitches. Okay, so a quick reminder for that now it's time for you to have your say on who you think should be crowned the champion of pitch, powered by Jasur at Web Summit Qatar 2025. Polls will be remaining open for 15 minutes now, so make sure to cast your vote. All right, so first, before we empty the stage, let's ask the judges some questions. Let's just go down the line, start with okay, there's a lot of founders and entrepreneurs in the audience, so Mike, I want to ask all of you, which pitch do you like the best, and what did you think was the standout thing that maybe pulled you more into that coming to vote for them?
I think if we look about Federico, he presented Metalchemy, so pronouncing it well.
Thank you.
Putting system solutions that have huge impact globally, that's a beautiful prose that he put in forward. And same for FortiGuards.
Yeah.
Being more aware on systemic global challenges is massive. That puts us in responsibility to reduce our footprint on the planet, look at sustainability.
Yeah.
Of course, we're all keen on the financial literacy, because that's how we survive and sustain.
Yeah.
But I think, to my heart, the first 2 are amazingly systemic and a huge impact.
Okay.
Pitches.
Great.
Yeah, look, it's a very close call. I think Metalchemy has very strong unit economics. FortiGuard has a very large TAM. And Early Bean has a super strong product market fit. I think I'll need a few more minutes to decide which one's the right one for me.
Okay.
It's a very close call for sure, and it's a tough choice when you see such amazing entrepreneurs and presenting such revolutionary ideas on the stage. What I liked about Metalchemy was the large TAM, the opportunity to really make a difference on the growing challenges of food wastage that we have. For FortiGuard, it was really interesting to see the vision of how they could be kind of the Google Maps equivalent for temperature data. And again, a massive opportunity there. Personally, for me, Early Bean resonated the most. This definitely is, I would say, a pain point across multiple continents on how do you increase financial literacy in early youth and early adults. But all great pitches.
Yep, great. Magnus?
So for me, I thought it was great pitches, and there's always a reason why they're here. It's a little bit hard to discern which one would put capital behind after a 3-minute pitch. But what I really liked is that the founders who presented seem to be incredibly passionate about the problem they're trying to solve. which is insanely important to succeed because it's going to be challenging for them to grow and scale these companies globally. And unless you have that inner drive to really achieve this mission, you're probably not going to get there. But these people really seem to have that. So I'm actually pretty sure these guys will be successful, all of them. The question is who will be able to kind of scale the quickest to $10 billion worth of value, which is really what we're looking for. So what I'm going to do after this is I'm going to have a little bit of look at the rest of the team and then come up with a decision. It's going to be exciting.
All right, great. Well, this is a very tight call. I think everybody's in agreement there. So now the judges' scores will now be collected and counted, as will the audience Slido vote. The winner of Pitch, powered by Jasor, will be announced here on center stage at 3 p.m. So be sure to come back for the big reveal. Thank you very much. Enjoy your lunch. We'll see you back soon.
Thank you. Please give a warm welcome to your host, Life of the Party, Laura Vicente.
Hello, everybody. Welcome back to Center Stage at Web Summit Qatar 2025. I'm Laura Vicente, TV host from Brazil, where I co-host Web Summit Rio. But here in Qatar, we're down to our final talks of this year's event. This afternoon, we'll be back-to-back with some inspiring sessions as we count down to the final talk here, and also find out which of the 3 startup finalists will win Pitch 2025. Web Summit is the meeting place for the leaders of today and tomorrow, so please make sure that you keep using the app and the WhatsApp groups to keep making meaningful connections right up until the right end of the event. We have a wonderful afternoon here in store, so let's get started. For the first talk of our afternoon, as global ad spend topped $1 trillion for the first time in 2024, it's never been more important for brands to stand out from the crowd. But amid such volatility, how exactly do you do that? What is the brand playbook for 2025? In conversation with business correspondent from Xinhua News Agency, Martina Fuchs, please welcome Global CEO of Omnicom Advertising Group, Troy Ruhanen, and Chief Marketing Officer of Hilton Worldwide, Mark Weinstein.
Assalamu alaikum wa rahmatullahi wa barakatuh. Masal khair. Hello, Doha. Great to be here again for the second edition of the Web Summit Qatar. Congratulations to the organizers. What a fantastic event again.
Absolutely.
Lovely to see you, Troy and Mark. Let's dive straight into the topic of the dullness of advertisements, or the opposite.
The lack of dullness is the goal today.
So tell me, Troy, first of all, why is distinction so important? We've heard it, global ad spend topped at $1 trillion in 2024, incredible. So why does distinction matter and standing out from the crowd?
Yeah, I mean, ultimately, our job is to be able to create breakthrough and to be able to get not just attention, but to get conversion. And unfortunately, as algorithms get further along, we end up in more similar places. And ultimately, I think algorithms are flattening culture in many ways. So what we get then is the cost of that is a bunch of work that feels familiar, that feels invisible, and then ultimately that becomes quite dull. And that costs money. It costs in the vicinity of about $109 million not to be dull.
Wow.
So for our clients, we obviously need to go and break through. And distinction, on the other hand, is really important. So if I look at a slide that we've got here from our good partners at Interbrand, this slide, which will come up at some point, we'll make sure it goes again here, is a slide that talks about from the world's top 25 brands. It looked at the top 100 brands of the last 25 years. And what's quite amazing about that is when you see the performance of those brands, we all know what the S&P looks like, and the S&P has been on a very good run for the last 25 years. But when you then look at the performance of the brands that have been occurring over 25 years that are the top 100 brands, it far outstrips the performance of the S&P. Then those brands that are the most clear, that have the most distinctive assets, that then move into the most new experiences that could extend that promise, they again outperform the market share. So there's a business case for actually being distinct that's measured over 25 years, that has been confirmed by NASDAQ, and really validates ultimately the mission that we all know, that it's so important to break through and to not be dull.
Mark, over to you. Why is distinction so important for you and for Hilton Hotels?
Thanks for the question and for being here with our partner, Troy. I mean, if you think about it, every single day, we as humans will make, I think, 35,000 decisions. 5,000 brands will try to get into us as we're making those decisions. Yep. And I'm sorry to report, the human attention span is less than 7 seconds, which means if there was a staring contest with a goldfish, you would lose.
Oh.
And so as a brand, we're trying to make our narrative come across in that environment. And never, I think, ever in the course of human history has it been easier to buy access to customers, and yet you have to earn your way into attention. It's a true sea of sameness. In our category, I think a lot about the fact that our competitor is not any one of the hotel brands. It's indifference. It's not caring which hotel brand and where I stay. And so we had this interesting moment in 2020. We had a little extra free time as we sat out the pandemic and we're trying to figure out how to recover the business. We called our partners at TBWA and said, we need to disrupt the marketplace. And what we noticed time and time again was people were advertising the category. People were advertising travel, but not our role in the story. Look, it's very easy to market travel. Open up your window, look outside, beautiful sunset, there you go. And every advertising was following the tropes of people on paddleboards doing goat yoga with goji berries. That is not my experience traveling most nights. And in fact, we're not in the travel business, we're in the business of the stay. And what we unlocked was our role starts when you cross the transom of our hotels and come through those doors, and that's when the story of the stay begins.
And you just mentioned this keyword, it's about the stay, about the experience, and with Hilton Hotels you have this campaign for the stay, it's called. So it seems like building distinct brands really works. Can you share more about that?
Yeah, look, at the end of the day, we're in the franchising business. Our job is to create brands that customers love, that command market premiums, that cause other people to invest in building more hotels. At any given time, we have about $55 billion of other people's capital building great hotels because they out-deliver the market. Well, why do they out-deliver the markets? Because we know our unique role. We know our role in culture. We know what differentiates our hotels across all 24 brands. So in a market like Qatar, you've got 16 of our hotels in the market, 2 Waldorf Astorias and a number of other brands. How do we tell the story of what makes each brand different, but also together as one narrative around Hilton? When we thought about it, the stay is what we were founded upon. Our founder 105 years ago said it was our job to fill the earth with the light and warmth of hospitality. He didn't say we're in the lodging business. He didn't say we're in the travel business. He said we're in the stay business. And for us, that stay comes together. And again, what we uncovered in doing the research with our partners at TBWA is the stay is the combination of great physical design, beautiful spaces that inspire you, great service design, people serving people with human hospitality, all enabled by great technology. Any one of our competitors can pick one of those things and be great at it, but the combination of the three together and then activated by great storytelling, that's how you break out and make yourself more distinct in an otherwise crowded marketplace.
And this is so important because here in the Gulf Arab region and especially in Doha, I see new hotels mushrooming every day, and I'm feeling like I spend every night in a different hotel. It's absolutely booming, the hospitality sector and the quality and the service industry, of course, as well. Now, in practice, Troy, how do you actually build distinction, and how can you use platforms and ecosystems to support that?
So you have to have a very clear impression of what is the convention of the category. And unfortunately, there are more and more conventions as we all go through it. As Mark said, in the travel industry, there are a lot of cliche, a lot of images that appear, and we have to have a really good understanding of that. But you also have to have a very clear, defined point of view about what you want to be as a brand. And I think in the case for Mark, I mean, they were very clear about what assets they wanted to build. Bringing Paris back into the franchise was really important. She was a key figure in helping us bring back another level of personality, but also helping to define the things that I think we could then extend as well. So if you think about it, it's not just advertising. Some of the experiences that Mark and his team were able to create were pretty unique. The Wicked experience that you can kind of see on the screen up there. Others there that people would pay a premium to be able to have that experience. It redefined what actually traveling was, and it was truly about staying in such a unique place. So clarity is really important. Breaking the convention is necessary. And then I think being able to make sure that once you have that platform, that one, you stay with it for the journey, but you try and find new ways in which to express that and put that into new experiences. And the Hilton team has just been an incredible partner to be able to do that. They're looking for opportunities all the time. They embrace innovation, which is hugely important as well. I mean, one of the great examples of Mark's team is that they came to us to talk about Hilton Honors and how to launch that program. They were the first people ever to crack a 10-minute TikTok. Normally it's 7 seconds of which they will maintain their level of presence. So imagine going to someone to say, we're going to do a 10-minute TikTok. No one's going to watch that. Well, yes, they did. And it broke all the records that you could imagine, and the impact was great. So you have to have bravery as well. And I think what we love in our partnership is the honesty, the experimentation, but also the commitment to, when we say that we've got a strong platform, now let's go find ways to express that they can break through and not be like everyone else in our category.
Yes, and especially as you mentioned, experiences are so important, and also money can't buy experiences. All about adventures, I guess, in the travel business as well. Now, Mark, what about you? Like, how to build distinction and how to expand platforms like these?
I think Troy hit it right on the head. I mean, so many marketers are going from advertising campaign to advertising campaign. It's tempting to do. And the analog I would give you would be like trying to go to the bar and try to find your future spouse by announcing, who wants to marry me, right? And just having one shot at having that happen versus saying, who wants to go on the next date with me? Who wants to go on the next date? And you go on this journey one step at a time. That's what a platform unlocks for you, right?
Yeah.
You don't have to win everything in one fell swoop. You have a chance to tell that story. And so what we did with TBWA is we first found the convention, as Troy said. We found how we're going to push back to it. We decided our unique role and culture. And everything we're doing is just asking for the next date. It's just asking for the next moment to have a go at it. It makes you, in some ways, braver as a marketer because you're not going to lose much. The 10-minute TikTok, when the team pitched it, I didn't get it, if I'm being honest.
But you supported
it checked all the boxes, right? It fit our purpose for who we are in a world that's on the go. Would you stop and stay? It embraced innovation. If it didn't work, okay, you move to the next thing. If it did work, like it did, you triple down on it. You invest, you put more dollars behind it and invest and move it forward. The tricky part, as Troy said earlier, is as a marketer, not getting bored with your own work, right? Consumers need to see it over and over and over again, delivered through different modalities, different creative, different ways of saying the same story, but the same story over and over again. That's how you become famous. That's how you become distinctive. And having a platform has made us braver as marketers.
Absolutely. Now, Mark, you are the CMO of Hilton Hotels, and obviously, we just heard it from Troy, this is an expensive business, advertisements as well. The costs are rising and so on. How do you sell this beautiful package to your CEO and to your stakeholders as well?
Yeah, you know, if I may be so bold, I think where most CMOs go off the rails is when they don't understand how their company makes money. When they don't understand the business they're in. And so when I'm at the table having a conversation, marketing is my tool, but I'm there to deliver performance on behalf of the company.
All right.
What is our capital allocation strategy? How do we make money for our fiduciary responsibilities to all of our franchisees? What is it that moves the needle forward? And so people fell in love with the idea of creating a brand platform. That was very easy, right away. But we turned to the team and said, well, show us companies and the S&P 500. How do they perform, those who don't have a platform versus those that do? At the end of the day, it's not that you can't measure long-term performance. We're really addicted to measuring short-term returns. We're really good at that as an industry. We're less good about telling the story of companies that take big, bold risks, that know who they are in culture, that show up disruptively. The data will show you that it actually outperforms the S&P 500, that it actually outperforms other stocks. Our job is not to control the market. Our job is not to control the macro conditions. It's to outperform and get alpha on top of it. And when you can show that empirically, that great brands not only feel good, but actually outperform, it's a no-brainer with our CEO, with the board, with all the other stakeholders around the table.
Now we're here at Web Summit, Troy, one of the largest technology conferences, if not the largest technology conference in the world. And of course, AI is the name of the game.
Oh, is it? Interesting.
Now,
Never heard that one, huh?
Give it a shot. You use AI and still be unique and distinct and special and not just follow the crowd?
Yeah, I mean, I think it's difficult. Look, I have a lot of empathy for clients. I think in the world that we operate in, we're regularly developing content. We're quite comfortable with that. And we will spend weeks at a time or days at a time developing something, and then we put it in front of a client, and we look at them and say, buy it. And it's quite a ridiculous kind of scenario if you think about how to go through it. So I have a lot of empathy for that. Also, for us to have confidence to go into a client with the right solution. In the past, a lot of it has relied on our intuition. It's relied on our ability to recall from somewhere else, something that we knew could be a way in which to be effective, or that we had some other reference point in culture that was going to be able to help us. But a lot of it was in the air, all right? A lot of it was conversation, a lot of it was trust. And so how do you provide confidence to both clients? How do you provide confidence to our people? Because the truth of it is, between a client and agency relationship, a lot of the time, there's sometimes people are worried about hurting the other person's feelings. And they don't always give them the candid feedback. They don't always give them the instruction that they need. So what we developed was a tool called The Brave Thing, which will hopefully come up in a second here. And it's a bot that's been built in order to be able to help drive an analysis to go on what is going to be distinct work. What is the kind of work that's going to break convention? So in this bot, basically, what we now do is we're able to upload creative that is going into this evaluator that has 5 criteria that it's going to score out of 100. And it gives you feedback and it gives you real direct criticism. In this instance, this one's called The Brave Thing. It marries up with a company called TBWA that has a platform called Disruption. And in that sense, we need kind of feedback that is a little sharp, a little edgy. And so in this case, the voice giving you feedback is Gordon Ramsay, the Gordon Ramsay of advertising. So Gordon Ramsay is evaluating our advertising and basically telling us, are we really breaking convention? Are we really being distinct? And is this worthwhile going to market with? So the category that you're looking up there is telecommunications. I think you could picture a telco ad in 2 seconds right now, someone holding a phone. And unfortunately, people do that a lot. They think if I signal this, you're gonna remember the brand. Well, it doesn't work. It isn't brave, and basically it's a Xanax for advertising. So I think in this case, we would do that, and then we would put our work into that system to say, okay, are we living up to being brave? And are we really going to be able to cut through with that work? And so we did this in the case for Telstra in Australia. And that work, I think that work there scored a 28 out of 100. That's the convention of the category. The work that we proposed, put in front, was an outdoor campaign. It scored 87 out of 100. But even with 87, it still tells you what are other areas which you could improve upon that. They would ask us to be a little bit more inclusive, that maybe we could be able to have a little bit more empathy. So even at that stage, it's there to do that. But what it mostly does is give us confidence. And what it's built off is 35, 40 years of Omnicom's great creative case studies. So our lifetime of taste will give you a different answer than anybody else's. And so we can come to Mark with solutions and share the evaluation and kind of say, look, this is what the critique is versus everyone else in this category, this convention. And that is me being a better partner to Mark. That is us together taking a step rather than saying, be brave. That's not a great partner.
Amazing partnership. We need more collaborations like yours. In the last 2 minutes of our panel here on stage, let's talk about the future trends as well. We were talking about the cost of being dull. I'm sure you have a lot in the pipeline, not being dull, but exciting and innovative and disruptive. What is cooking in your kitchen at Hilton Hotels, Mark?
What is not cooking at the moment?
Yeah.
You know, the key is, back to where we started, is being focused on what role culture needs you to play.
Yeah.
And we're all about the stay. We're all about that, no matter what you're trying to do, whether you're McLaren F1, who's been our partner for 20 years, that every weekend are effectively playing a away match, right? They're away from home and still having to be their best every single race weekend. If our hotels can do that for them, what can it do for you? If our hotels can create that kind of experience for Paris Hilton when she's DJing all across the world, what can it do for your next business meeting? And so telling the story of how the physical space plus the service plus that technology unlocks that, things like for our families that want to book confirmed connecting rooms, this ability to make sure that when your kids are traveling with you, you know for sure you'll get the assigned room next to you. We're working on AI to make that possible. We brought that to life. Making sure our honors members get recognized consistently, that they get the upgrade delivered automatically through AI. We've already built that. That's already out in the marketplace. So the future is actually here. It's doubling down on the things that make the stay possible. And then working with partners to make sure we flood the zone with content so that as AI becomes the predominant chat and search feature, it's looking at premium products, not just as the cheapest, not just as the quickest, not just the closest location, but the one that's best for me. And that's what our job is to flood the zone with great content that tells the story of our stay and make sure that you know that any of our 24 brands is the best fit for your travel occasion.
Now, Troy, I'm sure you have very comfortable and cozy stays at Hilton Hotels and can sleep well at night. But what are some of the trends or developments or concerns you have for the future of the advertisement industry that keeps you awake at night?
Well, I'm certainly worried about the conventional activity that you could get from algorithms driving you to familiar places and data that could do that as well. So I think making sure that we carve out a unique place for us is probably my #1 priority. But I think it's also the fact that the solution isn't advertising always, right? And I think Hilton is the ultimate experience brand, you know, without doubt. So our solutions to be able to drive their business aren't always going to be an ad-like object. It can be an experience that's happening in the room. It could be something that is actually said from a person who works at the hotel. Right. Yep. That can enhance that experience. So we constantly have to interrogate whatever the issue is, think about the total brand experience, and say, how can we do a breakthrough way of enhancing that experience and making sure that we're delivering true impact against the promise that Hilton makes. And we've just got such a great partner, we've got such great trust that we know that we feel quite confident of our future, so we're less fixated on why everyone's afraid of. We're more about trying to exercise the opportunities that are in front of us.
And if you stay focused on what unique role you bring to the world, the innovations will change, the capabilities will change, what you're trying to do will stay exactly the same, and having a great partner to do that's been the key to our success.
Yeah.
3, 2, 1, and we finish right on time. Ladies and gentlemen, that was Troy Ruhanen, CEO of Omnicom Advertising Group, and Mark Weinstein, CMO at Hilton Hotels. Shukran Gasilam, thank you so much. Give it up for the gentlemen. Thank you.
Thank you. Thanks, Mark.
In the fast-paced world of content creation, staying inspired without burning out is key to long-term success. This next session explores strategies top creators use to maintaining creativity, set boundaries, and build sustainable workflows. To learn how to balance growth with well-being and keep your passion alive, in conversation with global editor of The Drum, Cameron Clark, please welcome writer and podcaster with How Stuff Works, Jonathan Strickland, podcaster, musician, and filmmaker from Ridiculous History, Noah Brown, and host of Veritasium, Derek Miller.
Hello, everybody. So yeah, we've got a great panel of prolific creators to talk about this subject that I'm sure means a lot to all of us, avoiding burnout, staying engaged, staying prolific. And I think the first thing we should do is acknowledge that burnout is real. Its effects, as we're going to hear some experience of, can be pretty profound. And I want to start with you, Jonathan, if you don't mind, because you spent 16 years hosting Tech Stuff. I think 2,000 episodes that you presented over that time. Tech Stuff was coming out five episodes a week. And eventually that did take its toll, and that manifested physically in your case, didn't it? Do you mind sharing your experience?
I don't mind at all. Yeah, this is to prove that burnout can have a true physical and mental impact. So after a few years of doing 5 episodes a week, and it was a solo show, so I did all my own research and writing as well as recording. At the end of 2023, on December 30th, I got a very bad migraine to the point where I needed to go to the urgent care center. They took my blood pressure and saw that I was in stroke territory. I was hospitalized, I was released, and then 3 days later, hospitalized again. And we determined that there were a convergence of factors that were at play, but chief among them was stress, anxiety, exhaustion, all of these things that were related to the churn of creating content. And you don't want it to be a churn. You want it to be something that you're proud of and that you want to share with the world. You never want it to be a burden. But it was approaching that to me, and it was a clear signal that I needed to scale back.
Yeah. And Noel, similarly, you've been very open and candid with your Ridiculous History community about your experience of this subject, and at times it can be challenging from a mental health perspective as well, can't it, to keep a handle on workload and the pressure of creation?
For sure. I mean, I think for a long time I didn't really value myself in that way, where I would just wanted to say yes to everything because I was so scared that I would never be asked again if I didn't. And in doing that and saying all those yeses, I ended up with a workload that was just unrealistic, and I was burning the candle at however many ends a candle has, and it was just really taking its toll on me. And it was not allowing me to be the kind of person that I would want to spend time with. Podcasting is so personal. It's such a, kind of a relationship that you have with people. And I'm not saying I wasn't doing a good job, but I just wasn't setting myself up to be the person that I wanted to be and that I wanted to share. So once I kind of realized that, I was able to step away from some things, and now I have a much better work-life balance. I really prioritize my mental health, and it's really allowed me to make the kind of content and be the kind of person that I would want to hang out with all the time on a podcast.
Yeah, that's cool. Derek, Veritasium, I'm sure lots of people are aware of it, 17 million plus subscribers on YouTube. As you were scaling up, we talked a little bit about how you probably put a bit of pressure on yourself to hit some of those milestones along the way. Can you just share what that experience was like?
Yeah, I mean, for me, I feel like one of the big aspects of burnout as a creator is the issue that the platforms that you're working on are always shifting. And I think psychologically that's a very challenging environment to work in. Like if you're a chess player, but they change the rules of chess every month or every 5 days or something, like it would just drive you nuts. And I feel like that's what being a content creator over the long term is. You're never quite sure. You're always trying to figure out what works and how did that work and why did that work. And sometimes it just stops working because someone switched something. And it's totally sort of trying to build a house on sand or like this shifting foundation. So for me, that's been the core of why I think burnout is so common amongst creators, just because they're never sure of exactly what they're doing, like what's working, what's not.
Yeah, and that's similar in the podcast world, isn't it? Because again, you're at the mercy of the algorithms and the whims of platforms sometimes, excuse me, outside of your control. And I know for you guys, you've been in the podcasting business for a long time. When you started out, it was an industry that was dominated by iTunes. So you've had to kind of feel out how you navigate that. What are your sort of strategies for not letting that kind of distract you too much when you don't know necessarily what's going to happen from day to day?
Yeah, Apple iTunes was the way to get noticed in podcasts. When we started in 2008, it was really the only way. We were fortunate in that we were able to forge relationships with Apple because at the time the pool was much smaller than it is now. Now it'd be very difficult unless you're extremely high profile to be able to get those same relationships. But to your point, when something changes, it does have a massive effect across the industry, not just us, but the industry at large. And I remember we had a conversation earlier. Noel, you brought up a great point that Apple made a change not too long ago that affects the download numbers because it changes how the back catalog gets downloaded. Some of our shows have massive back catalogs. You mentioned I have 2,400 episodes of tech stuff. That's a big back catalog. So when that change affects, obviously there's a long tail that gets cut off. And the way that I deal with that, one, is that I know that the numbers that are left once that happened, that's the true foundation. And I'm still very proud of those numbers. Those represent real people who are tuning in, and I should never forget that. And two, it's something to build from, and you know that it's true. It's not some inflated number. And you can, when you go out and tell people, I have this many downloads per year, you can feel confident that it's reflecting the actual reality.
Yeah, absolutely. And obviously the feeling of burnout can be caused by a number of factors. We've heard about some of these already. It can be scheduling, it can be the pressure to keep coming up with new ideas, audience expectations, as you say, algorithm changes and things outside your control. So Noel, what has been your method in light of having to deal with some of these challenges to stay focused on the work and not lose the passion and the enthusiasm that inspired you to get into podcasting in the first place?
Yeah, it's really easy to try to focus too much on negative chatter out in the world, whether it be on social media, whether it be mean iTunes reviews. You can't please everybody. So I made a conscious choice at a certain point not to not listen to feedback, but just not to dwell in those spaces too much. to the point where it was causing a mental health toll on me, and it was making me not be able to be my true self. Because at the end of the day, I'm not playing a character on my podcast. I'm being me, and that's my stock and trade, is just being able to connect with people by being who I am and being honest. So if I'm internalizing any kind of negativity that's out there, obviously the people that make negative comments like that are the loudest voices in the room. At the end of the day, they do not represent the truth oftentimes. They just like to yell into the abyss. So by reading that, internalizing it, not only are you causing yourself to become insecure, you could potentially cause yourself to change the thing that made people like you in the first place.
Yeah.
And I think it's really important not to let that happen. So I've been very regimented in the way I approach those spaces, whether it be reviews, whether it be social media comments, YouTube comments, and I'm sure that's something that you have to deal with as well.
Absolutely, yeah. Don't read the comments is kind of good advice. It's always the negative comment that'll stick with you more than the 100 positive comments.
That's the one person that got it right. The person that was the meanest.
Well, it's just those comments, they just hurt, you know?
Yeah.
And what do you do about that? I think for all independent creators, there's sort of an ebb and flow to the work. And for me, it's been, some years where I'll be fully into it, and other years, or maybe a month or two, where I'm sort of backing away from the work. And I feel lucky to have that flexibility, but sometimes you just do need to take a break. And hopefully it's before, like Jonathan, it gets to that really intense physical level.
Absolutely, yeah. Don't be like me.
You used a word, an expression there, Derek, it seems like stating the obvious, but the work, because I think from the outside, we look at this creator world as something that's extremely fun, right? You're exploring your hobbies, turning those into businesses and livelihoods, and this is fantastic and it's attractive, but it is still work. It's still something that you have to put the hours in, it's demanding. How do you manage that tipping point where this goes from something that you probably started just out of sheer passion to being your full-time job? Like, do you remember that sort of tipping point for you?
I feel like it wasn't a switch, but I definitely got into this business, when in 2011, and there was no expectation on my part that this would ever pay my bills, and it took 2 years to get to that point. So 2 years of working basically full time, but I didn't think of it as work really at that time. I was just doing what I wanted to do. So in a way, I think it has been my dream job to be able to create videos about whatever I'm interested in. I think that's a great luxury.
I've been hearing a lot of talk around the Oscars with independent filmmakers talking about how in order to be a true indie lifer, you basically don't get a paycheck. You can be nominated for an Oscar and you're still putting in all of this work and you're the last person that gets paid. It's a passion thing. I think there's something to be said about that with the early days of starting a podcast or starting a YouTube channel. Hopefully you can get to that point where it will pay the bills, but it's not always guaranteed, and that can be really stressful too, because in order to succeed, you have to treat it like a full-time job while also doing a full-time job. And that can be really stressful too, and that burnout can come before you've even had a chance to succeed. And that's why a lot of people stop, because that can really, get a hold of you. So I would just say, set yourself up for success by not being too hard on yourself, and give yourself a chance to find your voice, give your, whatever it is, your channel, your podcast feed, a time to grow, but don't overdo it to start, because you will find that burnout before you've even had a chance to find success.
And I think this is one of the things that a lot of people watching this and sitting in the room today will be grappling with. Jonathan, just thinking about 16 years, give or take, since you started the podcast, so much has changed in media in that time. Our media world has become so more fragmented. We've got social platforms now that didn't exist 16 years ago. The whole ecosystem has changed. And I think a lot of us can feel the burden that we have to be in all of these places. It's not enough just to show up in one place. Maybe life was a little bit simpler when you started out, because, as you said, there was only one show in town for a podcast at that point, iTunes. So how much sympathy do you have for the people grappling with that problem, and what advice would you give to them about that?
I think setting boundaries and expectations is absolutely critical. Boundaries for yourself and expectations for your audience, your partners, perhaps your publication platform. The boundaries are important because you need to know what you can and cannot do, and you need to be able to accept what you cannot do. And often that means reaching out to people who can do the things that you can't in order to be able to succeed. Like, if you want to be really promoting yourself, there's so much hustle. And that hustle, like, I can't do it. It's too much to be able to promote while you're also creating, and you're being a steward of your work, and you're trying to respond to requests that are coming from all different angles. So finding a team that can help is really important. Sometimes that's not possible right away, but I think it is something that you should plan for, or at least aspire to, because that will make all the difference. And setting expectations in your audience. I think a lot of content creators in the early days want to get as much as they can out there to build an audience as quickly as they can. But if your audience starts to expect a specific cadence of your work, and that ends up becoming unsustainable for you, you are worried about disappointing your audience. Your audience is wondering what's going on. Meanwhile, you're just feeling that burden of responsibility get heavier and heavier. It's a recipe for disaster. So I think setting out early and making those boundaries and expectations really clear is absolutely pivotal to success.
That being said, too, I mean, there are things you can do right up front that are not impossibly difficult. Like, you could put your podcast out on a podcast feed, but also put a version of it out on YouTube with just like a still image. So that way you're at least at the very top of your experience, trying to capture both of those audiences. Because we have found that those two audiences are sometimes very segmented and very separate. So to have that version of your show available in both forms, in both platforms, right up front is something you can do without overloading yourself or making it about, oh, I gotta be here, I gotta be there, I gotta do all the things. Also these days, publishing platforms, they do cover most of the important podcast listening platforms right away in one button push. So I would do your research and make sure that whatever platform you're using, Libsyn or Megaphone or whatever, is distributing it as widely as possible, so you don't have to do all of those individually by yourself. Right.
Yeah, I think there's a couple of great pieces of advice there. Firstly, it's probably easier to scale up scheduling than scale it down, because you're managing the audience expectations, and then not necessarily being too precious or being a perfectionist about how the content looks or sounds in every environment. And that brings me back to YouTube, Derek, and just thinking about the transformation in your videos and the quality of your output in that time that you've been producing them. Now, as I'm sure lots of us know, the videos are really polished, production values are absolutely excellent, but not everyone is going to get to that point right away. So how do you let go of that feeling of perfectionism, which probably ultimately stops you ever getting anything out and can burden you with a lot of self-pressure as well?
Totally. I didn't start out with high production values. You got to start somewhere. You got to start where your capability is. So I was making 2 to 3 minute videos, 15 years ago. These days, they're mostly half-hour videos, because YouTube has really pushed us that direction. That's what we see performing the best, getting the widest reach, and really growing the channel. But obviously, we've worked up to that, and now there's a whole team behind me, and they handle a lot of developing custom animations and things like that. So I really do feel that tension strongly between, I want it to be the best thing it can possibly be, but also if you try to make it that, to the degree of perfection, then you might never publish anything. So you do have to find sort of a way through and get something out there that is like as good as it can be in the time and given the constraints that you have. So I think for a lot of people, just getting started is the biggest challenge. And it's really that thing of like, you just have to try. Just launch 1, launch 2, launch 3, and like, don't quit. Get to 10, get to 20, get to 50, and you'll learn so much along the way. I know psychologically that is so hard. I think that is the hardest thing as a creator.
Well, your story comes first, too. I mean, that's what's most important, is communicating. At the end of the day, whether it's with a webcam or even just like an iPhone, if you're telling a compelling story, you're communicating in an effective manner, that's what's going to get you an audience. The production value stuff is awesome and certainly separates you from the crowd, but it's not first and foremost, is it?
It's not at all. Like, people are on social media for the authenticity, for the realism, to get real advice, real truth, real stories from people. And yeah, if the audio is a little funky or it goes out of focus, like that's sort of secondary. Yep. And I think that's the beauty of social media. There's a different grammar, there's a different style, and just this authenticity is what people want.
Absolutely. All right, we've not got a lot of time left, so I just want to tackle one final subject really quickly, which is how you keep the ideas coming, because each of you has been in this business, your businesses for doing what you do for many years now. How do you keep it fresh? How do you keep the energy going, and where do you find the new ideas? How do you not feel like everything has already been done? So maybe we'll just go down the line and we'll start with you, Derek.
Curiosity is the biggest thing. I think all of us up here on stage are curious. We are interested in everything around us. The world is always changing. There's always new things coming up. I mean, you guys know that better than I do, but like I get my ideas from talking to people. People will say, hey, did you know about this? Hey, look at that. And I talk to researchers, to scientists. They always have something novel that they're working on. So there are ideas absolutely everywhere, and yeah, if you're curious about them, there's plenty to grab and put out there.
And whatever it is, it's always, at the end of the day, filtered through your unique perspective, your unique way of telling that story, of explaining that subject. There's a million other ways to cover it. It probably has been covered a million other ways, but the people that are coming to you for your perspective and personality. So, like, we have another history show on our network that's been around longer than Ridiculous History. For a while, we were worried about covering the same topics as them, but then we realized, like, it's history, it's also like they're telling the story in a way different way than we would tell that story. People are listening to our version of it because they like the way we tell that story, and it doesn't mean they can't get a whole nother spin on it from listening to stuff you missed in history class. So
for me, it's simple. If I want to learn about something, chances are someone else does too, and that's what would guide me to choose that for a topic.
That's great advice. Regrettably, we are out of time because there's so much more I would love to pick your brains about. But of course, if you want to hear more from these guys, then do go and check out their work. I'm sure lots of you are already very familiar with it. But for now, Jonathan, Noel, Derek, thank you very much. And thank you all.
AI and the New World Order have three distinct points: geopolitical shift, economical transformation, and security and governance challenges. AI is reshaping the global balance of power, with countries like the US, China, and Russia competing for technological dominance. This AI race has the potential to redefine international relations and create new power dynamics similar to past industrial revolutions. Now, to discuss how AI is disrupting traditional economical models, altering labor markets, and reshaping geopolitical power dynamics, please welcome world-renowned economist Nouriel Roubini and the Qatar Investment Authority's Head of Technology, Media, and Telecommunications, Mohammed Al Hardan.
Hi, Nouriel Roubini. Thank you for joining us here at the Doha edition of the Web Summit. We just attended the investor offsite, and there was a number of interesting discussions. The theme remains AI. But here we have a different audience. It's an audience of startups, venture capital, government officials, policymakers, and the wider population in Doha. And maybe we'll start with the first question. As a macroeconomist, what are the impacts that we should expect of AI when it comes to unemployment, global growth, and productivity?
Thank you. Thank you very much for inviting me. It's a great pleasure being here among this amazing crowd in this great country. I would say that the net effect of AI, of course, are very positive. There'll be a massive increase in productivity growth and potential growth. Just to give you an idea, in the United States, there's an advanced economy. Currently, potential growth is estimated to be only 1.8%. But I do believe that thanks to not just AI, but a wider range of new industries and technologies of the future that are all related to AI, but it's not just Gen AI, it's robotic, automation, quantum computing, biomedical research, green tech, ag tech, fintech, new material science, new energy sources, and so on and so on. All of those are going to be turbocharged by AI, machine learning, and related technology. So in the US, I would say potential growth by the end of this decade could be already more than double, 4%, in a positive scenario 5, something we have not seen for decades. And it's not just going to be the US, because whether you innovate or you adapt the technology, there'll be lots of growth spillovers all over the world. So while the innovators might be US, China, and a few others, including some in this region, the benefits are going to be spilling over, even if the innovators are going to get more of the benefits. That's a good news. The economic pie can grow fast. But if I fast forward to, say, 20 years from now, these technologies are having exponential features. They are general purpose technologies. They're going to increase productivity across the economy. I will not be surprised that 20 years from now, potential growth could be actually something we have never seen before in advanced economies, 8%. That's the good news. The bad news is that 20 years from now, unemployment rate could be as high as 80%. So think about the world in which growth is 8%, the economic pie doubles in a matter of years, but then most jobs are not done by humans, white-collar, blue-collar jobs, but they're done by machines and robots. Now, it may sound like a dystopian future because you'll have 80% unemployment. The reality is that in that scenario, we'll be able to tax the winners, those who own the capital and the machine, and the 20% that is made more productive and efficient by AI, and redistribute to everybody else. Whether that's done through universal basic income or universal provision of a wide range of public services, or it's going to be done by giving ex ante to everybody a share in the AI firms. There are many different ways of doing it. But we'll be in a world in which you have to work less, and you're going to do other things that are more creative in your life. But it's a complete rethinking about what is the purpose of life. Meaning today, unfortunately, many people live to work while we want to work to live. And we'll be able to work less to live more.
How do you see this AI megatrend being different than previous technological innovation shifts? Is it different? What are the differences and the similarities that you see?
Well, of course, any kind of innovation leads to some increase in productivity growth, but that productivity growth usually fades away. Like when there was the first digital revolution in the 70s and 80s, with the beginning of the internet, US growth went from 1% to 3.5%, but then went back to something lower, closer to 2%. So it was not exponential. I would argue that AI is more revolutionary because it's something that leads to exponential increases in growth. This is more important than the invention of fire, or controlling fire, or the invention of agriculture, or of the printing press, or the steam engine in the first industrial revolution, or railroads, or electricity, or recent technology like the first digital revolution. The characteristic of it is the growth accelerates and remains at very, very high level. I think it's very revolutionary. And by the way, when jobs went away from agriculture and primary, people moved into manufacturing industry. When jobs in industry, because of technology, shrank, people went into services. Today, even service jobs, and actually with Gen AI, first of all, white-collar first job, service jobs are going to be essentially disrupted. people say, well, there'll be jobs of the future. There will be things that we can't even think about. And for a while, AI is going to be complementary and augmenting work. So everybody is going to have to work more and be more productive. But over time, and it's not going to be overnight, instead of being labor augmentation complementarity, it'll be labor substitution and displacement. When that occurs, we're going to have mass, permanent, technological unemployment. You could say that's the bad news. The good news is each of us can work less and have more leisure and time for creative activities, and that even those that are left behind are going to receive through UBI or other means a share of the growing pie. So it'll be redistribution of a mass scale. It's going to make everybody better off. But as I pointed out, if you are essentially receiving a check, then the concept of what is the dignity of life changes. Until now, the dignity of life is the dignity of being a productive member of society. You provide food, shelter for yourself, your spouse, your children. In a world of scarcity, that's how you define the dignity of life. But in a world where scarcity constraints shrink, we have more time for leisure, for human contact, for creativity, for being artists, poets, create ideas and other things. They're going to be different, but we have to think very differently about life. And we're speaking about 20 years from now.
So earlier in the month, world leaders, founders of well-known AI companies convened in Paris and discussed the evolution of the technology. What is your advice to policymakers and world leaders when it comes to how they should approach AI and how they should approach regulation?
I would say that initially you have to let AI to develop without major constraints. When you start with a new technology that's going to revolutionize the world, you cannot start with the regulation, and with the things can go wrong. And there are lots of risks involved in AI. And eventually, we'll have to make sure that AI doesn't increase inequality, doesn't lead to manipulation, misinformation, and other things, doesn't lead to other types of form of discrimination, doesn't lead to more inequality or massive displacement. But first, we have to let these new technology develop. And once we figure out the benefits of them and we exploit them, we're going to figure out, of course, what is the right type of regulation, domestic or global, what's the right type of governance, how to make sure that the positives of AI emerge rather than negatives. You know, at the Paris summit, the US Vice President J.D. Vance said, we have to think about fostering AI before we regulate it. And I think that the European having a slightly different approach, they want to regulate it even before they innovate, while others in emerging markets, starting with India and Prime Minister Modi in Paris and others, and even in this region, realize let these 1,000 flowers bloom, and if there are some weeds as a side effect of these blooms, then we're going to try to control the weeds and eradicate them or make sure they don't take over the garden. But you have to let the flowers bloom first before you put all the pesticides and the herbicides and all the other stuff that deals with the side effects of these things.
Yeah. So as an investor for Qatar Investment Authority and look across tech themes globally, I need to be very mindful of CFIUS. I need to be very mindful of the geopolitical concerns, because that could be a limiting factor when it comes to deploying capital. What is your view of the geopolitics of AI?
Well, the reality is that AI and some of these deep tech sectors and industries of the future have strategic importance, have national security importance, because as Henry Kissinger, before he died a year ago, he published a book together with Eric Schmidt, the former CEO of Google. And they argued, in my view correctly, that who dominates the industries and the technology of the future, starting with AI, is not going to be only the major economic, political power in the world, but also the biggest security, military, and geopolitical power in the world. Now, it's not a zero-sum game. In the race for AI, US is #1 in 10 or 12 out of the 12 of these industries of the future. China is ahead in some of them, like mobility or green tech and so on. There are pockets of innovation in Asia, from Japan to Korea to Taiwan. There are pockets of innovation even in the Gulf, in Israel, in parts of Western Europe. So everybody's going to benefit. Those who innovate get more benefits than those who are adopting the technology, but even absorbing the technology gives you benefit, but there is a race. And we want to make sure that this race leads to healthy competition between US, China, India, the Middle East, and other countries in the world, so that everybody benefits. For example, the unquote revolution of DeepSeek, first of all, is not a total revolution, but it's something that can be adopted by US AI hyperscalers to make faster things like training of the models or the results of a model. So those are things that spread to everybody else. And the same thing, DeepSeek would have never existed without OpenAI. We did the billions of dollars of investment. So you're sitting on the shoulders of a giant. And everybody benefits from this, whether you are in an open source model or a closed source model. There's an integration between the two. But there will be. We live in a world, unfortunately, where there is a geopolitical race, and some of these technologies are of national security interest. So what's going to happen? First of all, there'll be spillovers of knowledge, and we can at least share some of it. But it's true that over time, both China and the US consider some elements of this technology, say advanced semiconductors, advanced models of AI, quantum, fusion, space exploration and exploitation, defense tech, and other things of being of national security interest. One, because of course there is a race on who's going to be the dominant geopolitical power. Two, because every country in the world wants to provide jobs and income for their own people, and definitely that competition affects very much. US wants to friendshore and reshore manufacturing because tons of people are left behind. China has 20% unemployment rate among its young, and you'll have to use technology to provide opportunity, and same problems all over the world, in Europe, even in this region. So those are both the economic and geopolitical interests that imply that everybody wants to be first mover and have some advantage of one sort or another. So I'd say that competition is healthy. There is not just one winner and everybody else is left behind, both within countries and across country, but we have to be aware that as an investor, US is going to impose a restriction on how its rivals can do investment in the United States, the same way in which China is going to impose restrictions on which kind of investment can be done in China. And the US is going to impose a restriction on US firms investing in China and vice versa. So I think that the world, at least from the US point of view, is going to be like a recent executive order of the Biden administration, world divided in tier 1, tier 2, and tier 3 countries. Those that are closer friends and allies of the US, tier 1, have access to unlimited amount of advanced chips, unlimited access to all the LLMs and more advanced models, and to be able to build data centers and you name it, if you are friends and ally of the US. If you want to maintain some degree of strategic autonomy, you might be tier 2. You have access to some of the technology, but some of them have to be limited because, take for example, data centers. Some country going to say, I don't want my data centers to be controlled by the hyperscalers in the US for national security. So you're going to have them localized, but there'll be restriction to how much you can use US technology chips for doing that. And they'll be fine, but you accept that you want to be in a different position. You want to be in the middle. And then there is tier 3. Countries like China that, whether you like it or not, are strategic rivals of the US, and they're going to have significant restriction. Of course, they have access to basic semiconductors, but the more advanced ones of NVIDIA are not going to be there, but it's not a big deal because technology spreads and the Chinese are going to develop their own chips. They're going to be maybe one generation behind NVIDIA, but still very, very good because technology eventually spreads around. But we have to be aware that in this world,
We want to avoid completely decoupling, because there'll be a disaster. If US and China completely decouple, then the world is split, there is deglobalization. But we know that there are things of national security importance to both sides, and not just to them, but also to countries in the global south. So you want to de-risk the relationship to make sure that in things that are critical, there is no risk involved. So you de-risk in things that are very technological, national security advanced, and you maintain some degree of trade and business and FDI in stuff that is not strategic. That will be a sensible grand bargain.
Lastly, Nouriel, maybe implications in asset class between public and private.
But first of all, many of the new AI and technology of the futures in all of these 12 different sectors are still private firms. They're not public. And therefore, those investors who have access to early stage, but even Series A, B, and whatever, are going to have outsized returns. First observation. Two, if you are accessing only public markets and publicly traded company, there's still plenty of them that are not early stage who are going to do very well. For example, take the Max 7 in the United States. Why valuation looks so crazy? First of all, they do a huge amount of AI innovation within themselves. Say Google has Google Brain, DeepMind, and whatever. And they are themselves investing in all of the startups. You know, half of OpenAI is owned by Microsoft, and the Anthropic and Inflection of the world are owned by Meta, Google, Amazon, and you name it, and so on and so on. So even by holding Max 7, you have exposure to this private company indirectly if you don't have access to them. And the third element of it is that gradually over time, there is a new economy firms and there is the old economy firms. The old economy firms are already in public markets. The new economy firms are not yet in public markets. And unless the old economy firms adopt the new technology, they could become a dinosaur and disappear. I mean, take one example. General Electric in the United States was a huge multinational, now almost gone. So you want to adapt, because if you don't adapt, you're going to be disrupted. That's the lesson.
Thank you, Nouriel. I know that you've been called Dr. Doom, crypto nemesis, but I'm going to use a new name and call you the macro monk. Thank you.
Or Dr. Boom, rather than Doom. Thank you.
Whoa, look at this, full house. This is a very exciting time out here. Hello, everyone, and welcome to the winner's announcement of Pitch, powered by Jasur, the world's greatest startup competition. Yeah! I'm Casey Lau, and joining me is Jasur COO Ibrahim Al-Mullah and Dana Al-Dafa. Come on out and join me. Dana. There she is. Okay. This edition was particularly intense. Out of over 1,500 startups here at Web Summit Qatar, 35 were selected to compete, and from those 35, only 3 emerged victorious and pitched earlier today in the grand final. I'd like to thank all the judges who were involved, and of course, all the startups who gave their absolute best over the last 2 days. It was amazing to see so many passionate founders pitching their businesses to our audience. So let's bring out our 3 finalists now. Come on out. Come on, round of applause. Look at them, beautiful faces, so excited, probably stressed out and nervous, but that's okay. All right, before we announce our overall winner, let's take a quick look at who the audience voted for. Pitch slider results. Oh, over here. Early Bean, 45%. Metalchemy, 32%, and FortiGuard, 23%. That's all voted by you, the audience, okay. All right, so let us talk to Ibrahim. You are representing the judges that were here earlier today. What did everybody think about the pitches?
Oh, thank you, Casey. First of all, I would like to congratulate all three for reaching this stage. Honestly, I like them all, and the judges like them all, because they're addressing everyday challenges, and we wish them all the best.
Yep, great. Is there any specific one you think was better than the other one?
I like them all, let me say that.
Okay, very, very diplomatic. I like that. Okay. Now that we know who the audience voted for, let's find out, based on all the judges' votes, who is the pitch powered by Jasur champion of Web Summit 2025. And the pitch winner, powered by Jasur, is... Okay, and it is...
Metalchemy.
Woo! Come on over, Federico.
Congratulations.
Hold it up.
All the best. Congratulations.
Hold it up. All right. Here's the mic for you. Okay, Federico, why don't you tell everybody, how does it feel winning Web Summit Qatar?
It feels amazing. Thank you so much. Great opportunity. We had an amazing time here with my team. So I would like to thank my team and everybody here and the amazing, other founders who competed with us. It was amazing experience. Yeah, definitely. Amazing.
What are you going to do next?
Well, end food waste, I guess.
That's a great answer.
Go and these are my teammates.
Yeah,
I couldn't
come
have
on
done it
out,
without
teammates.
them,
Come on out.
Thank you so much. This is Danielle and George, my co-founder.
Very good.
It's been a great teamwork. They've been helping us a lot behind the stage. So big round of applause also for the team behind the stage helping us.
Awesome.
Here.
All right. Cool. That's great. Thank you very much, everybody. Thank you.
Congratulations.
Thanks.
This next session will be very important for startups as we have three major investors from around the world here to talk about navigating fundraising in 2025. Whether you're a startup seeking capital or an established company aiming for growth, what are the best strategies for fundraise and what are the factors driving investors this year? To answer these questions and more in conversation with Tej Kenny-Okafor, reporter at TechCrunch, please welcome the founder of Antler, Magnus Grimland, managing partner of 500 Global, Kaylee Young, and co-founder and managing partner of BAM Cornerpoint, Rashmi Gopinath.
Good afternoon, guys. I'm Tej Kenny-Okafor, Africa and MENA reporter for TechCrunch. Good afternoon, guys. With me, we have Magnus, we have Rashmi, and we have Katie. Would you say hi to the audience, please, and tell us what you do?
Yeah, hi everyone, Magnus Grumland. I'm the founder and CEO of Antler. What we do with Antler is we really like to find incredible founders all across the globe and backing them from day zero with capital. We're very much focused on investing in founders as early as we can. We can invest up until Series C, so we can also invest directly in seed, Series A, B, and C rounds. But what we really like to do is find incredible people as early as possible, back them with capital, access to talent, help expand globally. We have 30 offices across the globe. In the region, we're in Riyadh and Dubai, and hopefully we'll do something here soon. And yeah, very excited to see you all. And if you're interested in building a company, you should reach out.
Hi everyone, really nice to see you all and excited to be here. I'm Rashmi Gopinath. I'm a co-founder and managing partner at BAM Corner Point. We're an early growth enterprise tech focused fund, mainly focused on Series B and C stages across enterprise software. We invest in infrastructure software, application software, and healthcare tech that sells into large health systems. Really excited about this topic today.
Hi, I'm Kylie. I have a curiosity. Half the crowd is wearing this red Snownu jacket, right? So big up to Snownu. You got Snownu represent. You can paint the town red. Yeah, so I'm Kylie. I'm a managing partner of 500 Global, formerly known as 500 Startups. We've been investing around the world since 2010, so it's about 15 years. So our biggest insight is that the largest outcomes from our investing comes from companies with a global revenue base. Out of the 40 unicorns that we have, is that the large majority of them have like incredibly global revenues. So what we're working on for the next decade is to build the ultimate globalization platform for our companies. So we've invested now in 3,000 companies in 81 countries, half of which in the US, the Middle East region, we've got close to 300 companies, Southeast Asia, Latin America, similar portfolio size. And we support companies with seed stage financing, 500K USD plus minus, give or take. But more recently, we also have other growth vehicles that can cut $5 million US up to $10 million US. So I'm happy to talk about whatever you want to talk about and give more love to the Snownu crowd over here.
All right. I mean, today we're talking about how to navigate funding in 2025. And I think we're going to approach this from the state of venture capital, right, in 2025, from the investor's perspective and what founders should look for in investors. So my first question, in light of the changing, fundraising environment, right, since the correction in 2022 or 2023, what strategies do you think founders should adopt, right, when going to the market, to raise across like seed to growth stage? Marcus, do you want to go first?
Yeah, so obviously we saw a reduction in investment activity in 22, in 23, and in 24, it really started turning around. And in 25, we're seeing a ton of activity globally. So if we look at across the Antler portfolio, I think we had 560 portfolio companies raise capital last year, which is close to half of the portfolio companies at the time. So I think we're approaching a market which is heating up again, and more activity is going to happen as we go into 2025. So I think it's a great time to build companies. Actually, if you look historically, the best time to build companies is just after peak. And 22, 23, 24 was just after peak. 25 is, I guess, still there. Because you're then building into the next wave of growth, which is really what's happening right now. We're seeing a tremendous amount of traction in the portfolio. Also here in the Middle East, a lot of rounds happening currently. So I think it's the right time to go out there if you need capital for your business. When that's said, we're also in the biggest platform shift we've seen in humankind's history, probably. Might be the biggest platform shift since the invention of fire, which enables, I think, founders to build companies much more effectively. Kyle and I was just chatting behind the scenes, and he invested in this amazing company, which has generated now a ton of revenue, and I think raised $32 million, and they have a team of 4 people. And we see that in our portfolio as well, a number of these companies that are scaling very effectively, utilizing new technologies that weren't available to us before. So I think as a founder, if you can think about how can you drive the most amount of effectiveness with these new tools that are now becoming available to you. Obviously, some companies are fundamental AI companies, and that's the core of what they're doing. But I think any company that is building should look at where can you pull out efficiencies, and then add that on top of what you should think about any time as a founder, which is, do you have the right team? Do you have the right product market fit? And all those other things you would always look at. But I think we are in really special times right now with the combination of kind of moving into a new cycle combined with being at the biggest platform shift the world has ever seen. So 2025 is exciting times.
Katie, do you want to add to that? I mean, he talked about one of your portfolio companies, right? An AI company, millions of dollars in revenue and just a team of 4. How important is it for startups like, in this day and age, right, to integrate AI into, their systems, right? Is it important for them? And can startups do without AI and still raise money from investors?
Well, the thing is, like, whether it's AI or not AI, I think the more important question for founders is about getting user adoption and getting revenue. So then, if, let's say, AI helps you do that, which it does, because it delivers a better user experience in most cases, then of course, like, it's got to be thought about. But let me kind of frame the stats, right? OpenAI claims they've got 300 million monthly active users, give or take. Meta claims that their Meta AI, which they force WhatsApp users to use, 600 million MAUs apparently. Microsoft pushing Copilot into 1.4 billion Microsoft users. I switched from my iPhone to Android last year just so that I can witness how Google is pushing Gemini into 2.9 billion Android phones. But the internet has 5.5 billion people. So what I'm trying to say is, we're still early enough that not everyone has a very full experience of any AI usage yet. There's still billions of people who have not been on-ramped to AI at all. And if you look at the Chinese AI apps and the user experience, the user interface innovation, it is easier to use, you know exactly what you're doing, and you're getting more utility out of it. I'm not going to go into much detail about this, but my general main point is that if a few billion people are going to start having the aha moment in AI this year in 2025, and you just are not building something in this, then I don't know what your argument is. Like, this is a land grab where users are going to find you. And just like what Magnus mentioned, a lot of our portfolio companies, their customer acquisition cost is very low. Because if you use AI the right way, you can actually build something that's like 5, 10x better. So maybe I'll share one last thing with real examples, is that the company that was mentioned, they're called Practica AI, TechCrunch, thanks for your coverage of it. Like, they're a 4-person company that has $20 million US in revenue doing AI voice English language learning. So you're like, okay, so what's so great about that? Well, they're going after Duolingo. And Duolingo is a massive company, right? But when you do it with AI, it's just like easier, it's just easier to talk to. So if you extrapolate that out, there's 1,300 unicorns that are still holding up that valuation right now, and each and every one of them is a target for you to take down. You can literally just go through 1,300 options and find a company that you want to destroy because you're going to use AI to actually destroy them in a better way, and you can go for that. So why not?
Interesting. Rashmi, what's your take on that?
On specifically, like how AI is disrupting the market? I think there's a few interesting statistics that we're observing. One, the cost to start a company has gone down pretty significantly. What it takes in terms of the R&D and the tech stack to evolve pretty quickly with using AI-enabled tools. I know we talked about companies like Cursor and Vercel that significantly reduce the cost of software development time. And so the cost to put out a MVP version or a first version of the product out has become significantly cheaper. The second, I would say, is foundational large language models obviously have been evolving over the last 3 years, and what we have seen in the last few weeks with the DeepSeek announcement, which was quickly followed by the Grok announcement and the OpenAI Mini announcement, is that using foundational large language models as a key ingredient to build your application layer, that cost is marginally going down as well. And so what used to be a pretty expensive cost, which was impacting gross margins for the application layer, is now coming down pretty rapidly by orders of magnitude. And we're really excited about the innovation that's going to happen in the application layer, where the application layer companies that we have witnessed over the last 20 to 30 years are going to look significantly different in the next 20 to 30 years, where it's going to be a very agentic first approach that we're going to see in the application layer, where you no longer have to hop between 20 different applications and go into this form-based user experience and repeat the same amount of workflows or processes across different systems, where the agents can control the workflow of which systems need to be invoked and where data needs to go in. And so again, what we have seen on the consumer side with ChatGPT has, I would say, going to have a pretty massive impact on the enterprise side, and we're in very early stages of that. So really excited about that opportunity.
Interesting. So moving on from AI and how the state of venture is right now, from an investor's perspective, right? What should founders look for, right, when pitching to an investor or when trying to get a check, right? I think should they prioritize sector expertise, network effects, right, or strategic support from the investors? Do you want to take that?
Yeah. So most of the investments we make is in the very early stages, where by far the most important for us is the quality of the founder and the teams. So that's typically what we really spend a lot of time looking at, and what we really want.
It's the other way around. Like, what should founders look for?
Yeah. So what the founders should look for in the VC.
Yes.
So basically, in the VC, I think you should ensure that. Well, first of all, I think as a founder, you shouldn't overestimate the impact an investor can have on the growth of your company. In the end, you are the ones that are going to build the company. The VC can really help out on a number of different things in terms of introductions, in terms of competencies, in terms of building global networks, hiring, all of these things. But in the end, you are the one who is building it, and you are the one who's really going to make the company successful. So the first thing I'd look for is ensure that you bring on board a VC that will just kind of leave you alone if you want to be left alone, right? So like, there are some people who just want to be incredibly involved in everything that it's doing and put restrictions on a lot of things, whether it's the shareholder agreement or the founder docs or whatever it is. Don't allow that. So I think there's like a few things you should just avoid. So that I think is number one. Then two is, then if you look at the additional marginal upside you can get from having the right investor on board, I think what we see that founders will look for, number one is, as they're moving towards their Series A and Series B and Series C, how good could the VCs and investors you have on board be in terms of helping you get those rounds done, right? So do they have the right networks with investors who can come on board in the later stages? Two, I think the founders that we work with really are looking for us to support them in hiring the right people. So let's say you're expanding from the Middle East to the US, or you're expanding to Asia, or you need a new head of product, or you need, or perhaps one of the co-founders leave and you need to replace that person. How can you support in that process? The third one is very specific competencies. Let's say you're deciding on what product architecture you should have. The VC itself might not have that capabilities in-house, but they should know people who they can introduce you to who can help you out with doing that. For example, if you can talk to the CTO of Spotify who designed the entire Spotify software, if you're building something, consumer technology is very, very helpful. And then there's a number of these kind of areas we go down where we are trying to build capabilities to support our founders in being very successful. But these are the ones that we typically see founders looking at as the most important.
Thank you. Rashmi,
Can I just add to that? So I would say there are three key aspects that I would definitely encourage all the startups in the room to focus on. And as early growth investors, this was the impetus for why we decided to launch our own fund. First of all, investors that have the domain expertise and operating experience, have been in your shoes before, are going to be significantly highly value-added investors who can help you navigate the challenges that you're going to encounter as you grow from that 0 to 1, 1 to 10 journey. And the data supports this as well, as investors that have that domain expertise usually pick better investments and are able to generate better returns for the LPs as well. The second I would say is understand what drives returns for the fund. If you're going to be part of a very large fund that has billions in fund sizes, really understand what is the motivation for that fund to continue to support you down the line, and is that partner going to be your champion and pound the table for you. And this is where, again, different fund sizes have different approaches of how they support their portfolio companies. But for a fund that is rightly sized, they may have the ability to provide more attention and focus to you than if you were less than a 1% allocation in the massive fund size. And the third, I would say, is there's really interesting approaches that VCs take in supporting their portfolio companies. With a corporate VC fund, as an example, you may get strategic value, go-to-market support, channel support, in addition to the capital that comes to the table. We're big believers of leveraging data science and AI and helping support our portfolio companies in getting that differentiated access to third-party and proprietary data and helping make better decisions of how do you structure your go-to-market, which markets do you plan on entering in, how do you price your product appropriately, how do you scale from being a single product or a single feature into a platform company. And so really understand how the VC is going to differentiate and provide that additional value add for you for the stage that you're in and for a couple stages down the line as well.
Thank you. Kaylee, last point to that.
Well, maybe I'll flip the question a little bit. I mean, it sounds like there's this very high value founder here who can sit there and pick and choose the VC they like. I think for the most part, you start with building up your book of people that you want to fundraise from. And what I've seen very successful is that we've reached a point that a lot of VCs actually have another layer of analysts and other junior partners, for example. And getting them to be the actual users of it is one of the easiest ways to really get initiated. I had one of my colleagues who's a huge pet lover. And then one of the companies got her to, a pet food related company, got her to be a power user of it. So eventually established that relationship, and she was so passionate about putting that investment forward to the IC. But the same thing applies to B2B companies, enterprise companies as well. Because let's say in Rashmi's portfolio, there's say eight enterprise companies, and maybe your startup has them as customers. And once you have the VC's portfolio companies as customers, then you ask those founders to make the introduction to the VC as well. So we've done a lot of investments just based on recommendations from existing portfolio founders. So I feel like there are different routes to kind of build up your stack of having a lot of VCs that you're actively talking to, and you have a lot of options. And when that time comes where you have a lot of options, then you can evaluate them based on the ideas that both Rashmi and Magnus has put forward. But last thing I would say on this is that tonight when you go home, there's no reason why you shouldn't try and build something. And don't need to be too serious about it. For those of you who have not built anything, just build something that's fun and dumb. Something that annoys your family member or something. Just think of something stupid to do with AI and just get the hang of it and start building, tinkering with a few things. There is a meetup series called AItinkerers.org. They happen all around the world, AItinkerers.org. So look, once you start tinkering around and you just meet up with different folks over there and you can start, again, just tinkering. At some point, you feel the confidence, you have the right idea, you ended up becoming a builder. Next thing you know, you're a founder.
Interesting. That's a good way to end this. And a round of applause for our panelists.
Super apps like WeChat, Alipay, and Grab have taken Asia by storm. Grab, for instance, not only lets you book a car and order food delivery, but you can book hotels, buy insurance, get a bank loan, and even book a doctor to visit you at home. Asia's everything apps take care of your needs, but they have not been as successful outside of Asia. Why is that? And will we see one released still in 2025? To find out how to build a global super app, in conversation with Shruti Mishra from CNBC's TV 18, please welcome co-founder and CEO of Uno, Juan Pablo Ortega, founder and CEO of Qatar's very own Snunu, Hamad Al-Hayri, and Chief Product Officer of Grab, Philip Kendall.
Ladies and gentlemen, welcome to our discussion on building the global super app. Now, the rise of super apps has revolutionized the way users interact with digital services, from everything, from payments to e-commerce to transport to food delivery, all on a single platform. And these apps are not only transforming the way people live and work, but are also reshaping the future of digital commerce on a global scale. And we have with us 3 exceptional leaders who are building transformative apps. Ladies and gentlemen, once again, Juan Pablo Ortega, the co-founder of Uno and Rappi, Hamad Al-Hajri, CEO of Snoonu. He's the crowd favorite. And Philip Kandal, the CPO of Grab. Welcome, gentlemen. Let me start off with a broad question. A global super app typically involves a wide range of services. How does one select which services to integrate with the app to meet user needs? How are you all doing it? I mean, Philip, if you'd like to go first.
Yeah, so I think we started in mobility and then expanded there to food, financial services, banking, and so on. And the core of it is very, very simple for us. We are there to serve our drivers and our merchants and allow them ultimately to have a better life by earning more, right? And that's kind of where we select how can we add more services that help our audience, right? So, for example, when we launched food, we've seen that mobility services are primarily in the morning and in the evening peaks, but in the afternoon, drivers are idle. So adding food has exactly opposite peak hours, so we can keep our drivers more busy across the entire day, right? So that was a huge win. Then financial services was basically giving loans to our drivers that they can afford vehicles, that they can upgrade their vehicles, or merchants upgrading their stores. So that's kind of how the things fit together by keeping our drivers and merchants busy.
Hamad, how are you selecting which services to offer?
Yeah, so basically, I would say, why not to have super apps, yeah? Why business model have to stick to one service? Because we have 3 big factors. Number 1, as example, in GCC, a slightly very small market. It's similar, the whole GCC is just 45 million people. Almost same thing in China. So many startups, many ideas will not be validated in GCC. It have to be embedded as part of super apps. The other thing, because it's slightly small market, the ecosystem is not mature enough. And that's why you need to have a super app that give this service to the customer. The last, I would say, consumer behavior. How do you think the future look like? How about you have 20 apps in your phone, and basically I need food from here. I need grocery from here. I need booking from here. Does that make sense? So I would say, why not to have super apps?
All right, Juan, but how are you not making it overwhelming for users? How are you selecting your services?
So in our case, in Rappi, it was a little bit different. We started as a delivery app of supermarkets and restaurant, or a convenience store. And we added a section that it was whatever you wanted, as Hamad said. And then people were able to put whatever. And we started seeing that people order electronics, people order different things. And that's kind of how we, basically following user preference, we started adding more services. But as you mentioned, it can be overwhelming, and I think we took it a little bit too far. We added live streaming, video games, and if you look at that, we kind of walled back on that. So today, you can get anything delivery. Financial services is another thing that it adds value to the users and it adds value to the app. For us, it wasn't that much giving credit to the couriers, but it was being able to expedite the payment experience. The whole financial service part of Rappi was built on how can we make it better for users to buy inside the app. And that experience actually led me to build Uno, which is solving the payment problems around the world.
All right. Coming back to you, Hamad, Snoonu has become a notable player in the Gulf region. What kind of regional or cultural preferences would you keep in mind as you scale beyond borders?
Food. That's the first thing. Everyone likes food, yeah? But I would say actually, especially super apps can tap into more local experience because it will provide multiple services in different need for the customer. And actually, it's competitive advantage in front of global company like Uber. I believe Grab was answer for Uber in Singapore market. Rappi was answer for Uber Eats in Colombia market than South America. Same soon, we have a Germany company, we have British company, and by focus to hyper local need was the only answer to customize the experience of our customer. But I would say in the future, especially with majority of youth and young people, loyalty and gamification will play a big role, and we already done it. So we launch a loyalty program, connect with tier system, include quest gamification, and NFT by achievement system. I would say this will be a big bid for us, especially in GCC area.
Okay. You know, Philip, Grab evolved from a ride-hailing app to a super app today. What were some of the challenges in terms of user adoption and scaling business? From that perspective, what were some of the challenges that you faced, and how did you overcome them?
I think building the platform that works across everything was very, very challenging.
Sure.
Right? Like, so our first food services were very, very basic. Right? Like, we send a driver to a restaurant, order physically at the restaurant, and then pick up the food and wait for it. Right? Like, without any integration. Right? Like, so as we came from the ride-hailing space, we needed to learn all these other industries, and that took time. Right? Like, we know that our first foray into a new market and a new segment takes time to learn and adjust to that. And then, like, building a platform that works across everything, right? Like, it has really to do with our drivers, our merchants, right? Like, that they can use all the services and adapt to them. That has been definitely a challenge.
And I want to talk to you about your technology and infrastructure, because you're now today catering to millions of users. To take us through your tech edge, how did you build this into a super app, and scaling infrastructure and scaling technology?
Yeah, I mean, our app in Southeast Asia is basically core infrastructure, how people get around the city and how they live their life, right? Like, so, I mean, the moment Grab is down, the city stops moving, basically, in many of our markets, right?
Yeah.
Like, so that's what is the core of everything that we do, is the stability of our service, right? We really, really make sure that it can never go down and people can rely on it, right? Like, that's kind of the core expectation, and that's where we've invested a lot into, and like really having very, very solid scalability. We work, I mean, with all the leading cloud providers. We work like deeply with like some of the biggest tech companies in the world to really ensure that. So that's such a, like what we've achieved by really having a 2,500 people tech team that is really every day making sure that our service stays up and reliable.
All right, coming to you, Juan, you work with merchants and businesses across Latin America. In fact, you just announced a partnership with Invest Qatar that will further accelerate your expansion into the Middle East, and you have a new regional headquarter in Qatar as well. Talk to us about that partnership.
Yeah, perfect. So I think one of the key elements of the super app is having all the different local payment methods. And in Rappi, we struggle a lot to connect to all these different payment methods in different parts of the world. And it seemed that we were spending more time doing payment integrations than actually creating features that will add value to customers. So in Junior, we're completely removing that complexity, and we enable companies around the world, like super apps, to enable all the payment methods, more than 1,000 different payment options around the world. As we expand, we have seen the Middle East as one of the key regions, especially GCC. And what we're doing is we're investing and we're opening our regional headquarters here in Doha to be able to serve different companies. We're going to be working with companies like Snonu and different ones in helping them not only connect to local payment methods in Qatar, but around the region.
All right. My next question is for both Juan and Hamad. The rise of regional players versus global tech giants, that is a significant factor. As competition intensifies, how do you plan to compete with the big boys? Hamad.
Yeah, I would say, as super app, it's always, you're going to have always a competitive advantage to sort local problems.
Okay.
As I can give you example, in food delivery, we are the first company in the world. Sorry, Grab and Rappi, but we are the first, yeah? But we are the first to have 4 different environments. We have the delivery, takeaway, but also the drive-through. It's something big here. People like to go. I take my wife many times. We sit in the car. We like to order food, and we eat in our car. This is normal. And we can add the plate number, but also fine dining and big things in Qatar. So we have also Snow Prime, which basically you have a black car, black suit, fine dining restaurant, Hakkasan's example. Select us to be the first partner globally to be online. So to understand the market, but also there's another thing. When there is a successful story, I believe Singaporeans support Grab. Colombian support Rappi, and even South American. When you have local champion, a successful story, you're going to get support from customer, you're going to get support from even business partner, and everyone. And this is basically what is our competitive advantage. But also, without global competitor wouldn't shape up as well. We keep building our, we have, as example, 90 nationalities. All of them came from this global player. We know what they do. Some of them from Rappi, yeah?
Yeah, he stole.
So yeah, we need from Grab now, yeah?
Yeah.
So yeah.
No, 100%. I think we have competitive advantage that is a little bit unfair because we have that local view and we're able to customize the app to the local markets. And I think this was the key of success for Rappi. We kicked out Uber Eats in all of the markets, well, in most of the markets. They're still competing in some of us, but they're going to leave soon.
Okay.
And there was a belief that, you know, Uber and all these big international companies were going to win in the local markets, and I think that was actually completely wrong. We were fortunate to be able to build tech teams, and these tech teams were able to build technology that was the same or even better than international competitors. And what we're seeing today is that tech companies are rising from emerging markets and competing internationally.
Yes.
And a great example of this is Uno. We started Uno in Latin America, in Colombia. Today, we operate in more than 70 countries. We have connections in more than 200 countries, and we're creating global class technology from an emerging market.
Sure.
It used to be thought that to be able to compete and to create software companies, you had to be in Silicon Valley or you have to be in Europe. This is completely wrong. We're building unicorns in these emerging markets.
All right, you know, Philip, let me talk to you again about Grab. It's led the charge in Southeast Asia. Any untapped markets that you're excited about? India, perhaps?
I think there's still so much more we can do in Southeast Asia.
Okay.
Well, like, I mean, we've
So no India plans as of yet?
No, I'm good friends with Harsha. I don't think he'd like me, the CEO of Swiggy. So
Okay.
I don't think, and India is a well-served market in general. And I think there's still so much more we can do in Southeast Asia. Like we just launched our full-service banks, which is obviously like a major effort, right? Like, so I think there's still many things we can do in Southeast Asia to serve our users there better.
All right. You know, in India, we have a beeline of startups that are headed towards taking the IPO route. Snoonu, what are your listing plans? How soon? I know you've been profitable for 2 years now.
So yeah, basically our goal is to be IPO by 2027 here in Qatar. Qatar have a good record when it comes to fundraising through IPO. Very healthy, multiple times the IPO being, the fundraising and the IPO covered 10 times, 15 times like with the fund 2009. So yeah, our aim to be IPO in Qatar market, maybe dual listing with another market like Hong Kong or Riyadh. There is also another potential market. But also, I want to have big shout for the guy who will make 2 unicorn, not 1, 2.
Yes. Your listing plans as well.
Whereas I think Uno is doing amazing. Not unicorn yet.
I know
unicorn,
it's going to happen.
But I think we're going to make it happen. Yeah, I think we're working towards that.
To motivate you, I have 4 unicorn guy here.
Amazing.
He cannot. You have to make 4 like him.
Amazing. Great.
All right. So Grab is already listed, but what I wanted to talk to you about are M&A opportunities. Are you actively looking at more, and is inorganic way the way forward for you?
I mean, we have done a bunch of smaller M&As, right? Like we just acquired like a reservation platform.
Yes.
Chobe. We acquired like a supermarket chain in Malaysia a bit ago, Jaya Grocers. Right?
Yeah.
Like so, it's always definitely there. But definitely the bar for M&A is high. It needs to really make sense for us. So.
All right. You know, what I want to know from all 3 of you is that what has been your biggest learning so far as founders, as you scale, grow your business, and what would that be one advice that you would like to give to startup founders who want to start today? One.
Look, I think you have to always think global. There are many founders that they say that they want to focus.
Think global from day one?
Think global from day one. I think they believe that you have to, focus and concentrate in one market. I think that's completely wrong. You have the opportunity today to build global companies, and you have to think big. Always shoot for the star. If you don't hit the star, you will hit the moon.
And what has been your biggest learning?
What's that?
What has been your biggest learning?
My biggest learning, together with this, I think we have to always dream big. When we started Rappi in Colombia, we always saw the potential to grow internationally. We opened Mexico a couple of weeks after launching Colombia. Then we opened Brazil, and we operate in 9 different markets. In Juno, we launched in Colombia, and 2 weeks after, we had integrations all over South America. 3 months after, we were having integrations in Thailand, Indonesia. So the people are going to tell you to focus, and I think as an entrepreneur, you have to be crazy. You have to think about big ideas, and you have to execute those big ideas.
Okay, Hamad, your biggest learning and advice.
I would say the first thing is look to horizons, not horizon. And horizons mean you need to look behind the horizon that you see today. So you have a bigger vision. The second one, you're going to see many voices around you, like an investor from Silicon Valley telling you your startup's business model does not work. They don't understand your market. Why should you listen to them? And this happened to Sununu. You know your market better than anyone, and you have to stick, with your knowledge, and make sure don't listen to the voices outside that don't understand your market. The third one, as you said, to be global, be global.
Yes.
Hire the smartest people, and I'm lucky to have this intelligent 90 nationalities. Yeah? Hire the smartest people, and trust me, with them, you can change from a solo vision to a common vision. And common vision is a consolidation of multiple intelligent people will come to change your vision and make it something better. And this is the case of Sununu. Thank you, guys.
Okay. Philip.
I would say for startup founders, and I used to be a founder before joining Grab, is whenever there's a big technology shift, it levels the playing field from big and small players, right? Like, I mean, Grab was enabled around the time when the smartphone came around.
Yes.
Like before that, you could not have a mobility app or a food ordering app if there's no smartphone. And right now, we have the big trend of AI, right? Like that's a big leveler. So I think for founders now is one of the best opportunities in terms of like starting something. And in terms of my learning, I think what I've learned at Grab is really going on the ground and seeing myself. Where, like, I deliver food on the ground in Indonesia, in Thailand, and people are always super surprised when I come like with a motorcycle and like deliver like some food, and they're like, what is this big white guy doing here delivering my food? And that's where I like learned so much empathy for our drivers, for our customers. So I think one thing I would tell to everybody in the audience, like really dog food your own product. Go on the ground and deeply learn how people are using it. That's been game-changing for me.
That's some lovely advice from all three of you. One final, sure, go ahead.
No, and I think this is extremely key. The first year in Rappi, I did so many deliveries. All of my Sundays were in the street doing deliveries because we didn't have enough couriers, and I think you learn so much by talking to the users. And many times it was funny. The first time that I was doing deliveries, that was the reason how we found out the payments were actually failing, because people were saying like it's really hard to pay. So you don't even know how important it is to be out there and talk to your customers.
All right. One final question to all three of you before we wrap up this conversation. What are the key trends that you're going to see in the next 5 to 10 years? We've seen the rise of quick commerce, be it food or grocery. What's next?
I think for us, the big thing is like the wave of generative AI. Productivity of teams will grow by like 5-10x in the next few years. So I think like now it takes you a 50 people team to build, you can build with like 2 to 5 people in the future. That's what I'm really, really excited about.
Yeah, powered by AI, recommendation engine by AI, but also social commerce will be something big. So as example, you know what your friends is ordering at the moment, powered by AI, personalizing their experience.
All right, one.
I see in the next 5 to 10 years, we are going to forget that we're paying. I think biometrics, there is a bunch of different technologies that we're enabling so that you don't have to take out your credit card, put 16 digits. You can just take a picture, you can take a selfie. There are many technologies that we need to do, and the same way you get on a Grab, or you get in an Uber, or you order Sununu, and you don't even remember that you're paying. I think we're going to have to see this in everyday life. You're going to go into store, you're going to grab an item, and then it's going to get charged in your account immediately. And I think that's something that we're working on, and it's going to be the future.
All right, with that, I'll have to wrap up our conversation. Thank you, gentlemen, for your insights. And it was an absolute honor speaking with all three of you. And thank you for being such a fabulous audience. Thank you.
Thank you.
Creator-led brands have emerged as a significant force in the digital economy, with impressive revenue figures for brands like Kylie Jenner's Kylie Cosmetics, Rihanna's Fenty Beauty, and Logan Paul's and KSI's energy drink Prime. The creator economy was valued at $104 billion last year, and it is expected to reach $480 billion by 2027, making it the fastest growing sub-industry within digital media. Our next speakers will dive into the challenges and the opportunities of leading creative businesses, from scaling operations and maintaining authenticity to leveraging innovation and forging meaningful connections with global audiences. Please welcome, in conversation with Jillian Wolf from Reuters Plus, co-founder and CEO of the Fellow Studio, Calum Calfreezy-Airy, entrepreneur, magician, and entertainer Julius Dean, and co-founder and CEO of Electrify Video Partners, Ian Shepard.
Was that
I think you're at the end.
At the end, all right, that'll do it. Amazing.
Hello, guys.
This is going to be a fun panel. We've laughed a lot already backstage, so get ready, get ready. The content creator space is booming. Goldman Sachs is expecting it to exceed beyond $500 billion in the next 2 years. Gentlemen, you're all leading the space in content creation. What would you each say has been a pivotal moment along your journey where you have learned that this art form could lead to financial freedom? Julius, take it away.
So the question you're asking is, what's an important moment where I've realized that this industry can make financial freedom? That's what you're saying?
Yes.
Gosh, big question to ask. Probably when I had my first super viral video on Facebook, 2021, during the pandemic, posted it within 24 hours. It had got 200 million views, and it made over $100,000. And that's when I realized, like, okay, this is an opportunity to have long-term financial freedom. But that didn't happen straight away. That happened after some years.
It does take some time. Callum, go ahead.
What about you?
Yeah, you know what? I don't necessarily know if it's the moment I felt financial freedom, but it was certainly the moment I realized that I can make a good living out of the stuff I do enjoy doing the most. And it was my very first paycheck from Google. It must have been sort of maybe 14 years ago now. And I remember getting it through. It was for something around £2,000. And the first thing, I was living at home with my mum at the time. And the first thing I did, I just Googled, what's the average wage you need to earn to live in London, where all my friends were. £2,000 wasn't enough, but I made the jump anyways, and I went down there. And fortunately, since then, it's all been it's been good. But at that moment, getting that check through was pretty special.
And are you still charging £2,000?
Things are a little different now than they were 13 years ago. I mean, you just mentioned, what was that, 500 billion? So
Yeah.
I'd like a slice of that pie at some point.
We are in Qatar.
Yeah, there you go.
Tax-free. Ian.
Yeah, for me, I was working at Disney about 10 years ago, working with these amazing brands like Star Wars and Marvel. But my kids weren't watching the Disney content. They were watching social media. And when I started looking into it further, there were these kids and families from around the country producing videos on YouTube and making a lot of money in the process. And so I subsequently left Disney and started my first company working with content creators.
Julius, you've got a following of over 72 million followers. You lead a 30-person company with a web of hundreds of unique channels. You've had the most viewed Facebook page in the world at one stage, with 100 million views in a single day.
If anyone knows what Facebook is in this audience.
Offstage, you said to me that building a business on social media is like building a business on quicksand, right? You could never know when it's going to collapse. How have you navigated this over the years, from your early days as a magician and now becoming the leader of a multimedia empire?
Yeah. Well, I think that highly volatile industries are not necessarily a bad thing. We can all look at Bitcoin and cryptocurrency and go, wow, this is a very volatile industry, but that's what makes it exciting. And I think when it's volatile, there can be a lot of opportunity. You said yourself that the industry, the creator economy, is going to double over the next 5 years. So the answer to your question is pivoting. And if you look at any creator or influencer in the space, for example, yourself, Cal Freezy, the Sidemen, Mr. Beast, Logan Paul, any of the biggest creators in the space, and you're one of the biggest creators in the space, the answer is to evolve, right? And so for me, I started as a magician. I posted street magic videos online. Then during the pandemic, I had the kind of viral video, most viewed channel where I was creating this content that would cross hundreds of channels with my company, The Magic Group, and so on and so forth. And I think that's what the trend I'm seeing is that you have to evolve. I mean, with you've raised millions of dollars, you've got a podcast studio, you're producing like over 1 billion views a year across your podcast. So like, you've got to find your niche, you've got to go with it. Like podcasting is not my niche. You know, I'm a magician, I'm great at content, so I find my niche, if you like chocolate, if you like food. But yeah, diversify, evolve, and ride the trend as early as you can. For example, right now, there's a big trend in AI. If you can get on that and find what works, that for me is the most important thing.
Yeah, evolution is everything, and sometimes also pivot comes when a time such as the pandemic, right?
Yeah.
You're on a trajectory with your content creation, then something so significant as a pandemic happens, and then you have to change course.
Yeah.
What did you do during that time, Callum?
Yeah, it was actually, it was, again, in these moments, you just have to find the opportunity. What I found was now that everyone was indoor, everybody wanted to consume more content. So it was a real big boom across sort of views across the board. I was fortunate enough that at the time I was doing a lot of live streaming. So I continued to do that, really doubled down on that as well. And not only that, but all of a sudden my production costs came all the way down because nobody was expecting me to go out and film these big videos that required big budget. They understood like, oh, he has to be indoors, and therefore the margin on the videos was through the roof, and it was some of the most profitable times for me. So yeah, it was just about understanding and making things work. Like you would, these are the cards that we were dealt, and that's that. Make it work.
And you have to keep making content that's relevant, right? Relevant to your audience. What do you think is the biggest challenge making relevant content, but also remaining relevant as a content creator as you grow within the space? And Julius, you look like you had something else to say as well, so jump on there.
Yeah, I have an important point, and I think that the most successful content creators are the most successful entrepreneurs.
Yeah.
So if you take Mr. Beast as an example, he's raised $500 million. Ian, part of his business model is that he's raised almost $100 million, and he's investing in channels and building channels and scaling a channel. And a channel is like a business. And if you take, for example, Callum, I think you have to understand that, like, as a personal brand, you can't always just be expected to be on all the time. So the most successful businesses diversify outside of themselves. And I think what's interesting about what Cal Freezy's done is he's now creating other channels with other creators, like the podcast studio. And I think that's really important. And whatever type of creator you are, if you can create a business outside of yourself, so it's not dependent on yourself, whether that's a chocolate bar, whether that's a drink like Prime, or whether that's a studio where you can evolve the channels, I think that's really important in the journey of growing a business.
Actually, Ian, I want to pivot to you in that sense, because that's what you do specifically, is you invest in brands that are building these channels. What have you found in that space, and what do you think is the biggest need amongst these content creators that are building those brands?
Yeah, I think for me there's two things. Firstly, these creators build very profitable YouTube channels, but they definitely don't know how to scale the business. They don't necessarily have the experience of building teams and diversifying revenues. So my business buys an equity stake in their business, and then we're joint business partners working together, working to hire more people, produce more content, diversify the content onto other platforms, and also diversify the revenue streams. And so beyond just the social platforms, we're looking at newsletters and podcasts and consumer products. And as a creator, many of them, they're storytellers, but they're not necessarily CEOs, and they don't want to be CEOs, and that's where there's a great match for Electrify.
Yeah, sorry, just to jump onto that as well, I think it's really important, even from a creator's point of view, is that, when you get into this content creation, you shouldn't be afraid of all of the business side of things. I think it's important to understand that
one of the most important things that you can do is go out there and partner up with people that will just strengthen your creator business. Because don't get me wrong, when you start off, it's all about the content. Really double down, focus on that. The business stuff can come later, but when that moment comes, making sure that you're bringing the right people on board, whether it's doing something similar to what Ian's mentioned there, or giving it a go yourself, whatever that might be, it's important that you partner up with the right people, and ultimately that will decide the fate of the business.
Actually, I'm going to pivot. I'm going to jump off of that because you said you're talking about teams, right?
Yeah.
How important would each of you say is building the right team and scaling a creator-led brand? And how do you ensure that that team aligns with your visions and values as you grow and evolve?
Yeah, I mean, it's something that, you know, I'm always working on. I think at the end of the day, the team decides your success. Honestly, if you've got great people on side, then yeah, you're going to achieve amazing things. But it's also important to note that if you don't have that right team, being able to realize that and make the right decisions accordingly, because you're not going to get it right 100% of the time. There are going to be mistakes, and I just think it's important that you're aware of that, and that's just part of the bumpy ride that is social media content.
Yeah. Let me throw a question to you. There's probably a lot of people in the room that want to be a content creator. You've come from a very successful private equity finance and channel side, which is obviously very impressive. You're like an OG of like UK content creators, like had a meteoric rise. Just put your hands up if you're like an aspiring content creator in the room. Okay, so like
Amazing.
Probably like 50% of people.
Yeah.
So you're on the first stage of the journey of building a team. The team and the business being your personal brand. So my question to you is, how do you start to find people that can be part of your team? Because people ask me that all the time. And it's a difficult question, but what would your recommendations be?
It's a difficult one. I mean, you've obviously got the traditional routes of going out there, putting out a job posting, and don't get me wrong, I think it's important to always explore those. But for me, I've always done it based off the network that I've built. So speaking to other people, hey, do you know somebody that would fit this role? Can you point me in the right direction? Has this, and not only that, but let's say somebody comes to me and says, I'd love to work with you. Then being able to speak about that other people that they might have worked with and understand, look, is this the type of person I want to have on my team? And I just think the more open and transparent you are throughout the entire process, it's just going to yield better results. So that's been my experience building a team. I don't know about both of you.
Yeah, our approach is really different. So we screen thousands and thousands of people that apply for roles within Electrify. We interview hundreds. We pay for case studies for people to do a mock role within the business, and it's only then, if we like them, or we feel like there's a good cultural fit, would we then employ them. But hiring is just so important in our industry, and that's, you know, we have a team that do it for Electrify.
Yeah. And Julius, you have a huge growing team, so tell me about that.
Yeah, so we're interviewing, so I have two sides of the brand. I've got Julius Dean, magician. I travel the world, doing shows all over the world. I'm at Harvard Business School next month. I'm at Necker Island in 2 weeks.
Hey.
But then I have a company called The Magic Group, where we have hundreds of channels on social media, and we're hiring people all the time. So we're hiring for probably 8 or 9 roles right now.
So if anyone wants a job, raise your hand. If anyone wants a job.
Exactly. Or if you're looking for a videographer and my business goes under, I'll apply for a job with you. But what I would say is that if you're a content creator, or you want to build a personal brand, or you want to get on the hamster wheel of creating content, it's very important just to get started, not think too much about it, because you can look at us and go, oh, millions of followers, millions of dollars, you know, tens of hundreds of employees, but I would just say the most important thing is to get started. Everyone has a phone. I can see some phones in your hand right now. Like, set it up, start creating content and posting it, and that's really the most important thing to get started.
To be fair, you just said, you asked the audience who wants to become a content creator, and half the people raised their hand, right?
Yeah.
Tell them also what you advise them to do, because obviously you each started with it being a personal brand, right? But if you want to scale, your face shouldn't be the only thing that's making money, right? So what would you advise these people that want to become a content creator now, today? How would you advise them to make this into an ultimately a scalable business?
I mean, Ian's probably the best person to speak to here. It's the world he lives in. My face is all over my content, so I'm not that guy. But I know Ian specializes in that, and it's been interesting chatting to him about what he does.
Yeah, from my perspective, it's all about investing into formats of content. So we don't want to invest into an individual and a key person that we're dependent upon. We want to invest into a format that we can then scale onto different social platforms, scale into other revenue streams, and turn it into a global brand. And so for aspiring creators, don't always think about branding your channel or your profile with your name, but think about actually what Disney calls a franchise and building a franchise for the future.
What would you have done differently if you look back now and how you started it, you started your brands as they were? Would you have done anything differently, or are you happy with the trajectory that you chose?
One thing I probably, this is quite niche, I suppose, but I would have syndicated my content across different platforms a lot sooner. Okay. I think I left a lot of monetization on the table by doing that. Not really, and again, it comes down to not finding the right partner to do it with, and hearing stories about shady partners that have previously messed people over before. And so, yeah, for me, probably that, getting my content across as many platforms as possible, and that's something that Julius has been so good at doing. So maybe I should have messaged him a few years ago.
Julius, would you have done anything differently?
I mean...
all those magic tricks.
Yeah, exactly, yeah. I wouldn't have messed up so many magic tricks. I really don't know what I would have done differently, but I would have done so many things differently.
Yeah.
Like, knowing what I know now, it has been a game changer. Just like, okay, one thing that's taken me a lot of time is trying to find really good people. And now I have a really streamlined approach that may be helpful for you guys. I run LinkedIn ads when I'm looking for videographers and I'm looking for video editors.
Wow.
And people always say to me, like, oh, how do you find good social video editors? Like, now I have a really good streamlined application. So if you guys want to steal my application, go to careers.juliusdean.com. You can literally go through the application and then just take it yourself. You can run a few $100s on LinkedIn ads. You can run it anywhere in the world. So if you're trying to hire a right-hand person in Qatar or in London or wherever you want to hire, you can do that. So that's saved me a lot of time. Listen, if I could go back 8 years ago, I would have created hundreds of channels, because there was a time when growing 1 million followers on Instagram was much, much easier. Now it's saturated, so it's harder. But when there's when there's more competition, there's more opportunity. So be looking for those new trends.
That's what you're actually doing right now. You're building so many different channels, and you're actually incorporating artificial intelligence to do so. Can you tell the audience a little bit about that? Because you're really riding the wave, like you said, with artificial intelligence. You're really jumping that wave right now.
Yeah. Listen, so right now, being a YouTube vlogger, for example, is difficult. Would you agree or disagree?
Yeah, it's tough.
Yeah, right, it's tough. So you don't want to do things people were doing 3, 4, 10 years ago. You want to find the new opportunities. So whether that's jumping on YouTube Shorts or TikTok or AI, like right now we're part of what the Magic Group does is we're spinning out AI channels. So we made a channel last week. It's already getting millions of views on different videos on the channel, and now we're scaling that. But why are we scaling that? Because, well, we believe obviously in the attention economy, and that attention's really important, but also because there's a lot of opportunity when there's new niches. So rather than looking backwards, I would suggest all of you guys, however you want to interpret this, look forward, find the new opportunities, the new bubbles of where you can get, where you can exploit niches and attention.
We were briefly talking about Mr. Beast off stage. Ian, I'm going to throw this one at you. He treats his business like a tech startup, essentially, right? He constantly reinvests, optimizes, and innovates in his content. How important is this mindset in building a creator-led brand?
Yeah, I think one of the things I really like about Mr. Beast is that he's generating lots of revenue. These businesses are typically very profitable if you run them right, but he's constantly reinvesting it in the business to scale it as quickly as possible. So in the same way that Amazon and Jeff Bezos constantly reinvested without making a profit to scale to be ahead of the game, Jimmy is doing exactly the same thing with his business. He really wants to outdo anyone else, push the envelope in terms of what's achievable. And some of the things he's doing with Amazon and with Feastables are really impressive, and something that I think many other creators aspire to do.
Yeah. Gentlemen, go ahead.
No, I was going to say, moral of the story from this is go raise $500 million and go lose $100 million a year, and that's the Mr. Beast tech startup model. Just invest.
Yeah. Listen, we're almost out of time. We're actually pretty much out of time. So I want to ask you each to succinctly answer this question. What exciting emerging trends are you excited about in the content creator space?
What?
Emerging trends are you excited about in the content creator space? And where do you see each of your businesses evolving in the next 5 to 10 years as a result?
Yeah, I mean, I can start here, particularly in the creator space. In a bit of a weird way as well, I see it almost going back a little bit to what it used to be. A lot of high production content's been going out there, and I think people are actually really missing that connecting tissue that people used to have early doors when it was just them with a camera and it felt like a one-man army. So people, I see a lot of that content coming back. And that can often scare a lot of people is when they see these big productions like, oh, I don't have the money to do that. Well, actually, people are more than happy to watch you just vlog your day around. Yes, it's a competitive space, but if you can add your own spin to it, like Julia said, and maybe think about how you can incorporate different things, whether that be AI, whatever you think is coming in the future, being able to combine that would be a big win. And then in terms of the business, look, podcasting is in an incredible space right now, and in particular video podcasting, which is what we specialize in. You've got Spotify and so many other companies that are investing heavily into video podcasting. So yeah, I expect to see a lot of growth in that space in the next sort of 18 months.
Yeah, Julius?
Great answer. I know we're out of time, so I'll just keep it short and sweet. Very excited about AI and the trajectory and impact that's going to have on content creation, improving efficiencies, creating content that's literally magic that you can't create in real life. Like, we're getting to a point now where you can, soon enough, in the next 6 to 12 months, you'll be able to type 3 influencers, creators, entrepreneurs on stage in Qatar, and boom, it's going to create that. So that's really exciting for me.
Yeah, also excited about AI, but also excited about the growth of YouTube on a TV set in the home. The TV set is the #1 platform that people consume YouTube on now, and we're producing longer and longer documentary content, which is being seen by more people, and greater opportunity for creators to be in the living room producing content that way.
Gentlemen, thank you so much for this incredibly enlightening, energetic conversation on the final day of Web Summit in Qatar. Thank you so much, all of you, for joining us as well.
Thanks, guys.
Thank you.
Great.
Okay, our next keynote speaker is one of the foremost awarded marketing executives in his field. Throughout his illustrious career as one of the youngest C-suite executives in a Fortune 50 company, he has spearheaded over the industry's largest global marketing campaigns across Facebook, Twitter, YouTube, Paramount Films, just to name a few. And experiential, including the premiere of the first ever 3D printed food product, the customizable real-time 3D printed Oreo cookie. I'm excited to welcome him to center stage to talk about how to create value by breaking things and creating an innovative mindset and culture. Ladies and gentlemen, please welcome Bonen Bod.
My God, okay. Thank you so much, Bob. Thank you. Thank you. Wow. What a beautiful crowd. How are you, Doha? Are you good? Are you good? Come on, man. What a beautiful city. What an amazing crowd. I'm so excited to be here with you guys today. Thank you to Patty for doing this. I think the first time I spoke at Web Summit was maybe the #2 in Dublin, and I've spoken around the world with him. I'm excited. I called him. I said, hey, I love Doha. We've been coming back and forth here for almost a year and a half now, and I'd love to come and speak, and he was nice enough to say, sure, I'll give you a stage, so fine. He didn't give me a paycheck, but he did give me a stage. Anyway, my name is Bonen Bao. I'm excited to be here with you today. Today I'm going to talk about unseen innovation. How do you create value by breaking things? And most importantly, how do you create value by breaking your mindset and unlocking the ability to see where true opportunity is, but unbounded opportunity, not just, hey, incrementality, but how do you see exponential opportunity? A little bit of background, I mean, clearly we need to change my introduction, but I started my career off building 2 global digital agencies, one private, one public. Then I left the agency world because I realized that clients were too dumb to buy good work, so I became a dumb client. And I was the first global chief digital officer at PepsiCo, working on brands like Gatorade and Tostitos and Walkers and Doritos. And we built things that were looking at where can innovation lead. And one of the big things that we built was a thing called Gatorade Mission Control. And it was a room that had monitors that showcased social media and conversations that were happening. And we were tracking what people were saying about Gatorade. At that time, people kept telling us that the reason why Gatorade was not growing as fast is because it had too much sugar in it. Well, the one thing we learned from all the investment that we did in this room was they were right. It had too much sugar in it. So clearly not transformational. But the other thing we realized was the people who were drinking it and saying that were 34-year-olds. And the brand was actually built for 16-year-olds that woke up at 6 in the morning and did 2-a-days and needed to replenish, not 34-year-olds that sat on the couch. So that drove us to actually create what became G2, which was the next version of Gatorade, which became another billion-dollar brand by identifying and understanding innovation that people hadn't seen before. From there, I left and I went to Mondelez, which is the largest snack food company in the world, with brands like Oreos, Wheat Thin, Stride, Cadbury, many brands that are in the region. We had Tang at the time. And my goal was to transform them from being a very traditional advertiser to a digital advertiser. And I moved them from spending 3% of money in traditional advertising to 32% in digital. And as a result of those transformations, we added $300 million to the bottom line and $4 billion to the top line. To give you a sense, our largest brand was Oreo, which was over 100 years old, which still was only $4 billion. So in 3 years, we added $4 billion, the scale that it took 100 years to drive, just by adding innovation and transformation. I then left there, and I was living in China. I was watching WeChat grow, and I said, I'm going to quit the corporate world, and I'm going to become rich by investing in technology. Well, I met a guy named Rich on that journey who owned the largest natural beauty business. Instead of actually becoming rich, I met Rich. But we took that business in 12 months from 200 million to 300 million, and we sold it to Unilever for 1.8 billion. But the innovation that we saw there was, how do you transform a brand through social commerce? Innovation that people were kind of nipping at the edges of, but didn't see the opportunity. Then I had a chance to work with this guy who some of you might know. Hopefully the audio works. This is the guy. Oh, see. Can we get the audio back again? I guess not. Anyway, what he says is the great Bon and Bao. So just want you guys to know that. LeBron James called me the great Bon and Bao, so my life is done here. But then we went and said, okay, how do we look at innovation in cities? And we reinvented a neighborhood in Cleveland with a show called Cleveland Hustles, but really identifying innovation that people didn't see before, which was building storefronts. A simple concept, something very simple as just building storefronts actually reinvents neighborhoods because it adds jobs, it protects kids, it builds school systems, so just something, a simple little innovation. From there, the most recent company, the one that I run today, is a company called Group Black. And the idea of Group Black is, how do we tell cultural stories that nobody's seen before that aren't at scale? We just bought the Entertainment Channel. Some of you might know it, the home of the Kardashians. But now we're telling cultural stories, and I believe that there's many cultural stories, even from this region, that we can help to tell at scale across the world. And we're a global organization, and we're building local roots in many markets, and we see Doha as a very interesting place. I also wrote a book. It's called Text Me, and it was meant to be the Freakonomics of the mobile generation. And it looks at the untalked about and untapped world that mobile has had on every single aspect of life, from dating to religion to memory and more. And it was 120 interviews. One of the things I believe is that the way that you understand innovation is by having conversations with those people who are on the edge. So I interviewed everybody who was on the edge of mobile culture and wrote a book on how do you identify innovation in the mobile world. And if you text me, WhatsApp me, I'm happy to send you a free copy. Just put in the hashtag Qatar, and I'll send you a free copy of the book, and you can go ahead and read it. But our journey today begins in the 1960s, because the one thing that I've seen time and time again is that people don't see innovation when it's right in their face. So if I came into your office in the 1950s and said, look, I want you to use this thing called television, you say, look, get out of my office because this thing called radio works really well for me. I don't need your stinking television. But three bold brands, P&G, Unilever, and Kraft, decided to use TV, and it created exponential growth for them over the next 60, 70 years. And I would argue that we continue to see the same mindset where we don't see innovation when it's right in front of my face. Here's a great example. If I came into your office and said, look, I want you to use mobile phones in the early 90s, you would say, look, I don't care about your mobile phones because this thing called TV, now that I finally figured it out, works really well for me. But the reality is when you look at users were using more text messaging than spending was actually going into mobility. And the problem is that we have a lot of groupthink. So we sit around boardrooms, and here's an example of the mobile generation where board members are saying, you know what, I think we need a mobile strategy. And then somebody looks up from their mobile phone and says, I'm sorry, but did you say something? Because they're very distracted. What's interesting is that during this time, we have become the most distracted society in human history, but we'll never admit it because we'll tell you that we're not distracted, we're multitasking, right? How many people think that they're multitaskers? Well, you're liars. There was a study that was done by the WHO that showed there's no way that a human can actually multitask. So there you go, you're liars. In fact, more than that is that when we looked at how big mobile phones were, because people asked us for data, it turns out 7 billion people on Earth and 5.1 billion own a cell phone, but only 4.2 billion use a toothbrush. So literally, there's a billion people that don't understand the importance of hygiene, and 5.1 billion are at scale. And then I get asked the same question time and time again, which is, Bonin, we need more data on maybe a younger generation. Turns out we did some more research, and it looks like the younger generation's doing a little better. 96% own a cell phone, 93% own a toothbrush, but only 90% use deodorant. So that means 10% of an entire young generation smell. Many of them might work with you, so be very careful. But the real point is that even in the face of data, statistics, the fact that we see something like the mobile phone time and time again, think about how long it took organizations to embrace the opportunity of transformation and change. Innovation, even though we see it, it's hard for us to accept it because it's different. And what I argue all the time is the most important thing for us to break is not our organizations, not our process, but our mindset. And so when I talk about hackonomy, it's how do I change my mindset to ensure that I have a mindset of innovation, of transformation? How do I think different? And I would argue that part of the reason why I'm excited to be here with you guys today is because I think that Qatar has created that opportunity for us to think different about the global economy, to think different about how we transform the GDP of a country, and really the future of innovation sits here, and more importantly, opening new doors of opportunity that I've never seen anywhere in the world. And just so you guys know, I've lived in 6 of 7 continents, and so I've seen almost every single culture and how they operate. But right now, I think that the opportunity and innovation here is transformational. And it starts with steps that move us forward. One of the things that I learned when we reinvented Oreo, and we transformed the Oreo brand from doing hundreds of posts when the social generation to even launching when the lights went out at the Super Bowl, we launched You Can Still Dunk in the Dark, which was the tweet heard around the world. We reinvented an entire Oreo brand, starting off with something very small as an Instagram post. And what I would argue is that while we think innovation has to be monumental, it really starts with us unlocking our mind and doing something that we never thought was possible. We never thought that we would transform Oreo with just something as simple as an Instagram post. And so what I ask you guys today is, what are the things that you're going to do to put roots here in Doha to continue to help transform the way that your business operates and that you operate with inside of growing economy in Doha. So I'm going to bring out RJ real quick. I know we're going to shut the slides down. And this is a last-minute addition, so a little unplanned. RJ is, I would say, my Sherpa. Can I use that word?
Absolutely.
Okay, so tell people who you are.
Hi, guys. Thanks for having me on. Bonin, thanks as always. I'm RJ.
Let's give a huge round of applause, yes.
Thank you. I'm RJ. I run a global investment firm called Cloud9, and I'm also the CEO of a large global technology consult firm called Willits Global. We do a lot of work with many portfolio companies globally, especially into Qatar. And Bonin has truly been world-class, both as a CEO, as a visionary, and as a global thinker. And we thought it'd be good to share a few anecdotes and experiences here about our experience in Qatar in trying to bring global technologies, global platforms, and global voices here locally. Bonin, how's your experience been so far?
I mean, look, you know, it's so funny because the last time I was really here before the last year, it was, you know, because I ran global marketing, so we would go to Dubai. Dubai was our headquarters, so we go there once a quarter easily. And I hadn't been to Doha since maybe 2014, and I came here, I don't know, what was it, 8-9 months ago?
A year.
Yeah, a year ago, yeah. I couldn't believe the transformation of the city. But what I couldn't believe more than that was the energy of the entrepreneurship that was sitting here. And I firmly believe, like what I was saying, is that the real opportunity is to continue to bring talent that stays in country and helps to grow the GDP and the ecosystem of the country. And that's where I think the real opportunity is. My experience has been great. I mean, you know, I've walked every...
We've walked everywhere
I've
from
worked every
the airport
aspect of the
to
place.
Aloha Island and back.
Right. It's been an amazing experience, and we even had a board meeting out here. So.
Yeah, just to give you an idea, it took me 4.5 minutes to set up a company ID here, online through 2 forms that I could go and take to a booth here and open up a bank account. That speed of pace and innovation, and a true shout out and congratulations on enabling this to the Invest Qatar team and the QFC team. To enable quick, rapid business progress like that is fantastic.
But I think what it really is the pace of growth and the opportunity for entrepreneurship in the market itself. And I think that what we talk about all the time, he asked me, what do I think is the opportunity that's differentiated, is how do you bring talent here to stay and grow the local GDP? And more important than that is grow the local ecosystem to
nurture and incubate talent.
Right, and incubate. And for me, the real opportunity is the creative class. So when I look at it, infrastructure, check. Financial, check. Creative class. How do you continue to grow the creative class? And I'm not talking about the creator economy. Like, to me, that's great, but the reality is how is product innovation being driven here? How is the future of supply chain? How is the future of organizational strategy? How is the future of filmmaking, which is what I'm in, you know, and content creation, and that piece. But broader than that is the creative class is actually what drives the creation of total ecosystem, if you really, really step back and think about it. And so to me, that's where the opportunity is how does Doha become the next global platform for the creative class?
Exactly right. As a last parting thought, what are you most excited about in bringing Group Black here?
What I'm most excited about, so I have a wife who is giving birth in May, and I didn't think... Yeah, thank you. And it's my first child. I don't know, we'll see. It might be mine. But what I'm excited about is that I talked her into moving here for, you know, for half of the year, you know, over the course of a number of years. So, you know, I'll be here. The only reason why I have, because does get a little hot here, guys. So, you know, we're going to go someplace a little chillier for part of the year. But the fact that she's excited about it, and more importantly, you know, the thing for me that's the most interesting thing, because we've been working on some cultural projects that are content projects that showcase the culture outside into the rest of the world, is that many people aren't really, you know, well, I've spent a lot of time in the region, many people don't really know the culture that sits here and the breadth and the richness of the culture. And my wife, basically, that's what she said to me. She's like, I don't even know that region. Like, I'd love to understand and learn that region. So that's what I'm most excited about.
And we hope
is
Cloud9
living here in
Group can
Doha.
come
I know, we're going to get yelled at. Ladies and gentlemen, thank you very much. It's been a pleasure. Enjoy.
I'm sure many of you know, but did you know that in the 2020 Tokyo Olympics, Qatar achieved its most successful participation ever, winning 2 gold medals, with Mutaz Bashim in high jump and Faris Ibrahim in weightlifting, along with a bronze in beach volleyball. For many, it's a dream to just compete in the Olympics. But for our next speaker, he's not only done it, but he has won 4 gold medals along the way. He's turned his focus now to bringing running to the masses with the Global Running League. To close Web Summit Qatar 2025 and to find out more about building the world's first professional running league, in conversation with the CEO of The Independent, Christian Broughton, please welcome the CEO and founder of the Global Running League, Marcel Münster, and 10-time Olympic and world champion, Mo Farah.
It is the ultimate participation sport. People around the world go for a run, whether you're an elite athlete or a weekend jogger. But arguably, running can be seen as being in the spotlight of other sports, which have more organized leagues, better media presence. But perhaps all that is about to change, thanks to these 2 guys. Marcel Münster and a guy who needs no introduction, have got a plan for running that they're going to be unveiling today. So first of all, we have some big news coming up later, but let's just get an overview of what this vision for running is.
So the Global Running League, or as we call it as of today, which is the big reveal for us, it's going to be called Run GP, which is the name of the global race series and official as of today. It's the first global professional team-based running league whereby we have shifted away the focus entirely from the individual performance towards team-based performance strategy in order to secure a victory. It's a 2-day race format whereby the first day is all about fun, getting as many people of all ages, etc., moving and enjoying the experience of running for a greater purpose. And the second day is all about performance and TV.
And Mo, as somebody who's just recently moved to Doha, do you want to, let's get the other nice big piece of news out of the way then. Tell us where the first event is going to be held.
Yeah, hi guys, I'm really excited to be here. Recently just based myself here in Qatar, Doha. And I'm really excited this event to be happening here in Qatar, Doha in May. Global running is what running need, is what we need really to make it as fun and making it possible for everybody and anybody. So we've got more details about how everybody can be involved, from kids all the way through, and really it's been able to give running what it deserves. I'm excited, so excited.
So we'll go through all the format and we'll explain all that stuff. First of all, should we just cut? I know you guys have brought some video here just to give us a sense of the look and feel of the event. Can we get that on the screens? So there it is, running upgraded. Let's talk about some of those upgrades then. Let's go through the format. So you mentioned it's team-based, which is, unless you're watching a relay, is a rare thing from an athletics program. Tell us how that team structure works.
So we've seen, when it comes to innovation in sports, it has always happened outside of running or even athletics, whereby we have concepts such as the Kings League, Live Golf, and they're all team-based, but these are very innovative models. It's no longer, again, for those about the best and the fastest. So we have designed teams around 7 athletes per team, whereby we have one running influencer. We have a crossover influencer we are bringing in from any kind of sport, let it be football, basketball, you name it. Then we have a tier 1 athlete, and we have 4 tier 2 and tier 3 athletes. So it's a mix. It's going to be equal split between genders. And those people or the teams are designed around reach and distribution, because it is of utmost importance to us to reach also younger audiences. So social media, reaching people through different channels is going to be inherently important. So that's why we decided to redesign the structure of a team, opening it up, and actually attracting way more audiences by redesigning the experience, not just about the best of the best, but people already have a built-in audience who understand how to influence people and how to actually make the sport more exciting and accessible.
So Mo, are you hoping that people kind of rally behind their favorite team as well as their individual athlete? Because athletics has always been such an individual or maybe like a national-based thing.
Yeah.
Are you hoping that people become a fan of a particular team and follow that team through the events then?
Yeah, honestly, as I said, our dream is to be able to build and be able to have the public, the people, to have direct contact with the team. Whether, as an athlete myself who's been there, it's all about individual. I do 100+ miles week in, week out. I go training camp, I go to stuff. And people don't see what goes into it. And often you the one just line up, and you have to cross the line first, and that's what counts. And that's it. But this is about team event. It's about being able to create this team that bonds together, as well as being able to, have everybody have input to it. So again, it's a mixture of team, but also make it more enjoyable and make it unique teams to compete one another. And really, it's just give the people that excitement, that energy. Often, if you're a football fan, if you're a rugby fan, if you're Formula One, you got your favorite driver is here. You get behind him, whether good days, bad days, and you know the training, what kind of shape. And really, we want to be able to build athletics to that level, and where you have this team and you can get behind it. As well as, the day before, it's so important for us as a parents to make our kids more active, because there's so much problem happening all over the world. So again, it's being able to give kids that place where they can also be involved, where they run 400 meters, 800 meters, a mile, where we're going to call it 1 more mile event the day before. And then the next day is the big one. And really, we've got 90 minutes on that Formula One track. And to make it as exciting, and Marcel will tell you a bit more about how we can include everything, really.
Let's go on to those formats then, because we get the sense there's going to be teams and fandom is going to be encouraged. We're going to follow the lives of the teams and the individuals in the build-up to the races. What about the actual events on the track? Because this is quite a disruptive idea, isn't it? I know that you've got events, say with say Michael Johnson's looking at athletics as well, but you guys are going quite far down the reinvention of what the running is going to look like. So do you want to just take us through some of the special events that you've got?
So it's a 2-day event, May 9th and 10th. It's going to be a night race. We are starting out with the 1 more mile, which was Mo's vision of basically encouraging and getting as many kids as possible moving. We are moving then to an event that we have branded the Moonlight Circuit. So we're going to shut down the lights of the F1 circuit, and any runner who participates will basically put on LED lights. So we want the runners to lit up the track. We're going to have like an insane drone footage, which I think is going to look epic from above and for TV. But the coolest part, and now listen up, this is not about who's the fastest. The person with the most creative lighting can win up to $20,000. We want people to be absolutely creative. It's not about the fastest, it's the most creative person. If you show up on May 9th I'm going to welcome you personally. We already have the first race registration anyway, and this is going to be epic on this day. The second day is the TV day, or the performance day. We have created 2 new formats that, as far as we know, have never existed before in running. The first one is called Run GP, the new brand, 7.032. Why that? 7.032 because that's 1/6 of a marathon. If you run 6 races with us, you will have completed a marathon. For us, in designing all this, it was super important to be as inclusive as possible, because a marathon is a huge sacrifice, and many people run it once in a lifetime, never again. But this race distance allows almost anyone to participate. Within that race, we have 2 elements, the mass participants and then the team element. And the team element is going to be the kicker. How many of you who like Formula One know what DRS is? When they accelerate, actually, by a show of hands. How many know what DRS is?
Where they can access extra speed and get a lot of overtaking.
So we have
and
actually
drama.
replicated the same experience for the runners. So any one of you who joins the race will be able, with some exceptional runners, but unlike normal races where they basically take off in the beginning and you see them maybe at the start line, they will run with you for about 5 kilometers or so until they have to enter the acceleration zone, which is called the qualifying mile. And in there, these 7 team members have to enter together, and it's not about who crosses first, but who has the greatest average kilometer per hour or speed in accelerating through the acceleration zone, which we call the qualifying mile.
So it's the average across the team that they're in.
Exactly.
Right? Okay.
So there will be up to 10 teams, and only 4 teams can qualify, which then leads to the final race called Run GP Final. And there we have something quite special. Does anyone know what a Le Mans start is, where drivers are being separated from the cars, and before they can race and start, they have to race towards the cars? We're going to do the same for runners. They will be disconnected from their shoes, and they have to race all across the track, the width of the track, grab the shoes, and hopefully it's going to be an epic TV moment before they can start the race, and it's going to be 7 loops, 7 times 1K.
So have you got any elite coaching tips on how to tie your shoelaces quickest? It's going to be the key factor in who wins the race now.
Yeah.
Okay. So and that's on the second. So the second day, it's gone from 10 teams at the start of the day down to 4 teams for the final.
Exactly.
Now you also have, I'm sure everyone's seen those disruptive, social media-friendly sports adaptations like Baller League and Kings League, that kind of thing. You've got some similar concepts where fans can actually influence the rules of the competition at some key points. Do you want to just take us through some of those ideas?
So we have a variety of things. For those who love esports, it's all about engagement and interaction. We have gamified running. In other words, your teams, either you being, I don't know, a fan of a team or participant of a team, the fans can participate and basically intervene or influence the actions of the team through fan voting, active fan voting. And we have, for example, one mode embedded, which is called team mode. All 7 runners, by putting their hand on the back of the shoulder of the other runner, can activate team mode. And this team mode basically can help them to earn extra time credits, which can help them to increase the probability or likelihood of winning. We have multiple of these things embedded into the race. The major concept here was to just reinvent how the audience, not just the runners, engage with running itself and making it interactive. And maybe this is also a good moment to mention that for the first time again, running is coming back onto the big screen globally. So today is the day, tomorrow officially as well, where we will announce that DAZN, one of the largest sports streaming services in the world, is going to be our live stream and global distribution partner, which I'm incredibly excited about. So we are taking the first race in Doha, Qatar, global to over 200 countries. So we reinvented all this for TV.
So I get it that the format's much more varied. I mean, let's face it, if you're watching on TV something like a marathon, and it's an elite sport thing, not to detract from the purity of that sporting competition, but you know, it's a bunch of people running along a road for a very long time, and it's not a great televisual event. How long do you anticipate that each race, so it's a 7-kilometer race, that's going to be over pretty quickly, it's got some innovation within it. What platforms did you design this for? You've mentioned your broadcast partner with DAZN. You mentioned there's going to be some kind of behind the scenes stuff happening like the day before the event and in the build up. Is this running redesigned for social media?
Definitely. It's both for TV, live stream, and social media. So one of our founding partners is Sweat. It's the world's largest crypto fitness app. It was very important for us to, again, connect with younger audiences, millennials and Gen Z. For the first time ever, when you participate in our races, you will be able to earn tokens for every step you make in the race. So this can become quite lucrative depending on how active you are. And they obviously have an embedded community of about 20 million people, which is very social media friendly. So a lot of the content we designed is basically for 3 categories. It's TV, live stream, social media, which also includes Sweat Economy, our founding partner.
Yeah. But also it's about being able to, whatever we do in life, whether it's business, whether it's sports, you have to be able to make it fun as well as entertainment. And for us, really, from my side of it, where I saw athletics is where it's at and where are we now. We're in 2025. I think athletes deserve better, and athletes deserve more of entertainment and more things. And really, this global league is about being able to have everybody engage, whether it's kids, whether it's women, whether it's men, and have a place that we can all tune in and watch some epic moments and just make it really exciting.
So from the athlete's point of view, we've already mentioned money a little bit in this because even the public participating can win, you know, 20,000. Did you say $20,000? Is that?
This is for the fun, like
for the fun participation part of it.
The prize money for the other is a bit higher.
A bit higher. Can you say what that is?
Sure. For the team race, the team prize is $100,000.
And for the athletic circuit, I mean, talk to me a little bit about how. From an athlete's point of view, you've got probably one of the most grueling sports out there to participate in. Not always filling stadiums, not always pulling the top TV ratings outside of those big World Championships and Olympics, and that kind of day-to-day, month-by-month life of an athlete. What do you hope to offer the participating athletes themselves in this?
Yeah, honestly, it's experience, it's exposure. Being able to give the athlete somewhere that, you know, where they can see and they can, you know, a team event. For me, as an athlete, I know, you know, I didn't win overnight 4 Olympic medals. It took me years, hard work, dedication, you know, not even making the first Olympic final. It took 4 years to get to the next final. Not many people see that, and often they just see you win that race and that's it. But really, just given the exposure and it's exciting, also build characters. Because we need to make running an exciting place. And often when you tune in, you're like, who's what? You don't know much. But in this, you have to know about them. It's about team events. You're like, oh, you know what? He needs 7 points, his life. And also the data is so important to analyze everything. And also make it as exciting.
So do you feel, I mean, obviously you got to the very, very pinnacle of your sport. Is it you're 10 times Olympic and world champion? Obviously not everyone gets up there, and we all remember Super Saturday. I was at the Independent following you doing Super Saturday. It was such a buzz, and you got to that level of superstardom within your sport. There's a huge number of athletes who don't quite get there. Looking back on your career, had this existed for you setting out, how would your life have been different in the sport of athletics?
Yeah, honestly, as I said, if I had as much data as I have now, it probably will change a little bit, but then I look back at my life and go, you know what, that was meant to be, nothing would done, because at the end of the day, I wouldn't have become that athlete. I've won so many medals if it was the other way around. So in a way, when you retire, you're like, okay, now I'm retired. What do I know, and how can I be able to give back to the younger generation, to the community, to the people? And really, this thing is to be able to create something different, something exciting, and as well as on the day before, we'll have the kids event. It's so important for us to make our kids active, because there's so much distractions happening around the world, and make it a fun place.
If I may, so the bigger purpose is really to make the sport, again, very attractive for younger audiences or global audiences. But there's also another purpose behind the teams. You alluded to the athletes. We actually want to help the sport to grow again. There are so many exceptional athletes, but there's such limited supply of money in the sport that actually by giving them a platform, a global media platform, we can provide them global exposure and giving them an opportunity to grow as athletes, which doesn't unfortunately exist a whole lot, because only the best of the best get some media exposure, and even for those, it's going to get really hard. So there is obviously also the behind-the-scenes purpose for us in growing the sports and making the athletes that might not necessarily make it to the biggest stage, giving them a platform, which to us is super important in growing the sport.
Yeah, no, it's really huge, even for me, based here in Qatar, based myself with a Star agency. And really, as an athlete, you have an agent, you have a manager, but often it gets confused. So again, how do you build that partnership where you're actually working with the athletes and you're working with the agency to grow our sports and to make a better place? And often, I think if we can do that, then we continue to have a drive, but also make it as exciting as possible.
Now, when a disruptive force comes along, it doesn't always go smoothly with the existing powers in the sport that exists. I mean, if you look at, say, there's been tension in the world of golf, for example, over the growth of new formats. Do you see your competition as complementary to the athletics structures and power bases that are out there, the calendar that we already have for events? It sounds like, okay, it's not going to be maybe as physically demanding as a full marathon, but it's certainly something that if you're competing over that kind of distance, it's going to be disruptive for your training potentially for the next event. Do you anticipate there might be some friction along the way here?
Well, I think, as I said, of course, once you start something new, you're always going to have challenges, but it's about challenges and working together to make our sports what it should deserve and a better place for it. I'm sure Marcel can answer it better, but working together, and I think can always achieve great things.
And your tier 1 athletes that you're attracting, they are from the absolute pinnacle of the sport, are they?
They are definitely at the World and Olympic Championship level, which we will reveal actually shortly, not everything today. But also to your point about maybe, we can name them by name, World Athletics. I have first-hand information, which basically is very clear. They have always focused on predominantly, and I think Mo can attest to this, on track and field, which is the Diamond League and similar events. But they have sort of abandoned everything else. They were always under the impression this is doing well. So they have never really paid much attention to innovating this part. And I think there is no conflict of interest. There's actually, I think, a significant amount of interest in collaboration, because it's almost like we are complementing them with something they don't have, but would like to add to it because of, the global distribution deal we have, the social media angle, because World Athletics is still catching up in many ways, but maybe you can also comment on that.
Yeah, honestly, as I said, as an athlete myself, been there, it's so confusing at sometimes because you've got federation, you've got other people dealing with it, but really it's working together, calibrate to make our sports exciting, to make it more entertainment. And for me, as I said, I'm always up for it, and I hope this event can show the world what we can do and how we can make running exciting. As I said, first one's going to be here in Qatar, Doha. And I can't wait for it.
I think it's really interesting to look at your backgrounds. Everyone knows your background, Mo. You don't need any introduction there. And you've got a very interesting background from more of a kind of medical approach to the sport, and a great consciousness of the potential public health benefits of encouraging participation. If you look from maybe those two different angles at what you're creating now, push the clock forward 10 years or so, what will success look like if Run GP has really lived up to its maximum potential? Do you want to disrupt the sport as it exists today? Do you want to, have it as, I don't know, an event at the Olympics? Where do you see this going?
So I can speak about it in one of two ways. As an entrepreneur, I completely want to disrupt the sport, not because of disrupting it, but there's such need for it to disrupt the sport. So disruption as a good force to make the sport better, more attractive, bring more money to it.
And you're a pretty passionate and engaged runner yourself, aren't you? You've got a pretty good marathon time, I seem to remember you telling me.
Mo always jokes that I'm probably right now at this stage faster than him, which I don't believe it. But as a medical doctor, I want this to become the world's largest unified movement. That is my absolute goal, because physical activity is the one thing that can move everything. It can improve our mental health, it can make us physically fitter, it can reduce the healthcare expenses of any country in the world, and it can make countries more economically productive. I mean, the benefits are just so clear from every angle.
And Mo, it's been 18 months since your retirement, since you hung up your spikes. Is this the big thing for you then? In your shareholder, obviously, in Run GP, is this the big thing for you now in your post running career?
Yeah, no, honestly, it's a big thing for me because that's what I believe and that's what I know. And often when you're an athlete, when you retire, you're like, what's next? What am I going to do? And you get involved in various different projects because you can. Because you've done everything that you needed to do. But for me, getting involved in this project is huge because it's something that I believe, it's something that I've seen, it's something that I know our sports need. So I'm excited, and I said I'm based here now in Qatar, Doha, which I'm enjoying with my family. And
then as your dip for the line, because we're out of time, 10 years' time, what do you want to have achieved through Run GP?
I want to make this event huge, something that globally, worldwide, and also from schools, kids getting involved in 1 More Mile, but really to know the history where it started. Like I was here during the World Cup in Qatar, during here with my family. We loved it. We're like, what? But if somebody asks you 10, 15 years ago, like, what? Qatar can't host the World Cup. What? It just shows you we can. And again, often, if you don't have that vision and that mindset, you ain't going to get to it. So my mind and my vision is like, I know we're going to make this thing exciting as well as be able to give back to the community and the younger generation, which is so important for all of us.
Great, thanks guys. I wouldn't bet against a high achiever like you both. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Want to do the mobile?
Yeah, go on.
Sign it?
Well done. Thanks a mil. Mo, thanks so much. Guys, that was incredible. Just to everybody that's still here.
You can have it.
Thank you so much for coming to our second Web Summit in Qatar. It's been incredible. Thanks to my family over here for coming. Thanks to Sheikh Jassim for persuading us to come here. See you all next year. Thank you. Bye-bye. Good.